What is good, Royal Family? What is good? We got to talk about this, y'all. I've been gone for a minute, was not intentional. But on the way in, we are going to listen to FBG Duck. Let's talk. Let's go. Let's talk, y'all. Let's talk. Shout out to the chat. Hold on, let me get everything set up. Shout out to Duck. Long live Duck, y'all. For real. Was listening to Duck earlier and shit like that. But y'all, shout out to Zen. Shout out to Zen. Yes. Okay, period. Jasmine, what is good? I see you, Blue. What is good? Shout out to Sabrina. I see Terry in the building with the fair use. Shout out to Terry. Much love. But y'all, we got some shit to talk about today, okay? Period. I do apologize about being gone. I feel like I say that like every 2 weeks or whatever. But for real, this time it was some motherfucking shit. So my car had broke down. I got it fixed, and then I ended up selling it, getting another one. And then I also, my man bought me a new computer or whatever. I think I'm gonna do my editing. I'm gonna switch that into my editing computer because I gave my son one of my other computers, child. And then, like the next day, I woke up and one of my snakes had passed away. So that's been kind of hard here, with the kids and everything like that. And I ain't finna lie, homeboy had me crying too when I looked in there and seen that he had passed away. So I definitely, been in my feepies or whatever for the last few days, but I am back. And also, while I was gone, right? Because I do my best thinking when I'm editing and shit. And I was just thinking about like, what the hell? So anyway, there's a shenanigan in a situation that happened over there around to the HOK. So we'll be talking about that next live stream. But this live stream, we gonna talk about No Jumper, okay? Shout out to KB Goes Live, as well as shout out to Point and Shoot. I've been talking about Point and Shoot a lot. In the last few lives, I really love that channel. And we are going to look at some of his commentary today. I think that Point and Shoot's impressions of like Lush and certain other people are hilarious, and I love his commentary. We'll also be hearing from KB Goes Live. And then also, after we look at the whole situation of what happened on No Jumper, which is about an hour and 45 minutes worth, then we'll be switching over to Bricc Baby's paperwork, so we can go over a little bit of what I was talking about. I know some of y'all probably seen his paperwork by now, child, but I edited the edit, so we gonna see it through. I did this edit. I uploaded this edit 11 days ago. It's about to go on 12 days, y'all. So we got to get into it. But the other video that we will do next live is already done. Everything's already done for it. Only thing I gotta do is make the thumbnail. So we'll be back for that. I'm hoping for Wednesday, but I will communicate with you guys through the community tab. Okay. So in this live stream, we'll be talking about the jumping at No Jumper. There was a situation where the video is going to explain it, but Wack and the fake Luce cannon were at No Jumper, and some dude named Jay Reed came there and another man to allegedly do business, not saying that he's lying, but it went down. And the two were beaten up pretty bad. Allegedly, they were stripped naked, robbed. And yeah, like the one dude had a pumpkin head and all that. Now, also shout out to Compton, Rock TV, I believe it is. Shout out to him as well, because he did interview the guy, right? One of the guys that was beat up there named Jay Reed. Now, there's a whole little backstory to Jay Reed, child, but I don't want to spoil it, but we will get to it in this video. Shout out to Bell Gates. I know I've missed y'all. Let's get into this edit. And of course, I will give my commentary. Let's go, y'all.
bass blow.
All right, so for this video, I want to talk about this horrific beating that happened at No Jumper outside the building where these two innocent victims were attacked viciously at the hands of 3 Fingers Wack 100's slow-witted sidekick, Luce Cannon. And these victims were beaten so badly, so extensively, that by the end of it, they were both stretched out in the alley unconscious naked. What? So it wasn't enough just to beat them senseless, but they actually wanted to view their naked bodies, so they stripped them naked while they were laying unconscious. And they were pistol whipped also, which is, I mean, it looked like they were trying to disalive the 2 fucking guys. So
did you see that man's face? He had a pumpkin face, y'all.
This was really serious, and this happened at No Jumper. These people went to No Jumper and were beaten unconscious, nearly disalived. And so there's a big lawsuit coming, apparently, and that does not sound good for the 16 or Wack 100 because they got money, right? And lawyers love to go after people that have money. And so the 16 of Nashua, as you could imagine, is probably very stressed out right now. I see he's gained some of the weight back. My guess is that he's been stress eating, okay, over this.
Anybody who brings any type of violence to my office, to the building, to my area, you are immediately X'd out. You're not allowed on the property. So
he's a
Now, really quick, why did Adam look really uncomfortable when he was saying that? In my opinion, probably because, in my opinion, of course, he is intimidated by some of the people that are there, i.e., you know, the gang members and things like that. And it is uncomfortable to make statements like this at the end of the day for him when he knows that they will give him pushback. They have before, some of the other people that have left or whatever, you know.
That max stress. And so, and he should, because
damn, it's fucking up. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. All right.
Happened at No Jumper, right? I mean, that's what he says.
the fact that there was a pretty vicious assault that
Amos hated.
took place at my facility.
All right, so this is why I believe that there is a strong case against the 16 and No
Hey, Max.
Jumper for premises liability. In California, there's premises liability laws, and this means that every property owner is responsible for the safety and welfare of everyone that is on their property legally.
Keeping the premise in a reasonably safe condition, which means the duty to warn of dangerous conditions that they know or should know about. Whoever runs the premise is aware that people will be coming in. There's a an imputed legal understanding that the owner of this property should know.
Thank you.
That the invitee has the right to expect that there's no reason to think that they're danger. That there are dangers present.
So
and I agree. Adam does love drama. You know what I mean? And then as you probably already know, when drama happens, then he acts surprised and he, it's sad. But I thought that both Point and Shoot and KB's commentary was right up the alley of where I was headed with it.
I'm getting from this is that the 16 may have been responsible for warning these people that there were dangers present. And by dangers, I mean like gang members walking around inside with guns and everything else like that. And so what happened? So let me try to explain what happened. So I don't know if any of this is true. This is all rumors, but apparently the 2 victims traveled to No Jumper to conduct business with 3 Fingers Wack and Loose Cannon. And at a
did you see that dude's face? Oh my God.
certain point, they were led outside of the building where they were attacked physically. And that's where, we saw the vicious attack. And rumor has it that these 2 victims,
right, Adam 12, not 22,
have gang ties that were in opposition to the politics of the No Jumper Crips and the No Jumper Bloods. So I don't know what's going on here, but it doesn't matter if they're gang members or not. They have a reasonable expectation of safety.
Oh, his face, bro. His eye. Look at this, y'all. His eye is like stuck shut, bro. Up here is, ouch. Damn. Now, this other dude over here, this deeper melanated male right here is Jay Reed. He's the other victim.
Entering someone's property for business-related matters.
I was called for some business. I was there to handle my business, bring 2 companies together, which is
damn, Zen. Facts, though.
ENT and Dodge Network together. That's what I was there for.
Okay. So I want to show you
facts, observing stuff. Shout out to you, observing.
You guys, the first clip actually, and this is the 16 of Nashua on the No Jumper show making a public statement about the event. And he doesn't seem too worried. He says he's lawyered up. He says it has nothing to do with him and that he's not concerned.
People have been given, you know, a longer leash in the sense that they're like allowed to pull up with more people and everything. And I think we really saw the downside of that the other day because some shit happened that in no way involved us. And yes, you guys can probably tell, yes, I have spoke to my lawyers and they've been very good in making me feel confident that there is no real case against us, given that nobody who works at No Jumper had anything to do with this. It didn't happen inside our building. It happened outside of our building.
Right, so the 16 talked to his quote unquote lawyers, which I'm not sure if he even has any lawyers because this sounds very stupid for them to say, oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, go talk about it on live. They got no case. Who cares if they got pistol whipped and knocked unconscious and were stripped naked and left for dead in the front yard of your business? What? Who cares? They're not. Fuck them. Those fucking pussies. And so that's what.
That's what I'm saying. I love his commentary because he's sarcastic as fuck. I love that shit.
The lawyers are apparently telling the 16 because he's going on and saying that he's fine. He didn't have anything to do with it, even though it was entirely facilitated by No Jumper. And so I want to explain why I think there is very much so a case against the 16 and No Jumper for premises liability. And that is because No Jumper, let's face it, is gang related. It's a gang podcast. And they have so many different gang members from different sets of different hoods. And they're all.
I do agree, Zen. I do agree.
It's like a melting pot of enemies. That's what No Jumper is. It's a gang hub. It's a hub. Okay, so it's extremely dangerous, and we've seen the danger over and over again. We've seen the danger of the gang activity at No Jumper, and so basically, the plaintiffs are going to have to, if they sue, they're going to have to prove that the 16 was negligent because he knew that there was danger at his building, and he didn't do enough to prevent.
Shout out to Sabrina. Sabrina had me rolling earlier when she was doing her live. I love that girl's commentary as well. Shout out to her.
People from being injured because of it. And so to him knowing that there's all this gangsterism.
Yeah, I love Point and Shoot. I swear, I like binge watched him one night and I should have took my ass to sleep, but I ended up staying up to like 4:30 in the morning just watching, like catching up, because that man is literally like the Akashic records of, you know what I'm saying, No Jumper. Like some of y'all know, you know, with Sonetta and you know, I got a lot of stuff over here at Sonetta too. We did Akashic records of that. But this man, Point and Shoot, literally is the Akashic records of No Jumper. And his videos are hilarious, but he speaks the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he puts it in a funny style type of way. It's hilarious. Yeah, it is a hub, Sabrina. I mean, the commentary be commentarying, but yeah, he telling the truth though.
Going on. He's not even at the building. He's got gangsters hanging out at his building. To me, that's allowing that to happen.
People have been given a longer leash, or like allowed to pull up with more people and everything. And I think we really saw the downside of that.
So the 16 allowed this to happen at his facility, knowing that all these gang members like to roost and hang out and shoot their dice and stuff all over.
Yes. So you know, allegedly Wack 100 didn't have much to do with it, but we gonna get to him, you know, a little bit in here. And then later as well, we gonna come back and I guess have to do another live stream because some information was brought out on to me about, you know, good old Wack 100 over there. You know what I mean? Cash Jones, you know what I'm saying? What they call him, C2 back, what the fuck? But yeah, dude is an informer. Look at
over the building there and do all this gangsterism. So the 16 knows that his building is dangerous. We remember I remember when Snoopy Badass ran into Bricc Baby because there was a minor.
Yeah, I had said that earlier. His impersonations are hilarious.
Scheduling issue at No Jumper, and they ran into each other. And Snoopy Badass like said he was going to stab someone in the neck. He pulled out a knife.
I was like, "When you run up on me, I'm gonna stab you in the neck." You know what I'm saying? Yo, run up on me, I'm gonna stab you in the neck, nigga.
So that was a potentially deadly situation at No Jumper not too long ago, and the 16 acknowledged that this was their fault, that this was they were negligent in this scheduling discrepancy. Listen to this.
Stream immediately before somebody that he has issues with is going to do an interview. So the ball was kind of dropped in regards to the No Jumper team on that. You know, I guess I didn't emphasize it enough. So I got to take the blame for that, for the fact that this happened. We need to be a lot more on point when it comes to potential Oppie encounters.
Now, first of all, really quick, right? Bro, a scheduling issue, like, come on now. When you know that you got, you know, rivals, gang rivals, you got to be a little bit more, you know, accountable with it, for number one. But let's continue.
He encounters. What? So he knows that there's like rival gangs that are coming in and out of this place. That's a known hazard. That's extremely hazardous. That's so hazardous to me. To me, that's like a life and death hazard. You got all.
And then just to act like, oh, it's something that we overlook. No, bro, that could have ended tragic. and let a murder happen up there or something. It's gonna go down.
These gang members talking about each other on this podcast. Everyone knows where this building is. This building is like a hot spot for gang activity. People just don't feel safe at this facility because of all the armed gang members that all don't like each other that are walking around and stuff. And the guests are not comfortable because they know that No Jumper is a targeted building.
Yeah, so we not talk about the fact that she almost got the. We feel as if somebody might have been lying in wait for her.
Somebody outside.
I can think of somebody.
Somebody was waiting for me.
Do you have any idea who it could have been?
Man, it was a nigga.
Hey, MK, watch how Adam's face be looking.
It was a dark skin.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Because let me tell you, I was super paranoid. I'm like, this is being promoted right
Facts, observing stuff.
now. There's people in LA right now.
Yeah.
So she knows how dangerous it is just for her to be sitting there. Okay, this is a real. I'm not joking. This isn't a joke. I'm actually saying this is a dangerous place. The 16 is just using these people that he's making thumbnails. He's pitting these gangsters against each other, and then they're just sitting ducks. It's bizarre. It's fascinating.
All right, I didn't realize that Bricc Baby had been booked to do the news because, like, let's be real, we don't have that many like oppie encounters that we're trying to avoid. The one consistent one is that when Wack comes
Oh,
through,
no, honey.
we can't.
Cringe as hell when he says oppie. You know what I mean? Adam be trying his hardest to be cool as hell.
Have Crip Mac
Same.
around or Bricc Baby around.
SPI.
So that's like the main
Same.
one.
Right, so he just says Wack 100's the main one that they got to worry about. And they have to make sure that none of his enemies are there, or else it could be probably potentially dangerous. And it just so happens that Wack 100, aka Three Fingers Wack, was standing right next to the guy that got beat to shit, and he was standing right there when he got punched. So he's directly involved. Isn't that a coinky dink? And Three Fingers Wack is known for violence. He is extremely violent, and that's just the way it is. And so the 16 having Wack 100 around in any way is a liability, in my opinion. I mean, let's face it, Wack 100 is a Pacoima Pyru. He's from a criminal street gang. And so he's a very dangerous person. He walks around with a gun on his hip. I thought he was a felon. What's he doing with a gun on his hip? Why is he on camera with a gun on his hip? At No Jumper. This is at No Jumper, and I want to show you this.
One, right? And the show is so
Yes.
like on pop. Hey, listen. Hold on. What's up? What's up?
So Wack 100 allegedly has a problem with Jala,
Frederick Jolly is my real name.
and so he jumps
So wait a minute, hold on, because he about to get into it, right? I almost don't even got to give no commentary, but I want to throw my little, 2 cents in here now. But all the stuff that just came out in the whole Rico with Big U and stuff like that, and this nigga Cass Jones is a felon, and he has a gun on him on the podcast. However, he not in jail, never went to jail for this situation. That's definitely interesting.
up out of his chair with his gun, and he runs over to apparently assault him or to try to assault him or whatever.
And then also, really quick, Jala, bro, Frederick Jala, okay, Flacco, you run up on Flacco, the stuttering buffoon. Shout out to those that stutter, but Flacco just is fucking annoying, okay, period. But bro, Flacco, like that was, you ain't run up on nobody else, but Flacco, you ducking fades, you done diss the fuck out of what's his name's mother and shit like that, bro. J Diggs, ain't his name J Diggs? Like what? Yeah, J Diggs, yeah. But you want beef with Flacco?
But here's the deal. This was incredibly inappropriate. Why is Wack 100 picking fights with Jala? Why is he not picking fights with people? He's running from like 19 fades right now. J Diggs is looking for him, and Wack 100's scared as fuck of J Diggs. If no one, you can't even mention J Diggs' name around Wack 100.
No, it don't. Flacco means skinny in Spanish. I'm dead. He probably gonna get a BBL. Didn't YouTube checks come out today? Child, Flacco is on his way to the surgeon right now. Okay, period.
100, he'll start to tremble and he'll just start shaking like a mini bike because he's so scared. And so I thought that was really interesting that he's going after Jala. Jala's not even he's a non-opponent. Like he couldn't even get up and run away if he wanted to. Jala has no choice but to just play it cool and sit there. What's he gonna do?
I'm telling you, Flacco gonna come back. Jala over here gonna come back with a whole BBL. All this gonna be slimmed down. He already got the booty. So really he gonna get a liposuction. Whatever, and I hope he gets the thigh suction too, because his thighs are out fucking rageous. Okay, I just don't feel appropriate to talk about this man's thighs. But child, why is my shit so? Hold on, Let me calm down for a second. Hold on. It's still acting crazy. Let me check my router, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Are we good? They tweaking. Okay. All right, let me bring this back up now. But they don't even want me to talk my little shit. Okay. Jala finna come up in here with his thighs is gonna be slim and muscular as fuck, girl. Like, you ain't never gonna see no thighs in your life that's gonna be, you know, Flacco's new thighs. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? That way, if Wack 100 ever run up on him like this again, you know, with a gun on his hip as a whole felon, child, he can get up out that chair and run up out of there. You know what I'm saying? And save his own life.
If Jala panicked, he would look exactly like an overturned desert.
I guess it's wishful thinking, observing stuff.
Tortoise, just waving his arms and legs around. You know what I mean? Jala can barely move. And so we got Pacoima Pyrus charging after civilians in the workplace with pistols on them, getting involved. The pistols get involved. This is really dangerous. And so this no jumper facility is completely out of control. I'm wondering, why is the 16 allowing such violence? This is a danger. I mean, they knew that there was danger. And there's everywhere you look at no jumper, there's some sort of gang member sort of banging on someone, okay?
Look, pop my shit out. Nigga, I'm saying where I'm from myself. I'm saying, let them niggas know. They know. You talking to me like that. Where I'm from myself. So you say pop that shit. I don't know what the fuck you mean. Clapping your hands. You keep clapping your hands at me on insane crap. I don't know what that means. Stop talking to me like that.
Now, and fun fact, DW Flame, he did an interview with 607 some crazy ass nigga, right? Who got this weird ass charge that involves like him allegedly holding hostage some white boy or whatever in Illinois, but it was very strange. But him and DW Flame did a live stream together, and the subject of snitching came up. I might have to go back and look at it, child. But it seemed to me like DW Flame was co-signing the snitching type of shit, which is very interesting.
So what I'm getting from this is that people are just free to gangbang on this platform. This is a gangbang platform, okay? Bricc Baby's the fucking mascot of No Jumper. He's one of the most crippinest crips that ever cripped.
Bitch, the only reason I ain't come outside kill one of you niggas cause I was the
Damn, why is it fucking up? I might have to calm down. They don't want me to talk my shit, y'all. Hold on. Damn.
one of these white niggas. Blue, nigga. And it's blasted, nigga. Come on, bro. Hey, nigga, I got more murders than you got squabbles, bitch. In the hood, nigga. Dead homies. You got more skulls than you got squabbles in the set, bitch. On the hood, nigga. Before.
And look how Lush just sits there like, oh, like he ain't never seen shit in his motherfucking life. Lush is an instigator as well.
Hey, I got more skulls than you got squabbles. That's on my folk babies.
So as you can see, this is a gang war zone. This place is completely out of control. It's a dangerous environment, and I would never travel there. So I just wanted that to be shown so we can move on, because I want to show you guys this guy, Luce Cannon. This guy's fucking stupid. What? So Luce Cannon is Three Fingers Wack 100's business partner, butt buddy, sidekick, whatever you want to call him. He's always around Wack 100, it seems. And I think what it is I think that Wack 100 uses Luce Cannon to keep him safe. You know, because Wack 100 is always running his mouth on the internet. So whenever Wack 100 goes in public, he always has to have Luce Cannon standing right next to him to keep him safe, to protect him. Luce Cannon is a self-proclaimed gangland enforcer.
I told you, I was a big useless enforcer. I kept him safe. I kept a lot of people safe.
So this is probably, in my opinion, what Luce Cannon does for Wack 100 as like his zesty bodyguard, okay? And I think that they're more than friends. I think that they're actually in a romantic relationship.
I like what he said. Somebody be like, okay.
Behind the scenes, and I think that that's beautiful, and I think that there's no shame in that, but I want that to be included because I think it's important. Wack 100 won't shut the fuck up about him. They're obviously attracted to each other. Wack 100 mentions Luce Cannon every chance he gets. Oh, me and Luce Cannon, we going in business. It's nauseating. Like, we get it. You guys are in love. Shut the fuck up already. Now, I want to explain Luce Cannon. So Luce Cannon is a nepotism crip. Okay, that means that he's an honorary crip from a set that his father was from. So his dad was a Rolling 60, and so that means that Luce Cannon grew up thinking that he was that also, even though he did not grow up in Los Angeles. He grew up in the IE. Okay, he was very privileged. So he's not an authentic crip, and that's why he doesn't have his name. He named himself. Usually you have a street name that other people give you. Well, he didn't grow up like that, so he actually had to give himself a name, and I want to refer to his brother. His twin brother exposed him for why he calls himself Luce Cannon, and this is fucking hilarious. Watch this.
His name, Luce Cannon. He never got it from the internet. We grew up watching wrestling, right? So his favorite wrestler was Luce Cannon, Brian Pillman, and that's where he named himself Luce Cannon.
So Luce Cannon's idol was Brian Pillman from WCW. What? Now, when I first heard this, I hit the fucking floor laughing. I couldn't believe. So Luce Cannon's idol is a fake pro wrestler. So that would explain so much about why he's doing all this stuff online.
Old school, soft. This is what happens. A valuable lesson.
He would never, ever forget.
Hair swelling, bruising, embarrassed. His girl took off her shoes and gave him the stilettos. He walked out of there as a woman that night. It's over. But here we go with the footage. Sweetie! Sweetie!
So I know a lot of people are thinking, like, is this guy, like, you know what I mean? Did he ride on school buses that were very compact when he was growing up? You know what I mean? Like, you know where I'm going with this, but I don't think so. I'm like 70-30 in favor of, I don't think he's stupid enough to be considered, differently abled. So, but he is extremely stupid, and this is a liability to have someone this short-tempered, this stupid, this violent associated with your premises. So I want to play this clip from Back on Fig. This is Wack 100 and Luce Cannon being very weird and sounding like snitches. Listen to this.
When I found out, the nigga tried to turn me in. He sent a video to Alex Alonso, and then he sent it to my probation officer, and now I have one for my arrest. Dead homies. They trying to get me locked up because I know too much.
Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy.
And I'm gonna be real. We all got people, family members, homeboys who did crossed over into law enforcement.
What the fuck so Wack says we all got people that's crossing over into law enforcement. No, we don't. Absolutely no, we don't. That's really weird. So Wack 100 has friends in law enforcement. What? And he's got friends and family in law enforcement. That's very interesting. And Loose Lips over here talking about all this shit. I guarantee you Wack 100 before they went on here was like, don't say nothing about no law enforcement, nothing like that. I don't know nothing about that. I don't want to be involved in nothing like that. You keep that to us because we gonna set ourselves up to, he's got a, what do you call it? Pep talk, or prep him. He's got to coach him along. There it is. You got to coach him. He's got to coach Luce Cannon. And so he's like helping Luce Cannon answer the questions and like, yeah, no, Alex Alonso, and let Luce Cannon talk. So Wack 100's like, God damn it, this motherfucker's so stupid. Because he is. Listen to him talk. But he's like, he said I had warrant for my arrest. Dead homies. And I said that I was an informant, and he said that I wasn't one. Right, Wack? And Wack's like, I don't know that dude.
Guess what his warrant was for? Domestic abuse.
And so Luce Cannon and Wack 100 basically function as a unit. They're like in a relationship, basically. When Wack 100 stands up to leave the room, Luce Cannon stands at attention and follows him out. And he does it exactly like a little bitch. Look at this clip.
You and True come sit down for a minute. That's the first exclusive. That's a hit single right there.
Man, come on, man. Y'all got the single out?
Hell yeah, going crazy.
Look at this fucking this Raptors jersey is way too tight. This looks so stupid.
I wonder if it's Sharice's shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like he wearing his girlfriend's shirt. That's crazy.
How embarrassing. He's got his big old sloppy tits just bulging out of this fucking youth size fucking jersey. You know what I mean? Like, what is he?
Wow. She's a probation officer, parole officer. Interesting.
Doing?
I did not know that.
Stupid. So he follows Wack 100 around everywhere he goes. They're always, talking about each other and everything. They're very, very good friends and close business associates. They're in business with each other too. And it's funny because Wack 100, like, it seemed like he was trying to distance himself from Luce Cannon and pretend like I don't even know that dude. He got his own thing. He's trying to create distance because of this assault. Look at it.
You know my people. My people, when I get here, they're here. If you ain't here when I get here, I ain't fucking with you. So I don't send my people out because they gonna go out and I know whoever it is ain't with me, right? I say, Luce, whoever out there, maybe they your people go check. So he goes out.
So he does this and he does that. So Wack 100 doesn't want anything to do with Luce Cannon anymore. Apparently, he wants to distance himself. He's saying that Luce Cannon's not even his people.
It definitely can't fit him. It's somebody baby mama's shirt, child. It may not be his, but it's somebody's. Okay, period.
Said I didn't send my people out there. Luce Cannon said. So Luce Cannon, it's all Luce Cannon's fault. It's not Wack 100's fault. That's interesting how quickly he folds like that, especially considering that Wack 100, just the other day, Wack 100 was talking about how they were business partners. They were going into business. They are pretty much like life mates.
Like, so I've been telling him for the last 3 months, I'm gonna set us up to just let's win with success. For the last 3 months, we just set up 4 or 5 different businesses at launch in 2025. So me and Luce Cannon, we got Dash Network, Dash Unlock.
Remember Dash Network?
We just invested in that.
Me and Luce Cannon, we got Dash Network, Dash Unlock, we just invested in that.
Me and Luce Cannon, we got Dash Network, Dosh unlocked. We just invested into that.
We got a medical treatment facility coming later 2025. We just bought the building.
Not a medical facility.
And we built tiny homes, 100 community tiny homes, rental communities. And we also got a bank that's going to back financing your rents. A new thing, because we tired of the homelessness.
So just the other week, Luce Cannon was like Wack 100's other half, basically. You know what I mean?
What?
Like they were in business together. They had big plans for the future. I mean, they're not Luce Cannon's not Wack's people. Wack 100's going to say, I didn't send my people out there. I sent Luce Cannon out there. Luce Cannon is your people. Okay. And I'm just wondering how Luce Cannon feels about being thrown under the bus like this. I mean, I'd like to also mention it wasn't too long ago that Luce Cannon was saying mean things about Wack 100 and about how he wasn't a gangsta and how he was a little ass bitch.
Because neighborhood Luce Cannon, aka Rapid Fire, you know what it is. Putting it on Paru this, Paru that. Nigga, nobody's saying you do nothing. Like, you have to really start watching your mouth because niggas don't play that. Niggas play for keeps. Like, you talking about let's get down. You bitch ass nigga, you don't want to get down with the low nigga. And you could put that on Paru. Oh, let me call Big U. Let me do this. He don't fuck with you. Nigga, you's a bitch. He don't fuck with rats. He don't fuck with rat lovers.
So this is really interesting. Somewhere along the way, Luce Cannon decided that Wack 100 was, in fact, not a rat lover. And then they became best friends, and now they're basically fucking conjoined twins. What? You know what I mean? So that's really interesting. That wasn't that long ago. So I'm thinking Luce Cannon may flip on Wack, and we may have, Wack may be in danger. Okay. Wack, do you understand that Luce Cannon is probably going to flip on you? Do you understand? How does that make you feel to know that you could just get snaked at any moment? Just throwing that out there. Now for this next clip, we're going to hear Luce Cannon's side of the story on why he viciously attacked those poor gentlemen that fateful night. Look at this. This is Luce's side of the story.
Wandering around the parking lot, you know who they are. And Wack was like, nah, I don't know who they are. So I'm like, oh, I don't know, but let me go out and holler at him. So I walk out, right? I walk out with the dude, and he was like, man, I got a problem with Wack. I'm like, you got a problem with Wack about what? Yeah, I just got a problem with him. I'm like, you do? So I called Wack over there. Wack, come over here. Dude was like, man, you running this type of content and stuff like that. And Wack was like, what content? Wack pulled out his phone. Once Wack pulled out the phone, he was like, oh, this content? And then the dude was like, everything is not content. I say, you right. So, y'all see the results. Smack. Let's get to it, right?
That made zero sense. So at what point was there an argument or he just said everything is not content and then you just took off on him and started attacking him? That's really weird. And speaking of weird, that's not what Wack 100 said happened. He actually said that this was all gang activity. So here is Wack's version of the story. And this is all snitching, by the way. This is all telling. They're telling. The cops are watching this.
Donnie walks in. Donnie tell you this. Soon as I saw them heads, I say, bro, whoever that is, get them out of here. When you leave, bro, I don't let nobody in this building. If you're here and it's cool, then it's cool. I respect your building. I'm not bigger than this program. Donnie will tell you, as soon as they walked in, I didn't even get a chance to see. I said, yo, whoever that is, tell them wait outside, bro. I don't know if it's some loose people or what. So when you called and said there's two people in the back.
Y'all remember what they're saying.
You know my people. So I don't send my people out. I say, Luce, whoever out there, maybe they're your people, go check. So he goes out. I come out. They most.
Yes, everybody's over 36.
For me to come over there. I come over there, right? I say, what's up? What's the issue? And Luce says, so you came up here for content, right? He says, well, however you want to put it, cuz. So Luce tells him, you came up here for content, right? He says back to Luce, whatever, cuz, how you want to put it, on gangster. Luce says, nigga, this is on neighborhood, okay? In this jungle, Adam. Anything gangster Crip, anything neighborhood Crip is automatically enemies. That's Crip situation going on, right? I'm a Paru. It's two men. So what do? I take a step back. That point in time, because if I get in the middle of it and one of them swing, my people activate it.
So I think this is all my opinion, but I think Wack 100 is trying to come up with a reason why he's being shown taking a step back on camera a split second before the punch is thrown, almost as if he knew the punch was coming, as if it was planned maybe. So that's really interesting. And another thing, during the uncensored video that's up on Twitter, Wack 100 stays silent throughout the beating until the pistols come out. And then he says, no, stop, no, stop.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
But he didn't say no, stop during the initial beating. It's almost like he wanted it to happen. It seems like it plays out like a movie scene. It fits perfectly. And so this is not looking good. The 16, like I said, is probably very nervous about a lawsuit. He's probably irritated at the fact that this is terrible press.
This is the thing that pissed me off about it, is the fact that people always want to put out this bullshit narrative about No Jumper and say that this is a gang hangout, that there is violence taking place all the time, when in reality, How many times has that actually happened?
It doesn't need to have happened over and over again for there to be a potential danger, you fucking stupid cock. Do you understand? You're not going to get out of this just by going, oh, no one else has been beaten nearly to death, so I'm not liable. You may be liable, okay? Absolutely. Absolutely.
That we are just a place for violence and that this is a place where it's almost encouraged that people be attacking each other. I 100% disagree with that. But then now we have this new thing that basically makes it seem as if that is the case. And I very much resent it. And, you know, if this was a situation where people just showed up talking shit, trying to fight, and Luce Cannon did what he did to them.
So he's coping and he's coping and he's coping and he's worried, okay? And so I want to play you this next clip because I think it shows that the 16's sort of banking on there being no police report because they're all gang members. Gang members don't file police reports, but in order to sue someone, it's really favored if you have a police report so that the court can acknowledge this as a serious matter with legitimacy to it. So the 16 thinks that, or he's hoping, I think, that there's going to be no police report.
I think like really we're just kind of waiting to see, will there be a police report filed? Because from what I'm hearing, the dudes who seemingly were assaulted are gang members. From my perspective, gang members usually don't call the cops on other gang members.
So the 16's just basically waiting to see if he's, you know, he's calling their bluff. He's like, look, you know, we're just waiting on a police report. I thought they were gangsters. They're not going to file a police report, are they?
They say Jay Reed made a statement and is working with the police. The police tried to contact Adam. Adam 22 make a statement. He refused.
Well, it looks like the 16.
Really quick, I want to state, right? If y'all remember a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago, allegedly the feds came and talked to Adam at his house. And, you know, then he allegedly met up with them or whatever. Now, in my opinion, they may have also asked about this situation as well, or maybe for the cameras at the building or whatever, in the parking lot, whatever, for the night of that event, because this situation is referenced in the RICO paperwork. We're going to take a look at that in a minute.
Of Nashua got himself an answer, didn't he? What? So the police are on the case, and that means that a police report may have been filed.
Yeah, that part observing stuff. Facts.
A lawsuit getting ready to get filed, okay? So we may have to kick a cuck's ass out of town after all of this, you know? I mean, these guys got stripped down naked, the public humiliation. They had their ding-dings all over the internet for everyone to see. That sounds so damaging, so horribly life-changing and damaging. So much that, I mean, I think that the 16 should have to pay millions, just me personally, but I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a spectator. I'm a commentator. I do not give a shit what happens. I don't care if there's a lawsuit or there's not a lawsuit. I just think it's funny that the 16 is going through all this and that there's so much bad press. There's so much negative press about No Jumper. I think that's actually the main point here is the damage has been done regardless of lawsuits. You know, this is terrible. This was so harmful to the No Jumper brand that I just think it's so funny.
Point two, Luce.
All right, now we're going to get into a really quick, like about a minute of a description of this whole situation and how it's in the RICO. And then we're going to hear from KB will narrate, right? I kind of put the little video together, but KB will narrate a portion of it. Then after that, we will hear from one of the victims in the jumping at No Jumper.
Cannon continues to commit and discuss robberies and other violent acts. Lately, Luce Cannon has claimed in multiple interviews that he is no longer affiliated with Big U, whom he now refers to as Big Useless or Big Uterus. However, Luce Cannon continues to discuss former Big U enterprise business to discuss and threaten.
Hold on really quick, y'all. This StreamYard is acting crazy.
And to actually commit the same. For example, on January 3rd, 2025, outside of the No Jumper podcast filming location in Los Angeles, Luce Cannon struck a victim in the head multiple times with a firearm and pointed the firearm at the back of his head, while two other suspects removed valuables from the victim, including jewelry, cash, and a cell phone in excess of $5,000. This is something that went viral literally just a couple of weeks ago. The victim lost consciousness during the incident, which was captured on video and posted to social media, apparently to stoke fear and boast of Luce Cannon's penchant for violence. After the incident, Luce Cannon posted a 7-minute video on his YouTube channel discussing the beating, stating that he used to be Big Useless's enforcer and that he loves to.
This shit fucking up. StreamYard is really acting the fuck up. StreamYard is really acting up, bro. This shit crazy.
Fight and that the incident could have went a lot worse. Luce Cannon's post.
Facts, it definitely is. That's crazy. Useless is crazy, but big uterus, like,
also played a portion of the assault. I'm sure all of y'all probably have heard about this fade that took place at the No Jumper office, right? It was a little squabble that went down, and by squabble I mean just a full-on assault. But Luce Cannon, Wack 100, they're at the No Jumper office. Adam 22 has dipped off. It is after hours, and apparently there was these two guys that some people are saying was goons, some people are saying they were not. I've heard that one of them might have been a preacher, who knows? But there was two guys up there, and they wanted to have a conversation with Wack 100. Wack 100 had Luce Cannon with him. Luce Cannon goes outside, sparks a conversation with these guys that results in Luce Cannon unleashing his criminal side, smacking these dudes in the head with the hammer, beating them while they was down, and the whole time they weren't fighting back. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna post the video here. This is YouTube, and YouTube does not like that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna post it here, but I'm sure y'all might have seen the video. But since then, we have started to see the fallout from it all. We started to see people trying to explain what happened. We started to see people distance themselves from the situation. People like Adam 22, people like Luce Cannon, right? And Adam 22 is trying to put some distance between him and this whole situation because, you know, it's 2025 and hey, it's time to turn over a new leaf and be a new person. He says he does not want to see this type of behavior going down at No Jumper, even though No Jumper's whole thing is just having a bunch of gang members packed in the same building for the sake of drama content. But after it all went down, Adam 22 basically sent a warning to anybody that is an affiliate of No Jumper that if this continues to happen, there's gonna be consequences.
I guess I'm just gonna make this explicit since I've been rocking like this from my perspective of the past month, 2 months, but just generally speaking, I'm just not really like responding to the same amount of bullshit that I've been in for the last, couple years. I'm just really focused on the business, focused on making good content. And there's a lot of thirsty ass content creators that just be out here trying to get a reaction from me. And I just want to let the people know that by and large, I'm ignoring it. So you can go on, have your little content mill, your little day-to-day, trying to get it in with the 22 still. I'm on to bigger and better things.
I hate when bigger content creators, when something happens and other people talk about it, they're allegedly clout chasing.
A lot of stuff going on. I got a lot of stuff I'm working on. And the last thing on my mind is just responding to a bunch of dorks making videos about me. So if you hear silence coming from me in response to a lot of stuff, that's why. It's because realistically, I kind of been there, done that. And 2025 is not about that for me. So I'm not putting any names in it. But nothing has changed. Anybody who brings any type of violence to my office, to the building, to my area, you are immediately X'd out. You're not allowed on the property. So there's a lot of people I like that this applies to. If you do any of that bullshit, it's over. It's 100% over. So take it for what it is. I don't appreciate that. If you got a problem with somebody, you can go meet up with them in the Walmart parking lot, whatever. But please do not think that you're going to bring that kind of bullshit around my spot and not get immediately expelled, suspended, etc. So no games, 2025. If you do any of this bullshit, you're out.
Right, because
he looked uncomfortable as hell.
How dare gang members participate in gang activity when they are at work? I don't know. I find it kind of laughable that Adam 22 thinks that he can have all of these prominent gang members at his facility and never have drama. It's just kind of odd because it's not like this is a new thing for No Jumper. This type of thing has been happening up there for years at this point. Also, I don't know why he's addressing his employees and stuff on a video that went to the public, bro. Just sit everybody down and talk with them. Oh, that's right. You can't because you have such a politically charged gang atmosphere that would be impossible. But anyways, Adam 22 ain't having none of that. If you bring it around, you're gonna be expelled, because that's so much worse than going to jail for assaulting somebody on camera. Incredible stuff. Now, the person who was recorded assaulting those guys on camera. Luce Cannon actually made his own videos talking about this whole situation, where he's pretty much like, yeah, I did it. It's me on camera committing an actual felony, but I did it because I'm really him. I'm really gangster like that.
Look, y'all gotta stop playing. There's a reason why they call me the boogeyman. Like, this is facts. It's not no fairy tale. This is not what these rappers, like, they portray my life. Bro, I'm just blessed to be a music producer, an artist, a rapper, an entertainer, everything. An actor.
Everything. An actor.
Everything. An actor.
Bro is just naming occupations at this point. It's like somebody asked him to write a resume. He ain't had no job, so he just started writing down everything. Bro said, I'm an actor, I'm a rapper, I'm a gangster. I am a jack of all trades, but master of none.
But I'm just a real tough dude that stand on everything I say. So y'all don't get it misconstrued. I want problems. If I'm giving up this energy, and you have a problem with it, do something. Because when I see you, I'm going to do something. It ain't going to be no facts. It ain't no mystery.
It ain't no facts. That nigga just said it ain't no facts. I meant to loop that, but he just said that.
Nothing like that. I just get busy. Point blank, plain and simple. Like it or not, I am him.
What happened at No Jumper? Y'all have to understand this, right? I don't run fake plays. I don't run the imaginary content that y'all be thinking that somebody's gonna just run and try to set somebody up and pay somebody to take a whooping. It don't work like that with me.
Now, he lied right there, because recently, if y'all know, allegedly him and Bricc Baby was cellmates. Bricc Baby came out and said a whole bunch of shit, but he also stated that him and Luce Cannon are not cellmates. Whereas at the same time, him and Luce, the fake Luce Cannon's baby mama Sharice was acting like they was when they was on a jail phone call and all this and that, right? And then there's a whole bunch of other shit. Like, this dude is a fabricating ass fool at this point.
I'm raw, I'm authentic, I'm real. I am sometimes.
Every time I turn on my camera, this motherfucker be acting up. I'm about to switch these computers though. Hopefully by the time I go live next time.
Real. See, when y'all be cloud chasing and acting like y'all really want a problem, I'm gonna give it to you. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna give it to you, sweetie. Sweetie!
Bro, this is a grown ass man. Like, what are you doing?
If Adam is a gangster, I don't know what to say, child.
Bro, I look at this type of behavior right here, bro. This is just grade A top tier clown shit. Like, this is what you're willing to throw your freedom away for, bro? Because you wanted to look tough assaulting somebody on camera, and then you wanted to brag to the internet about how you're him. You really that guy. You're what everybody's favorite rapper raps about. Like, bro, this is corny, and it's corny on the highest level.
This is what happens when people clout chase. So let's go from the beginning. We were doing the Adam and Wack show. Adam is leaving the building. Adam FaceTime Wack. Hey, Wack, it's two people that's, wandering around the parking lot. You know who they are? And Wack was like, no, I don't know who they are. So I'm like, oh, I don't know, but let me go out and holler at them. So I walk out, right?
And that's a damn shame. It really is. But in reality, they need that type of content to, you know what I'm saying, get clicks and views like that. Because that shit be boring as hell when he be over there, like Flacco be over there and the other niggas and shit like that. You know what I mean? It don't be until like somebody go over there and incriminate themselves to where it get a little juicy or whatever. That's why he keep doing it. He know the risk, but he just keep doing that shit.
I walk out with the dude, and he was like, man, I got a problem with Wack. I'm like, you got a problem with Wack about what? Yeah, I just got a problem with him. I'm like, you do? So I called Wack over there. Wack, come over here. Dude was like, man, you running this type of content and stuff like that. And Wack was like, what content? Wack pulled out his phone. Once Wack pulled out the phone, he was like, "Oh, there's content," and then the dude was like, "Everything is not content." I say, "You right." So y'all see the results. Smack. Let's get to it, right?
So if I'm hearing it correctly, according to Luce Cannon, these dudes simply wanted to have a conversation about some content Wack 100 had ran. And instead of just having a conversation about it, according to Luce Cannon, the guy on video committing the crime, he didn't waste no time. As soon as he heard, "Oh, you got a problem with this contact," smack. Bro, I just know they're going to play this in court when they come arrest this dude.
So how far do y'all expect me to go if somebody's clout chasing? I want to really understand this, right? Understand your mental, right? Because if me and Wack was on the other foot, y'all be saying, "Oh, this is what they get. This is what they got. They clout chasing. They thought they was untouchable and stuff." But then when it goes the way it's going to go, "Oh, it's fake. It's a fake play. This is..."
I feel like right there, Luce Cannon is speaking his truth. He only did this because he wanted to please everybody that was watching. His exact words was, "What do y'all expect? Some of y'all want me to react and be G. Some of y'all don't want me to react and be a G." Yup. And this is the problem with trying to be popular online, trying to win everybody's favor, trying to portray this image right here. Bro really risked his freedom and his life and somebody else's life so that he could look tough on the internet. I don't know, bro. Where I'm from, they might even tell you that that's some hoe shit you just did because you did it so that the internet would think you tough. Call me crazy, but that's what I think about it. He did
facts, and he think he cool as hell. And then Sharice acting like she don't know where any of these charges come from and all this and that, why his name wrapped up in it, why he locked up. Like, girl.
He did it for the internet and he did it for Daddy Wack. Yeah, he did it because he wants to continue to get acceptance from Wack 100 and the internet. Again, like I said, that's clown behavior. Now, this happened just right outside the No Jumper office. And we watched the video earlier of Adam 22 saying, "I'm not putting up with this no more. If y'all do this again, you gonna get expelled," which I don't think is gonna happen. The only popular show they got over there on the...
Bro, StreamYards is really fucking tweaking, bro.
Jumper right now is the Wack and Adam show. This situation was about Wack 100. He ain't firing Wack 100. I don't think he can fire Wack 100. I think he's scared to. But that isn't all Adam 22 had to say about it, because in their most recent episode, he did address this and share further thoughts on it. And to me, it just kind of seems like Adam 22 is trying to distance himself from the situation because he wants to protect his money. He doesn't want to get sued. So he goes on this podcast and tries to downplay No Jumper's involvement with this, basically shifting the blame, saying it had nothing to do with him or his company. And he tries to take the moral high ground, like, "Oh, I think it's wrong that it happened." But you can really tell deep down, the only thing Adam 22...
Now, really quick, I forgot to pan the little footage over or whatever. So, you know, Adam gonna be on this side or whatever, right? Closest to Wack. And over on the other side, you'll see at times Lush, and then also Bricc Baby was there during this.
Who cares about right here is not getting sued. He's not worried about the safety of the people that work at No Jumper. He's not worried about the safety of the pedestrians that might be walking around outside by No Jumper. He ain't worried about none of that. He's just worried about the almighty dollar.
No Jumper's in trouble. People are saying No Jumper's getting sued. No Jumper's about to be down the drains. No Jumper's future is in jeopardy. A lot of people really, really happy.
And days later, he came out and said, No Jumper's going broke. Not Adam 22's going broke, but No Jumper.
Be able to poke holes in the No Jumper success facade and to be able to say your days are numbered. Your platform that you've built up over the last 10 years is doomed. And actually, people are going to stop watching your platform and they're going to start watching me and my 3 friends in this basement. You are done.
Not all the ice cream gel.
22. And to all that, all I got to say, kiss my ass! Kiss it! Each and every one of you! Kiss
Now listen to this, y'all. This nigga nasty as fuck.
it! pucker up, plant those lips right on my dirty asshole that I don't even oftentimes wipe to completion. Sometimes I still leave a little bit of that downtown Judy Brown. That's all I gotta say. Actually,
ew, like, okay, he was probably trolling, right? But who the fuck say some shit like that?
I would not like to send those words. Those words are not going out to the victims, because to the victims, my heart actually goes out to you. But I mean, myself, I don't know a lot about what happened in this incident. This is not something that involved me in any way. Yeah. This is something that took place between people who were not invited to No Jumper.
What? Remember that?
And it is being trotted out and treated as if it was something that I in any way co-signed, that was in any way beneficial to my business. That is absolutely not true. The reality is,
shout out to Leak You,
is that the 22ster was not there. The 22ster had gone home.
Remember this.
These things took place outside of my building.
So right here is where we get into the deflection part of it, right? Oh, I don't know nothing about it. I wasn't here. I don't know what went down. I find it funny how Adam 22 knows everything except for what goes on at No Jumper when things go wrong, right? But you can see already, here comes the deflection.
This is my thing. Dueling narratives. There are two different narratives that you could choose to go with in this situation. And I think that there's different levels of likelihood to different situations. The situation that is more beneficial to one loose cannon, the side of the story that you might want to believe if you were Luce or somebody who's speaking on behalf of Luce, is the idea that people came to No Jumper unexpectedly, uninvited, and they got handled. Now, that story would be somewhat understandable.
Sounds good. This location ain't just everywhere like that
at all.
We wasn't at the store.
Exactly. And we weren't filming live content.
Yeah, and it wasn't live.
There was no reason for anybody to know that we were in this building at that moment.
Yeah, loose cat.
That part too, Zen.
It knows.
Especially that.
Well, fools never show up if they're not like invited or specifically a part of a program. They
very few examples of people showing up uninvited here over the years. And I guess the other side would be the idea that these people were in any way invited here. Now, if they were invited here, it was not done by me. It was not done by anybody who works at No Jumper. So I can't really attest to that. I think that that's a question of, what do the text messages say? Are there phone records? Do the phone records indicate this? Myself.
Oh, the police gonna know about all of that.
Personally, I walked outside right before I left. I saw two young gentlemen.
Facts. I'm telling you, that video that Point and Shoot did on Lush, that shit was hilarious. When he met Rosenberg or whatever.
Not really that young, but gentlemen for sure.
That's also a generous term in this case.
Were they gentle? I don't know.
Right,
yeah, it's up in the air.
I didn't know that Adam was an ex-junkie. Interesting. Well, hold on though, because I recently saw a video, right, where Adam was like that he ain't doing like blues no more or whatever, child. Like he doing fentanyl or something. What's good, Special K? He was doing some type of pills, child, and he said he ain't finna do them no more or whatever. But apparently most of the people there are on drugs. I would say like the only one that's not is probably like Flacco. Like for real though.
I spoke to them. Obviously, I'm slightly concerned when I walk outside.
Yeah, because somebody was trolling him, Lush, and said that he looked like Rosenberg. And I'm dead. I was dead. I was on the floor.
I see a couple of guys. And I say to them, I say, are you guys here for Wack?
No, I'm saying about the pills or whatever. He was saying that recently. It was in one of these clips. I want to say Point and Shoot, probably. I think that was that night that I just binge watched like 80 of his videos.
And they said, yeah. I say, okay. I shook their hands, determined that they didn't really see
that part though, y'all, because Adam is the cuck. He let his wife do shit. And then also, okay, so, you know, to each their own, right? If you get off with some same-sex shit or whatever, okay. But why did Adam, like, I guess, troll apparently and did this photo shoot with this, you know, alternative boy or whatever, and he was saying that he was gonna do porn with him, and then I guess it was just a publicity stunt or whatever. But he says, even Adam says that he does porn himself, and he also like did some dating show allegedly or whatever on their child with his wife and trying to hook her up with niggas. Like, what in the fuck? Like, dude is weird. Like, he's weird.
Seemed like they were a threat from my perspective. They didn't seem like they were on bullshit. At least they weren't on bullshit with me. They seemed cool. So I go to my car and get on the phone with Wack.
Special K, you remember that? That's crazy.
I said, there's 2 guys here. They're outside for you. He said, okay, I think I know who it is. I get off the phone with him.
A different response.
I drive away, and 10 minutes later, somebody sends me a video of this incident. Now, what happened exactly? I don't know. What you see in the video, to me, seems kind of self-explanatory. That being said, I would like to formally denounce any such behavior taking place at my building in any way.
There we go with the
It's too late.
Putting distance between him and the situation. Oh, I met the guys. I shook their hand. I'm the one told Wack 100 they was here.
Facts, Special K.
But then I left. I don't know nothing else other than that. I got a video sent to me 10 minutes later of it happening, but I don't know what happened. So he's in communication enough to get the video sent to him, but not to figure out what went down.
Hey, I'm Chosen. What's good?
Yeah. Okay, bro.
Consider this an act of extreme disrespect for anybody to get into any such situation at No Jumper when we're just merely trying to make content. Now, that being said, like, if somebody showed up and they wanted...
And then how he acts like it's just innocent, like, oh, we're just merely trying to make content. We just merely, have scheduling issues where we have a blood and a crip coming in at the same time. And we, know that there's issues between them. There's a lot of incidents that's happened. Shout out again to Point and Shoot, because again, Point and Shoot is literally the Akashic records of No Jumper.
To be aggressive, it would be understandable that they might be handled physically.
They spoke out already. So shout out to Young at Hefe.
Okay, they spoke out through his YouTube channel. Yeah. He said that he had spoken to them.
He spoken. Okay.
Wow.
And I saw Ricc said he had a conversation with him as well. Shout out to Ricc. I liked what you were saying.
Yeah, shout out to Compton.
They said that they...
Now, remember that part, because Adam just said, shout out to Compton, Ricc. Now, I don't know what their relationship is, but when we get to the interview with Jay Reed, shout out to Compton, Ricc, though. But when we get to it, there was some things that I don't think Adam listened to the whole interview, child. I'm just saying, but we'll get there.
We were under the impression that they were going to do an interview that day or something like that and pull it up. Because I can't say for sure because it wasn't them out the horse's mouth. And they're probably not trying to talk because they think they got action at trying to take your money. And that, first of all, property line. Let's talk. We're not even going to talk. Should I even talk about that?
Whatever.
Bricc Baby think he's smart as hell.
What do you want to say?
Because the property line, you weren't even at No Jumper, brother.
Man, that property line ain't got nothing to do with that. Them dudes was at No Jumper looking for No Jumper employees. No Jumper employees is who jumped them. That whole property line defense, bro, that's semantics. We know why they was there. Luce Cannon said why they was there. Adam 22 said why they was there. They was there to be at No Jumper, not at the porta potty out front.
Not like that, but
that fake ass laugh.
You weren't even here. So therefore, and it happened outside of No Jumper. Nobody from the No Jumper cast, nobody that gets a paycheck from No Jumper was involved with that fight.
This is true. A lot of people are saying No Jumper employees lined these guys up. There were no Jumper employees involved with this in any way. Luce Cannon does not work here. Luce Cannon was here with someone who is doing a piece of content with me.
Wack had to put the okay down. That's daddy. Just remember that.
First off, Bricc Baby got some real snitch tendencies. What do you mean Wack 100 had to give the okay? It sounded to me like Bricc Baby is trying to implicate Wack 100 and what happened. Even though in the video, Wack 100 didn't do nothing to these guys. It was just loose cannon. I mean, like Bricc Baby is trying to implicate Wack 100. He had to give the go ahead. Right? So I think that's kind of funny. But then also, you could hear Adam 22 going with that. These guys ain't employees of mine line. And again, bro, it's semantics. You have paid Loose Cannon to be on your platform before. You pay Wack 100 regularly to be on your platform. Just because they ain't W-2 employees don't mean nothing. You might not be employing them, but you have paid them. They are contractors. If I, as a business owner, hire a contractor, I don't know, let's say a roofer, to come change the roof on my building. And while that roofer is at my spot, somebody walks up on him and he goes to beating the shit out of them on my property, and it's a guy that I hired, I subcontracted this work to him. Guess what, bro? I could still be held liable for it, or at least my business could. You do have relationships with these people. You have paid these people. You do have to send them a 1099 at the end of the year so they can file taxes on the money you paid them. They are traditional employees, but they are and have been employed by you, bro.
Wack 100
I'm not going.
Is Wack an employee? I would say no.
No, but he gets a check.
No, but there still is.
He
There's
did,
a
but
different.
he didn't.
There's a difference.
Wack gets paid to do episodes with me.
No, he's not a part of No Jumper. I'm not trying to say as far as the lawsuit goes. I don't think it would go far as that goes, because it's not like somebody who's signed to you that, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is that he had to give the dude that is not a regular in the building the okay to even meet up with somebody here or around these premises. You get what I'm saying? We weren't involved in no way, shape, or form, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to put him out there either.
Yeah,
It is what it is. I know he detached himself from the situation, but at the end of the day, Loose Cannon can't even speak a whole sentence without that nigga butting in. You think he can make a decision without him butting in?
To me, Wack seemed surprised by the fact that anything happened. I don't think that Wack would co-sign somebody being set up at No Jumper. From my perspective, I consider it just super disrespectful and shitty that this in any way took place at our building. Realistically, this is the thing that pissed me off about it, is the fact that people always want to put out this bullshit narrative about No Jumper and say that this is a gang hangout, that there is violence taking place all the time, when in reality,
that's exactly what it is and what happens there. I don't know what he's finna say next, but No Jumper is definitely a gang hangout, and violence has occurred at No Jumper on numerous occasions. That cannot be debated, bro. It has happened. What is this dude talking about?
How many times has that actually happened? There's been a situation or two where people who didn't like each other saw each other and it was handled relatively quickly. There was the situation, obviously, with Kelpie and Suspect. That was sus.
That's not gang violence either.
Right, that was pimp on pimp violence. But either way,
it's safe enough for me to bring my kids up here.
Well, that don't say a whole lot, bro. Bricc Baby the type of dude take his kid to the trap house. The fuck?
And remember what Bricc Baby said, that he would bring his baby up there, because at the end, when we're done with the whole situation at No Jumper, we're gonna hear about Bricc Baby's paperwork and what it states in there, and it's disgusting, bro.
Like, he'll bringing his kid up there, don't change nothing. And I love how Adam 22 was like, I don't like how people portray this as a gang hangout where violence happens, and then goes on to name numerous.
Oh, I didn't even know about that. Shout out to you, MK. That's crazy.
Times where it has.
I mean, I definitely feel like you know, Wack 100, you know, put a battery in his back. Same shit that Big U, you know, did with, you know, the fake Loose Cannon or whatever. You feel what I'm saying?
Happened. It's like as he's speaking, he's slowly coming to the realization that, in fact, this is what goes down at No Jumper.
Exactly. Same here. And we have had so few issues here over the years. And I've always had to sit there and feel annoyed when I see people making the argument that basically No Jumper is this thing that I in no way relate to, that we are just a place for violence, and that this is a place where it's almost encouraged that people be attacking each other. I 100% disagree with that. But then now we have this new thing that basically makes it seem as if that is the case. And I very much resent it. Yes, you guys can probably tell, yes, I have spoke to my lawyers, and they've been very good in making me feel confident that there is no real case against us, given that nobody who works at No Jumper had anything to do with this. It didn't happen inside our building, it happened outside of our building. I think like really we're just kind of waiting.
No attorney would tell you that.
To see, will there be
in this situation, unless he was being not truthful with him about everything. Like, oh, I didn't know, and they, you know, they don't work for me, and you know, all that bullshit.
Police report filed. Because from what I'm hearing, the dudes who seemingly were assaulted are gang members. Now,
no, one's supposed to be a preacher,
and we've heard that as well. But either way,
love how he was trying to paint the victims of this situation as gang members. That was him trying to downplay their credibility, trying to smear their image so that it looked a little bit better on No Jumper. Like, oh, well, those was gang members that got hit. But Bricc Baby was pretty quickly like, I don't know, bro. I heard one of them might have been a preacher. You can see how Adam 22 was trying to shift the narrative right there. Also, at this point, you can clearly tell that Adam 22 is worried about getting sued. He said that he don't think there's enough evidence for a case, and he may be right. On the criminal side, No Jumper may have no criminal liability for what went down, but that don't mean there ain't.
I believe it, MK. I ran into a few, I believe, you know, then I started doing some looking into they shit and all that. Then, you know, it kind of made sense. Some of them came out initially like against Wack, then they got on his side, then they went against him, and now they're pulling down videos. And I didn't know that they were editing it out, but yeah, I believe it.
You know, civil liability.
I'm annoyed that this took place anywhere near my business, but do I feel like I have anything to worry about? I've been told by my legal counsel that this is not really something that I need to be worried about. And I feel like
that's what's up though, for real. You been posting videos on your page? Because if so, I'm not getting notified at all.
We've kind of realized over time that having multiple gang members in here at once is usually not the move.
No shit, Sherlock. I can't believe you even had to have drama to figure that out. I feel like I could time travel back to the Renaissance era and bring any random person back and ask them, should two opposing gang members be put in the same room? And they would probably know the answer is no. Talking about some overtime we've learned. I can't even believe you had to learn that.
So you try to really, like, even when we've been talking about the news.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's easy to think of a newscast that would do well that involves multiple gang members, because there's just like a lot of times they're interesting, funny, etc. But the bullshit that comes with having that is usually not worth it.
So then if it's not worth it, why do you keep doing it? I don't know. This whole thing reeks of hypocrisy, if you ask me. But
I told you.
Now we're going to be looking into the crash dummy, loose cannon.
Big useless enforcer. I kept him safe.
I told you, I was big useless enforcer. I kept him safe.
I told you, I was big useless enforcer. I kept him safe.
I kept a lot of people safe. Dead homies, like, I don't seem like I'm the toughest. Y'all be saying like, he don't look like a killer, but what a killer look like?
Y'all be saying like, he don't look like a killer, but
this right here is a portion of the video that the feds referenced in the paperwork.
What a killer look like?
Y'all be saying like, he don't look like a killer, but what a killer look like?
Not
because
true.
I stand on everything I say, because I'm not a marshmallow, sugar plum, soft sugar cookie, mayonnaise, yogurt, cottage cheese, soft. This is what they are. They are Hawaiian rolls, soft. They not like that. I peeled banana, soft. I peeled orange, soft. Say it be maple leaf with them. So I'm gonna show you a little clip, but you have to really understand I can't show you everything because everything is not meant to show, but it shows you enough to let y'all understand, keep playing with me, keep playing with Wack, keep playing with 600. Listen, we don't play around. We move militant. We don't move like how y'all move. What you thinking like, oh, you gonna have 5, 10 people? No, I'm gonna have 30, 40, 50 all the time. You want a head of fade? I'm gonna give you that. I love to fight. I'm gonna give you the head of fade. After I knock you out, then don't be mad when the homies pounce. When we see sheep, we're gonna pounce. So why y'all get mad? This is an example of stop cloud chasing. This is not what you want. I can't help it if I'm the realest in LA on the West Coast. I can't help that. I can't.
Who really believes he's the realest in LA?
Can't help it what I say and what I preach is real. What, you mad at me? Oh, you thought I was a buster? I'm gonna turn down something? I ain't turning down nothing. That's why you see me wear t-shirts. Dead homies. We ain't gonna do this, this fairy tale stuff and like make believe and y'all thinking that, yeah, like these YouTubers get it messed up. I'm not one of them. Sorry, sweetheart. I'm not.
Zid, your ass funny as hell.
Dude, y'all always be acting like, There's no going. I'm not going for it. It could have went a lot worse.
It could have went a lot worse.
It could have went a lot worse.
When I tell you I went there on love, man, that's what I.
All right, this is one of the victims, and he's gonna talk about it. I hope you guys remember Adam's story, Wack's story, and Luce Cannon. Let's go.
Went there on love, and I thought the brother was my brother. I really did. I thought Wack was my folks. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. And so for me, I'm just grateful I walked out there with my life, and I'm grateful to have you, Rock, to be able to put on this platform so you can understand and see. I'm not who they trying to make me out to be, bro. I really got love out here for these streets. And these tears ain't tears of sadness, brother. Just believe that I'm happy to be alive today.
What up, it's Compton Ricc with Compton Ricc Rock TV, and today we got a guy by the name of Jay Reed. In case you guys wonder who Jay Reed is viral all through social media. The guy that was attacked at No Jumper. He reached out to me for an interview, and I told him, I said, come on, man, you put me in a compromising position, but we go way back, so I just felt like, you know what, we got to get the content. So what's going on with you? How you doing today, homie?
What's up with the Compton Ricc Rock? You already know. Man, I'm Jay Reed, CEO of Deuce District Entertainment, founder of #Enough is Enough, Clean LA, Save IE, also the founder of Deuce District Clothing. Man, Rock, I just hate for us to come up on this situation like this, man. We've been knowing each other for a long time, but me dealing with the situation, I seen you cover the story, and so it was only right for me to reach out to you just because of the rapport that we had. And I thought no better place to come on than the Compton Ricc Rock TV and get the story out the right way. You understand what I'm saying? Because I want to change the narrative about me just being some guy that walked up in the back of No Jumper. That is not how it happens. I've been knowing you for a while. I've been knowing Luce Cannon for a while. I've been knowing Wack for a while. Make it even, to top it off, man, I was just in Vegas with these dudes about 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, not 2 weeks ago, but about 2 months ago.
Make it even,
Now, I did see a picture where in another video, where they was in Vegas and they was all together. Now, remember, Wack acted like he didn't know the dude. It was just, you know what I'm saying? Somebody for Luce Cannon, right? And Luce Cannon kind of just acted like, it was all over Wack and some content type of thing. That was not what it was about.
Top it off, man, I was just in Vegas with these dudes about 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, not 2 weeks ago, but about 2 months ago.
Make it even, to top it off. Man, I was just in Vegas with these dudes about 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, not 2 weeks ago, but about 2.
Damn, it's acting crazy again, child. I might have to leave StreamYards. They tweaking.
Months ago.
And, you can see the picture up on about that. So me being a nobody and just roaming, that's not it. So we're going to change that up right now. I know these people very, very well.
That's cool. Well, this is what I want to say. I covered
Interesting.
Content, and I didn't know it was you. When I seen it floating through YouTube, I did my commentary on it just like everybody else. And you can correct me if I was wrong. I said a few things. Me, when I cover content, man, I try to do the best that I can about the content. So if it was something that I said in there that might have been wrong, I think I said something about a preacher, as well as a lot of people saying it was a preacher guy that was with you. So this is what I want to know. Tell us how everything went. I want to know your reason for going to No Jumper, because that's what everybody want to know. You know what I'm saying? They said it was 2 guys floating around No Jumper. They came knocking on the door. They was looking for a particular guy that was in there. Wack. They said they was looking for Wack, and that's how everything started. So can you let us know what happened, man?
Man, let's go with this. Let's start like this. Like I said, I've been dealing with Luce Cannon and Wack for the past few months, already trying to do a joint venture with Dotch Network. For those that don't know, Dotch Network is a network that's up and coming, that's orchestrated behind my boy Travis Ford and a gentleman by the name of Mozzie. How we came up on the situation, I know Luce Cannon, so I try to connect the dots and put Luce Cannon and Mozzie together and make this connection work with the new exposure show. So we're talking about bringing exposure show onto the Dotch Network. So we've been in many conversations, many text messages, online, conversations. We've been talking, been going out, we do our thing. So for me to come up there and just be a nobody, that's just out of line. That's a false narrative. And I don't want y'all to believe that. I don't want y'all to think I'm somebody that just reckless like that and walking out there and coming up on somebody's property, not doing what I'm doing. I was called for some business. I was there to handle my business, bring 2 companies together, which is 100 ENT and Dotch Network together. That's what I was there for.
Okay. So when you get there, you guys pull up. Was you guys inside the building prior to the thing that to the altercation that we seen online, or was you guys met in the parking lot or wherever you guys was met at. Tell us what happened. Tell us, because the people want to know. This ain't something that I want on the people.
Check it out, right? What make it so crazy is I get the call. It's on the 26th. Get the call. I get the call from Canada. We supposed to be at No Jump at 4:30. Ironically, I'm in a different area, so it's gonna take me a little time to get there. So as I'm approaching, I'm getting a call from Luce Canada. Are you close? Are you there? Are you there? So I'm like, man, I'll be there in a second. You know what I mean? I'm coming from a different area. So as I'm saying that, I'm telling you, we get there, we pull up. I'm asked to be there. I'm asked to wait outside for a second. I guess the show was over. So I introduced myself to Adam. I introduced myself to Adam as Jay Reed. Came back to me. We shook hands. We sat right there and I video recorded. Adam know who I am. I'm trying to understand how we in this situation. Well, I'm gonna get to that in a second. But let me go ahead and say this, man. I walked into the building. You see what I'm saying? Because for a second, I'm outside, but I'm thinking, man, this is my boy right here. Why do I need to be outside? Let me go up inside and introduce myself. To make sure everybody up in there is straight. As I'm coming in, man, I see Luce. I see Wack right in front of me. But at the same time, I do see 15 gentlemen there. It don't throw me off because as a black man, I'm not scared. I walk in because I'm handling business. There's no reason for me to be a threat to anybody. As you can see, I don't have nothing on me. I'm not armed up. It's just me and my partner who also do things for the community. This man is right here is an advocate for where he come from. This man did several moons, you understand, under that calendar. That man is a leader in his community. He's out there reaching out to others, and he don't do nothing but preach positive up in there. So that's why I brought that gentleman around, so they can show that. I mean, for anybody that see how I move around, man, I do those things to throw no threat. So we walk in the building, I meet Luce Cannon, and I shake his hand, and I see Wack right there. And as we conversing, they just decided to say, let's go outside. I don't know for what reason. I thought it was just me and Wack at the time gonna be walking out. So we get to walking outside as we speaking, as we get to speaking, I'm looking at Luce Cannon because I'm trying to figure out, what's the motive of me being in this situation. So Luce Cannon gets to talking about the spreadsheet that they wanted to see from Mozzie about the Dash Network. Now, this is something we've been going back and forth about for the last few months. And, this is me trying to learn how to get up into the network game as opposed to me dealing with the music game,
Now, remember that he said Dash Network. And what did Wack 100 say? That him and Luce Cannon is going into business with Dash Network. I'm pretty sure that's down the drain now.
So I'm learning about the subscribers. So we were stuck on the issue about 80,000 subscribers that Dash Network has. So it was an issue. It was a situation upon seeing the spreadsheet. Now, we wanted to see the spreadsheet because we wanted to see how these 80K followers are still there on this site. Now, me bringing the situation of hand, I'm the front runner. I'm the connection. So I don't feel no type of way about me being there because this is business. So as me and Luce begin to speak, he says, hey, Jay Reed, see, this is where we have a situation where we need to see the spreadsheet for the network. As he begin to say that, he calls Wack over there and Wack begins to speak. Wack gets to showing me like, hey, man, this is not what we're asking for. We need to go ahead and get that out. And as I get to looking, man, it just, and Rock, when I tell you this, man, it throws me all off guard because I wasn't aware at all. Next thing you know, I'm getting punched up in the face and it just goes crazy at that point, as y'all can see. Just totally threw me off guard, man, because I'm thinking in my head, this is my brother. This is somebody I talk to and I converse with weekly. Hit him with the top of the AM. And if anybody know me, I hit everybody the same way. Top of the AM, he hits back. Grand Rising, Ken. He do the same thing. We go back. We got love for each other. At this point, I'm thinking. So that's why I'm threw off. I'm not throwing no punches in my hands in my pocket. And what gets me is that they play all day in this situation. They got this they got this white situation, this white man that's going around and calling them B words and playing with their oodles and noodles and stuff like that. And
now, really quick, remember when Adam said that he thought Compton Rick Rock did a good job during the interview? I think he did, but I wonder, did he hear these parts or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Because they talk about this a little bit in the interview as well, But I have seen him sex play some of the men that be up on No Jumper, which is definitely odd.
Ain't nothing happening to them.
Wait. You're not going to just pat. What is oodles or noodles? A lot of people out there don't know what oodles, noodles. What is oodles and noodles?
Man, I'm talking about playing with the ones and twos, man. I'm talking about, I guess we talking about your Peter, your butter. I don't know what nobody, but we don't play games like that. So we don't do the sex play games. And anybody that's into that, all fine with me, man. Just go ahead and do your thing. But what I'm saying is, as we Africans and brothers, man, I would think that, man, we would have had a lot more compassion, knowing the things that I do in the community. I'm not here to cause no ruckus. I don't want to be on nobody's front page. But since we here, you know, I got to get this out because it's more important to me that I have to do this for my kids and for my family. You know what I mean? For my kids to wake up and my mom see this and, you know, my family members seeing this, you know, it's tragic. It's a tragedy. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to wake up and be viral for this type of mess. And unfortunately, it happened at No Jumper. And that's the thing that get me because I'm trying to think like, man, where's the safety that come in at it? You know, people probably wondering like what happens next. Hey, all I could say is this, man. You know, you got to stay tuned because I've been told not to talk about certain situations. And, you know, that's just from a legal perspective. Maybe, you know, maybe I shouldn't do. Maybe, you know, I don't know. But I'm going to tell you what, you know, these type of things just can't be allowed, man. I was looking for a little bit more help. You know what I mean? A little bit, you know, more safety when it comes around there, man. You know, I'm just confused of how I even went down, right?
Not to cut you off, I want to ask you this. In the midst of all this happened, you did say that Adam was there, right?
Man, I shook Adam's hand as he's walking out the door. Correct.
As he's walking out the door, is he leaving or is he there as this going on? Because this is what I want to know. Was this after hours? Because it seemed like you guys was out there, you know, it seemed like it was late, like it was after hours. I don't know what time they closed up there, but was security there? So you basically saying that when you got into this altercation, you got no help from the security. Is that correct?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say what was Adam there. I'm gonna tell you right now, after I done got hit, man, I don't know who was there. You know, I just know at that point in time, it's about making sure I get home to my kids, man. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a tough guy I never played to be, but I just do knowing those type of situations because I didn't even know if the people that was behind them was security. So you see what I'm saying? So I'm really oblivious to the whole situation. When I'm telling you I walked into a lion's den and didn't know I was about to get ate like that, man, it was a cold situation. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't wish that up on nobody. And the thing about, you know, I want to get this straight. And I want to say this with much respect. Understand what I'm saying? I don't know Harry O, bro. Please do not tie me to that or any situation that has gone. I do not know Harry O respectfully. All respect to that man. All respect to that man. What he's been through. I don't know that man from a can of paint. I'm gonna just be real with you.
Yeah, because there was allegations that you guys are a part of Harry O's security team. I seen that online as well.
Right, wait, hold on. Right. Security team.
Yeah, they say that.
Man, have you seen how tall I am, right?
Right.
Come on, man. Yeah, man. I'm 5'7", man. I weigh about $160. Right. You know what I mean? Don't get it twisted, man. Look, I can't go with that narrative.
So who is your friend, man? Tell us more about this guy. They say he's a preacher. And also I heard you guys got stripped down naked out there. So I don't know if that's true. So you let us know, man. The people want to know what's going on, man.
Unfortunately, man, I'm going to just say it like this. The gentleman I was with is an older gentleman of mine, is a mentor, somebody I look up to. He's out there in the IE area. He's does a lot in the community. What he does, he mentors to the youth. You know, somebody that I looked up to. You know what I mean? I thought it would be a good asset to bring around. You know what I mean? For good situations, good talking. You know what I mean? To not even play a part in the politics and game stuff like that. He could bring, like I try to tell people, the IE is the biggest county in the world. You know what I mean? For people that don't know, when it comes to this business in this game, dealing with music, man, we talking about a place that's untouched. So when I try to reach my hand out, I try to reach my hand out and give love in that respect, all kind of ways. So that's why he was here with me. He wasn't here, and he was actually there just to look how I converse and how I do business. He wasn't there for no other than the sort. And unfortunately, dealing with that situation, man, I didn't see the video all that well, but I've heard just what you heard, and it was a terrible situation on that. Did I get stripped? I think they took out my jacket and my, the jewelry and stuff like that, things that could be replaced. I'm not, even when we talking about him in that situation, man, all those things could be replaced. You know what I mean?
I do feel like he was stripped. That's what the word is. From people that seen the video. I wasn't trying to watch it, y'all. But that they were both stripped. Of course, he wouldn't want to get up there and be like, yeah, I was stripped naked and all this and that.
I mean, one thing you can't replace is a person's life. You know what I mean? In that situation right there was
right. Like, for what? That's wild as hell. Now, normally I would be like, damn, we have a 50-year-old man and another man that was jumped. I do feel bad, at this point in time for the other man, but I'm going to show you why. I'm kind of like side-eyeing this dude to begin with. Yes, he was attacked at this place, which is unfortunate. However, y'all, this story gets deeper.
It's one of those that many people do not make it out of. Let me say that clear. Being in California, being in Los Angeles, gang capital of the world, at a place where, is known, as they say, no jumper. Man, that's crazy as that title say, huh? No jumping, huh? Them niggas got the jumping, huh?
Right.
I'm just saying, that's crazy.
Yeah, man, I couldn't imagine being in the situation. And I know everybody, man. I know all you guys, man, and I couldn't believe what I seen on the internet, for one. And it looked like when all this was happening, it seemed like Wack backed up from the situation, like he didn't know what was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about that?
Man, growing up in the streets, I've never heard of something happening like that and don't nobody know what's happening. Especially if you're somebody, as we call the head. If I take somebody out with me, man, I got to be in control of those men that's right there. You know what I'm saying? I can't allow nobody to jeopardize not my situation, but not only them, harm somebody or that's with them. So for me, you know, I don't want to throw allegations out there, man. I'm not here to say that. You know what I'm saying? What it look like to you on camera? I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not in that position to say. All I know is, you know, I'm there to conduct some business. I'm looking on the phone, and that's, you know, this is what happened. So, you know,
I'm gonna keep it 100. When I seen it, you know, me being on YouTube, you know, doing content, watching other content creators, you do see a lot of this stuff seem like it could be a play. And everybody was saying that this is a play. They were saying it was some homeless guys that walked up to the, this was all that was speculation, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I want to get to. Was it a play, man? Was this something that you guys put together? You saying it wasn't a play, right? That's what you're saying?
For one, I don't know no human being that plays like this. You know, this is not a type of game to where, you know, I want to be involved in. I'm 50 years old. I have no time for games. You know, for somebody to even think this is a game, this is serious. You know, it's to the point to where, you know, growing up in this culture, man, this is, you know, we talk about jumping on each other. We trying to stop that. And, you know, it's crazy because I you know, I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. I respected Wack to the fullest, bro. Not saying I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm from the street, so I understand the situation, however it may be. But we don't do people like that, man. You know what I'm saying? If you got a problem with a situation, you know, hash it out the right way. You know what I mean? So do I feel like, you know, it's a play, man? I don't play like that. That's not how I play at all.
There's also speculations because when it happened, bro, and I seen the video, I did my content like I said earlier.
Right.
I got a call. Matter of fact, I didn't get a call. Let me take that back. I was watching another guy on YouTube, and when they said the name, too many people don't have that name.
Correct.
And when I heard the name, I'm like, could that be the Jay Reed that I know?
Right.
So I put in the comments, hey, was that the homie from such and such? And they was like, no, they was non-affiliate. They didn't game back. I left it at that.
Correct.
So what I did next, I went to your Instagram page. I went to your Instagram page. I seen that you had posted something in your story. And what you posted in your story indicated to me that it could be a possibility that that was you.
Okay.
So I reached out to you and I had the phone call with you. And when I told you in the phone call, I said, hey man, when you broke it down to him, you was like, Rock, what you would have did? I said, well, I would have, I would have did something if it was me. I can't speak on nobody else. I would have went back and handled my business if it was me, right? But that ain't gonna get us nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that you went and thought about it. I called Wack and I said, hey man, I talked to the homie. But I texted him. I said, that was the homie from Wooty Woo Woo that y'all, that happened to. And he was like, that's Luce homie. That's Luce partner. So when he said that, I'm like, oh, they know each other.
Correct.
So once I found out you guys knew each other, I said, this don't have nothing to do with no gang stuff. This, this is something that between these two
it's all
dudes.
business.
So I said, I told him, man, I said, I hollered at Reed, man. And you ain't got to worry about him suing because I told him, man, I wouldn't go that route if it was me. You know what I'm saying? But I can't dictate or tell somebody how to handle their business or how they do. I said, if it was me. So are you going to sue? That's what everybody is saying on the internet. It's a lawsuit. I seen a couple of guys talking about it.
Well, right.
Can you speak on it?
There's some things I just can't speak up on, man. You know what I mean? Just due to, I didn't ask for this, man. I didn't,
In other words, yes.
But one thing that gets me, the recording of a video of a fight, then put it on a global stage. I don't know what people do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what results you expected to happen out of that. You know what I'm saying? It's not just me that's here. I have family, I have children, I have a whole community that know exactly who I am. And that's the reason why I roam around the way I do. You know what I mean? I'm not here to cause no threat to nobody, man. If anybody know me, I'm always on some positive note. If you know me, man, I'm 50 years old. Let's not get that mistaken. I'm not a child. So when I move around accordingly. Man, Rock, we've been friends for years. I mean, we ain't gotta discuss that part. So, but what I'm saying is that, at this point, man, it's out of my hands. I didn't put the video up, brothers. And that's just what I want everybody to know. I didn't put the video up. I'm not asking for no problems. Y'all would have never heard nothing from me if that video wouldn't have been up.
So basically the video is what you have a problem with. If they wouldn't have put the video out, you would have dusted off, went home, shook it off and just. I
don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. But what I will say is that, sometimes people do things in life thinking that's going to get them somewhere. And sometimes in this situation, I'm going to just say like this. Some things you do, you might think it's funny, but I'm pretty sure you're sitting there thinking, now it ain't that funny because it's a higher power, man. I believe in a higher power. You feel what I'm saying? And God don't play about his kids. We're going to start there.
Why do you think it's cool for other black men, especially at our age? Everybody is well in their 40s or close to 40s and such as itself 50.
Correct.
why do you think it's cool for us to turn on each other as fast as we do, attack each other as fast as we do, but we got the white guy that's sitting up in there, like you say, sex playing brothers left and right from different states, coast to coast. They come up in there, he sex play them, he calls them sassy bees, and we didn't see him call some of the toughest and roughest gangsters play with him. But when it comes to guys in that building doing something to him, they don't flinch. You think it's because of the security? Because couldn't no security stop me and none of my folks if we was up in there and he sex played me, and we jumping over that table quick, fast, and everybody up in there gonna get their issue point blank, period. Like that's how we think. But why do you think we turn on each other as fast as we do? Because a lot of people seeing that video, I couldn't believe it for one. I couldn't believe. I said, "Oh no, what is this?" I thought it was.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I'm up in it. But for me to go ahead on and elaborate on what you said, Rock, I don't know why they let the white man do us like that. And, sit up there. Maybe I think because when I get to looking at this, there is no moral to what happened. There, you don't see no argument. There is no argument. I don't do the arguing. You know how we do that. There's no such thing as arguing, especially as a man. There's no point for me to argue. So for me to be put in that situation, I was totally thrown off guard. And it's just crazy. And I think it's like a money play because once you put the video up, what was the purpose of putting the video up? It has to be for views, right? So I'm new to this. So I would think that it helps you get the subscribers or the clicks so your money is right. So when people get
Just really quick question though, also, I wonder did he have this stance against fights, being posted online before the incident, or just because it happened to him? Just wondering.
Playing with the white man, and he get to tell his jokes because his bag is big, and people feel like they need to tiptoe and dance around that to make sure they money right. And I get it, we got to pay bills, but it's about things. It's about morals over money is where I come from.
Well, this is what I heard too. This is what I heard. Let's get down to the business, man.
Let's go.
I heard that. I don't know if it's you, the Mozzie guy, or the Travis Ford guy that you spoke on.
Right.
It was issues that they had with those guys.
Correct.
I was under the impression that one of those guys was supposed to show up instead of you.
Right.
But instead, you showed up. And word is they had an issue with those guys over disrespecting those guys.
Correct.
See, but I don't believe that logic because he said that Luce Cannon called him and was like, "Are you here yet? Are you here yet?" Which is sus anyway, right? But he knew that he had to, if dude's telling the truth, then Luce Cannon had to have known that he was coming because he allegedly called him.
So since they couldn't get them, they felt like whoever was close to them was going to get whatever the other person had coming.
Yeah, that's interesting that you said that, right? Because I don't have no knowledge of that, but I do have some knowledge of maybe some disagreements happening between some two individuals. But that's neither here nor there.
Oh, see. Now we get into it. So you did know about the issue that was with the other guys in Luce and Wack.
Yeah, kind of like third party though, because usually when we converse, we all on a conference call together. Now, what happens when I'm off a conference call? I don't know. It becomes he said, she said to me. Right. You know what I'm saying? So I don't indulge in that. Not only that, there are rules and politics that play the game. And for me, I'm gonna let you know offhand.
Right.
No matter, I have no issues with nobody from neighborhood, nobody from gangster, no blood, none of that. Right. You know me, I welcome everybody. So that's not even an issue. So I don't know what so we can call it what it is. I don't know what Luce Cannon and Travis Ford had going on in the background. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna just keep that a buck. I never had an issue. Wack 100 or Luce Cannon has never said anything to me that was disrespectful of any sort.
But there is a saying, if you rock with them, then you with them, right?
Okay.
So do you feel like by you having a connection with Travis Ford and they having that issue with Luce and Wack, that's the reason why this might have took place? Because that could be a possible. This happens in the streets. We can't get him, so we gonna get his home. You see what I'm saying?
That's fine and dandy if that's the thing, but I would think of it. I've known Luce Cannon since he was 18, so I just kind of like.
Tell us about that, man. How did you? You said you've been knowing him since you was 18. Give us a past history, a relationship, some of the things that you guys got into. How did you meet, and how far this history is? This consistent basis of friendship. The people want to know. Let them know what's going on with you.
Now listen to this, y'all.
Well, to keep it a buck, you know what I mean. So we could say friendship. I'm gonna keep it all the way real. And so when we doing this, he met at the time when I was I was doing some time. I was on my way to go do a bid. So this had to be like.
So remember that they met when he was getting ready to go do a bid, right?
Like 2007, 2008, something like that. I had the opportunity to meet this gentleman. And so if you take it back, so it had to be 2007. He's 31 now, right? So you take.
He's not 31. He's 32.
that about then, right? So make sure I'm accurate, because somebody says that he didn't know me from. I didn't say prison. I knew him from prison. I know him from the county jail in Adelanto, California. Now, if anybody know where Adelanto, California is, I believe that's in the IE, right?
Right.
Okay. So yeah. So what made me and Luce Cannon cool? We was cellies. And
at what prison? Because I know I was locked up with you, and we was locked up with like
2010
somewhere.
Yeah,
around
we
there.
like a couple of times. But if I'm not mistaken, 2007. So this was when I was dealing with the situation before I even hit the yard. You see what I'm saying? So this was 2007. So he was in Adelanto, and this is how I met him. And
county jail, not prison.
County jail, yeah, correct. Because out there, you go to West Valley. You either go to West Valley, Adelanto, or you go to I think it's another one. It's another one. But one of those type of things. And that's how I met the gentleman. And it used to be ironic because the guy is a character.
So how was it? We know he's funny.
You know what I'm saying? He's been the same way the whole time, man. You know what I mean? So, and the thing that got me was about the canon. And if you notice when I talk to Luce, that's what I call say canon. Because there was a discrepancy about, man, that ain't you, bro. Stop playing. You ain't that producer, Luce, that say can. Because if I'm not mistaken, that canon is from a whole different area of the world, if I'm not mistaken. But, we are, in jail where we say you can be whoever you want to be. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem with that, man. You go ahead and do your thing, brother.
Right. So in jail, was he you said he was always the same way. We see him on the internet. They say he was one of Big U's enforcers, right? So did he have that same attitude, demeanor when he was incarcerated?
Nah, man. He was more of a comedian, I thought. You know what I'm saying? Not saying I don't know it to that extent, but I'm gonna tell you what.
It sounded like to me, both in editing and right here, it said 31 that he said. He's 42 though.
Man. Yeah, boy. Yeah,
yeah, he's 42. His brother said he was 42 on Alex Alonso's channel when he interviewed him. That was a good interview too.
Well, if you've been knowing him since he was 18, you should know, what type of character he is.
But from that standpoint, I never seen no squabbles up in there. He never put no hands on nobody. I ain't gonna lie to you. We sat there and rapped all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we busted freestyles, but the reason why I'm saying it like that, because at that time he ended up going home. I ended up going and do my time. So my next time seeing Cannon was downtown when we was dealing with some more individuals that we know. Right. You know what I'm saying? And this is a well-known story. Y'all can hear it back on the tape. You know what I mean? This guy didn't broadcast it already. I was already on the conversation.
What tape you talking about?
There's a recording on Luce Cannon's phone. It's me.
Well, you ain't got to say.
Yeah, I don't want to say no on that. You know what I mean? But there's a conversation, and you can hear my name spoken, Jay Reed. And we even talk about how we met prior to this.
So how old is this tape you talking about?
Man, if I'm not mistaken, this tape is less than 2 months ago.
Okay. So you guys met downtown.
No, that's where I ran into him the second time. After I did my time out the pen, got back out, I ended up running into him on a situation where he was doing something. I don't know, handling some business per se. And I end up, in a situation to where, we ran into each other and something was happening. Right. And at this point I could say, okay, yeah, that's what he was doing. And the question was asked, was I here to help somebody else that was there? And my response was no.
Right.
Not here to help. I'm not here to, protect nobody. I'm just here to look out for the homie. And, as we being homies and me being homies right here, I was always cool. I was always neutral, brother.
Right. So where are you? Have you guys had any conversations after this incident at No Jumper? Have you got on the phone with any of these guys, try to resolve any issues that you might wanted to clear up with them? Ask them, what was this about? Did you have any later interactions with these guys?
It's like, for me, it's not even for me having the question. My family and my kids have the question. You know what I mean? My mentors, the people I go out here and grind out here and clean up the community with, want the answers. Like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? There's no story you could tell to make anybody around me or around you that know me will believe that story that they telling. It's just not going to happen. You could dig up. I don't care what you do. I have never been in a situation and never came off of the sort. Of the sort came off in any way like that. So, you know what I mean? That right there, just a bad situation for them and they downfall, brother.
So waking up the next day, getting a call from your family, or whenever time they found out.
Right.
How did that conversation go when your kids? I heard you mention your kids.
Yes, I had actually watched that video today. So MK said I saw an interview with one of Luce Cannon's old neighborhood friends, and he said due to their father's activity with the feds, they used to pick him and his brother up from school and drop them off at school. I watched that video today. That shit's interesting too. You know what I mean? Allegedly his father's in prison, for the rest of his life or whatever. But I don't know. The shit is crazy. The shit is wild.
Your mom, how did that conversation go?
And he admitted that he lived in the IE. So, and then it came from his brother. His brother said it.
when they got at you about the situation?
You know, tell you like, you know, it's rough. You know,
not the part about the feds picking him up, but the other part.
You know, being a man that's been through a lot of things, you know, been through the penitentiary and stuff like that. It's like, you know, you'll never expect the people that you know, been on that yard with the black brother, your brothers you've been around and got their back with, come out here and, you know, kind of like, you know, put you in a situation like that. So it was hard for me to go ahead and, you know, converse to my mom, you know what I mean, and tell her, you know, that I was going to be all right, because I'm going to tell you how it really is. I didn't think I was going to make it out that night. And, you know, if anybody been in a situation like that, man, y'all know, you know, every day ain't promised, bro. So I do this stuff for my homies. I do this stuff for my family, my kids. And so for a person to come at me like that, bro, is just something I don't want for nobody. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I ain't up here joking for nobody. I'm telling you some real situation, bro. You know, this ain't what I wanted. This ain't what I expected from anybody. When I tell you I went there on love, man, that's what I went there on love. And I thought the brother was my brother. I really did. I thought Wack was my folks. I'm going to just keep it a buck with you. And so for me, I'm just grateful I walked out there with my life. And I'm grateful to have you, Rock, to be able to put on this platform so you can understand and see. I'm not who they trying to make me out to be, bro. I really got love out here for these streets. And these tears ain't tears of sadness, brother. Just believe that I'm happy to be alive today. And you know, I'm gonna be honest to you, Rock. I ain't got no love lost for them dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? Just to say it like that as a black man, I ain't gonna tell you whatever, you know, because I'm not the one that has to, you know, I'm not the one that gives the final answers, brother. You know, just leave it like that. I put all my trust in God. So whichever way God want me to walk, that's the way I'm gonna walk. You know what I'm saying? And man, I just want to say thank you again for having me here, man. You know, allow me to speak my truth.
Yeah, it puts me in a position because, like I say, I'm cool with everybody. And when you reached out to me, you know, I just felt like it was something that you know, that I felt like, okay, you want to get your message out there because a lot of people is mixing it up. Go ahead, man. I help you, man. But this is something else too, bro. Have you reached out to Adam any kind of way and express your problem with this, or is it any kind of way that you guys maybe could clear it up? Maybe he can invite you on his platform because he got millions of I'm not sure if I think he got like 4 million subscribers. Right. And since it's put out there as a no jumper incident, being that it was on their property, maybe that you could go up there, man, and have a word with him and try to get an understanding, because this video is going viral. Everybody's seeing this video. Even with my subscribers, is not more than with them. Maybe Adam could get you on his show and you could express, you know, how you feel with him and try to, you know, see if you could get an apology out of him some type of way.
Man, you know, it's a hard situation to say because, like I said, I introduced my
really quick. I just don't think that would be a good idea. First of all, because he would be giving Adam content. Adam's gonna get that bag off of that. Like, do you think that he should go up there? Like, I just don't. You know, not to be talking shit, but I just don't think that that's rational.
Myself to Adam that day as I came in. And so for me to be able to go on that platform and try to, you know, if the man want to reach out to me, by all means, you know, maybe we converse about some things, but some things that we got to get straightening though. You know what I mean? Just on as men, you know what I mean? I would never have somebody in my facility, man, you know, whether I'm in or out the door, bro, I got to make sure everybody right. And that's just where it comes from, you know? So
I'd look at it like this, man. At least let's get out the games and plan that he do up there. You know what I'm saying? He allows this. Let's just take Wack and loosen him out of it, right? I see him on there every single day, right, with different gang members, street guys. And it seems like all they talk about is street politics. It's no longer about the music. The people that come on there, they supposed to be rappers, but they not talking about their rap careers. They talking about street violence. Correct. So it was only a matter of time before something seriously happened up there. Luckily, nobody didn't lose their life up there, because if they would have lost their life, it would have been a bigger problem. Let's just say if one of you guys would have had a weapon on you and you weren't thinking clearly like that, and you whipped out and you just got to spraying and knock a couple of people down, or it would have went vice versa. That would have been a big problem, and that would have been all over the news. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the people, when they go up there, they already know what type of environment they're in. So most people already go up there ready and prepared with a couple of guys down the street, just in case situations like this that could transpire, and it could have went all bad, man.
Right. I'm going to say it like this. And, you know, this ain't even on no tough guy. Don't want to say it like that. But I'm going to just say by the grace of God. I ain't going to say the phone call wasn't made, because the phone call was definitely made. Just unfortunately, or fortunately, the ride was going the opposite way. And I didn't want to pressure nobody to come up there to a situation and end up getting involved in the situation, because that's exactly what would have happened. If I would have forced a hand, like, nah, it's, you know, it's Mando that you come up there, you know what I'm saying, on that situation. Yeah, The crazy thing is when I made that call and had that conversation, I got a call the next day. And what that individual said was like, either we would have been dead or we would have been in jail for the rest of our life. And that's a fact. And so don't get it twisted or somebody thinking that I'm just moving reckless. That's not who I am. And I don't want y'all to think that and don't think that was a given. That's the only way that would have been possible, to have my guards down like that, to come up in on a business type of relationship. Even when I'm doing, that was a lucky one. I'm going to just go ahead and say that, not for him, but for me as myself. I'm lucky. I'm lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be sitting right here on this couch. I could go ahead and say that. I don't have no problem saying that. But I know there's a flip side to it. It could have went a different way as well. Shout out to my kids, first of all. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Ricc family, my mom and everybody, my supporters that's around me. Let's say that first. And, you know, and that's a big thing for me. And that part of me coming out and conversing with you, Rock, was for the benefits of my kids. You know what I mean? Especially my oldest son. You know what I mean? Because, you know, I think that hurt one of the most, you know what I mean? And for me out here trying to make sure I get things right for them, because, you know, where I come from nothing. Not saying that we didn't have nothing, because love is all we needed. You know what I mean? Until all this, you know, materializes start coming, you don't learn that until you get into the world. But, you know, for me stomping on these grounds 10 toes, man, trying to get somewhere is definitely for the kids. So me being put in that situation, I didn't see nothing else but trying to elevate myself and my children and my family. That's why I was in that situation. So when I walk in that type of situation, I walk by faith, bro. You know what I mean? So if anything was going to happen, all I could say was, God, let me get up out this situation. And as you can see, he don't fail us. You know what I mean? And that's a testimony to my kids, to let them know, hey, you don't need to do nothing. God got me. As you can see, I'm standing right here, man. I'm all right. You know what I mean? I want y'all to know y'all be all right too. We just got to keep pushing forward. We got to stop this type of drama from happening, though. You know what I mean? If you feed it, this is what you're going to get. But I'm not the one to play into those type of games. If you want to deal with me, bro, we dealing with business. We trying to elevate each other. If we ain't trying to elevate each other, I don't want nothing else to do with it. And more power to you if that's what you're doing. But, you know, we all have rules and guidelines that we all must follow. And no one is bigger than the program. Even if you want to talk about how we go behind that wall, man, we don't pack people out like that. If you need that, get that. It was just a question you could have asked. You really could have asked. It wasn't even all that serious, bro. You know what I mean? And from there, you would have found out if I would have turned it down or not. But, you know, I doubt it. You know what I mean? That one I highly doubt. But at the same time, what was the purpose? I had no ill will with you, brother. You know what I mean? But I let a clown be a clown. You know what I'm saying? You want a clown, I treat a nigga like Bozo. That's how I feel. Man, and let me say this, right? Because, you know, for me, it ain't just me that has to feel like, you know what I'm saying, everything is straight. It's a whole community out there, brother. You know what I'm saying? And that's the bigger issue. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to see their loved ones or somebody they done been with or grew up with dealing with that. So just how that was put up publicly, everything else needs to be publicly. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel that is situation, man. Because I don't feel nothing in that situation was right. I don't care how you twist that story. Nothing about that was street. Anybody felt like that was something, hey, we know what type of nigga you, or nigga, female, bit, whatever you case may be. Man, if you vouching for that, man, you need to evaluate yourself.
You know who it is, man.
All right. So really quick. Now, after I watched that video, a shout out to Compton Ricc Rock TV. But after I watched this video popped up. And while I was watching it, something just after this, like, told me just to watch another video, go to his channel, right? So I did, right? And the next two videos, you're going to hear out of his own mouth, him admit to some fucked up ass shit. Let's watch.
You know, it's a hard day for me. I'm going to start off like that. I woke up to a few phone calls. You know, they kind of disturbed me very much so. I just want to say, I need people out there, man, to send the prayers out to the other gentleman that was in the video. I did receive a call that the gentleman is not doing well. And I just want to say, man, this is a result of just when people do stuff that's ignorant. You know, I could sit here and I could look at all the little videos and the cuckoos and kikis and the laughs until you realize.
So basically, he just said that the other man that you saw with the swollen face, the lighter skinned dude, isn't really doing well. I don't know how he's doing at this time, because recently Jay Reed has just been, I think he put out a video where he was basically talking shit, of course, after the fake Luce Cannon was locked up. You know what I'm saying? Basically, but let's continue. What I was going to say is, if he would have lost his life, that would have been crazy as hell. Like, Luce Cannon would have been in more shit than he is now.
Everything ain't that funny. And I'm talking about the people that surround them as well. The blogs and all that, you know, saying, oh, this is the most craziest video I ever seen, and blah, blah, blah. First off, we're going to start with, man, somebody is injured. Not only just one person, but two. I as myself as well. But the blessing of it is we got up and walked away. Unfortunately, when people do things, people don't be aware of people's medical conditions, past, what they've been through, what they're going through. So with that being said, there is a serious situation here. I'm not going to address it. Just know that we're sending prayers out to that other gentleman that was in that video. To me, I feel, I didn't see the video, y'all. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with y'all. Ain't no need for me to watch no video that I'm up in. I ain't no starring role, so that's not what I'm doing. But there's another thing, something else that I would like to address. Like, it has to be something inside of a person that's trying to fabricate stories to make it believable. I don't know where y'all sit at in y'all home. I'm not a person that's gonna get on here and go back and forth with anybody. I did the one interview, man. I said what I said. Real talk. I'm not gonna fabricate no lies. I'm not gonna say something or leave something out that I didn't do. Like, I've never approached nobody on no gang stuff. That ain't how I get down. Not a gang member. Like, let's stop that. I'm in the community, bro. My past and the people I associate with has nothing to do with the situation at hand. I've been in the system. For those that know me, man, when you on that yard and you serve many calendars, bro, there is no such thing of I'm from here and I'm from there. Not if you're a thinker, not if you got common sense. I know common sense ain't that common, but I have common sense. At least I would think so. No, I can't let nobody ride with that one. Not only that, that's a dangerous game that somebody's trying to play. And to the young people out there, I just want y'all to know, man, I don't need y'all to crash out over something that's not real. And to the young people out there, I just want y'all to know, man, I don't need y'all to crash out over something that's not real.
And to the young people out there, I just want y'all to know, man, I don't need y'all to crash out over something that's not real.
And what did he mean by something that's not real? What did he mean by that, right? Now, remember, he's already said he did 10 years in the joint, right? My mind, I was curious, like, for what? 10 years is a significant amount of time, right? Not judging, right? But when we find out.
And unfortunately, that's how a lot of us have grown up, with the misinformation. The lies, the fake narratives, even before we had podcasts and social media. Nah, man, we grew up in the streets where, people never told the truth about what's real. A lot of times, man, I looked at them brothers when they was on the yard and I just couldn't believe it. I'm one of those, I was shell shocked when I hit the yard, I ain't gonna lie. I like, there's no one in the world, man, you could be up in here for that, or, those type of things. It wasn't the fact that, a lot of people I noticed on the yard, young men was on the yard just lost. I really feel like, people didn't have a chance. And that's just because the environment, our surroundings, maybe the things that's not available to them, programs, schools, counselors, whatever the case may be. It's a misfortune. Do I think it's a reason for people to be incarcerated? Not at all. Do I believe in creating rehabilitation programs? Yes, I believe in creating facilities to educate. I'm a college graduate, so yeah, I'm gonna be a person that's gonna sit here and say education is key. Big facts. The more knowledge you have, the more leeway you have in life. And I'm not talking about going by what others say. A form of living is experience. The more things you experience in life, I would assume and I would hope you begin to get wiser, more intelligent on certain things, begin to get in different directions. My point of saying all these things is, man, at the age that I am in the situations I've been through in life, I would never take my life for granted. I would never take no one else's life for granted. I come in peace. I understand what negative energy brings. I also understand what love brings. And that's always been my main focus, man. I got nothing but love for any individual, man. It's all about, respecting one another. And it's like, to the point, man, I keep hearing the lies. It's like, I've been through a situation in my life where somebody just lied, and it really altered my life. And for the life of.
So right there, I was like, okay, so I'm adding everything up. He went to prison. He claims that he was lied on by somebody. And so now I'm really curious, right? So I see this video through to the next one.
I just can't understand how a person just sits there knowing that they in the wrong, but would sit there and lie and try to convince others. That is, to me, a cowardly act. Like, stand on your 10, bro. Like, if that's what y'all was doing, I don't know what y'all was doing. That's new to me. It's so new to me. Even when you talking about some gang stuff or whatever, you trying to spin the story, the narrative too. Like, which gang members put it on social media? That's what y'all doing now. That's why I'm far away from that type of stuff. Come on, man. You gotta be crazy. Gotta be. Like, if this is how the new generation is coming up, if this is what we showing them, if them other gentlemen are the forefronts and the leaders of this community that's, guiding our youth to that type of activity, no, I can't allow it. Not on my watch. As a matter of fact, y'all so crazy, y'all put the watch up on. I can't make this type of stuff up, man. And it's unfortunate that you find out how ignorant some people are when it's already too late. But then again, those that are ignorant find out everybody ain't ignorant and everybody ain't stupid. I'm not ignorant, nor am I stupid by far.
Might not be the
So he said that they, remember they stole his watch. So they put it on possibly some site maybe to resell it.
smartest nigga in the world, but I definitely ain't the dumbest nigga. I can tell you that now. I just wanted to get up here this morning and, address that situation about the other brother in the video. Man, like I said, my prayers are with him and his family, his kids. Yeah, I was really thrown off this morning, with the texts and learning what has been transpiring. Because before I haven't had any communications with anybody. So, of course, the brother was on my mind. We all have families, so, most importantly, the family come first. Of course, in these situations, a lot of people don't make it out. So, of course, I could only imagine how, his family feel, for one, because I definitely know how my family feel. Yeah, so, it's not a joke. It's not a laughing matter. Yeah, so, it's not a joke. It's not a laughing matter.
Yeah.
So why did he laugh right there?
So, it's not a joke. It's not a laughing matter.
And again, man, I'm just so disappointed in those that have a platform and still take it upon themselves to entertain the nonsense. And man, as an adult, I can tell you one thing I was always told. Man, don't ever do something that you got to double back and apologize for. I guarantee you now that most of these men that ran that story continue to run that story without really understanding the background of what's going on, how manipulative, I could say, the situation is. Even, to even play other adults like, people don't use a brain or have common sense is just beyond me.
So at first I was thinking that he was talking about the situation at No Jumper. But again, by this time, I'm hella curious.
And then to sit up in people's face and really tell that story, I'm just like, man, that's got to be crazy. Oh, Nino Brown nigga, huh? If I go down, take a lot of niggas with me. That's cold.
So he got exposed on some platforms where, in my opinion, the information was took down, right? But let's continue.
Individual, boy. Anybody that got their they signature sign with that dude, man, I feel sorry for you. Because the dude ain't no dummy. But he sure ain't the smartest, I can tell you that. And sometimes in life, man, everybody meet their match. It ain't always got to be the same way. What's good, people? But I'll come.
So we're continuing, right? Because I'm curious, what did you go to prison for? And who allegedly lied on you in this other situation? And you know more about the Luce Cannon situation, right?
Oh, yeah. Address some things, not address other things. But, everything ain't got to be addressed. As y'all claim, y'all got the facts. But, I'm going to just tell you how I really feel. When I caught that case back in 2007, man, that broke my heart.
When I caught that case back in 2007, man, that broke my heart.
When I caught that case back in 2007, man, that broke my heart.
I'm trying to tell you, I ain't never had nobody talk like that and say something like that about me, man. And then you got this. I don't want to be disrespectful, but, we just got a Caucasian woman claiming that, a house full of niggas and, did the unthinkable to her.
So apparently when he did this 10-year bid, he was in prison because a woman that happens to be white, claims that she was raped at this house by several men, including him.
To be disrespectful, but we just got a Caucasian woman claiming that, a house full of niggas and, did the unthinkable to it.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but we just got a Caucasian woman claiming that, a house full of niggas and, did the unthinkable to her.
No, I'm just like,
Now, something is interesting to me because I don't know, I want to look at the case because obviously I can't just look up Jay Reed and then his case come up, right? I don't got his name. And I looked and I didn't find one video with his real name in it and all these videos, that he's referencing. Because right now he's talking about how other YouTubers exposed him for this. I don't know if Luce Cannon dropped the ball on it or whatever about his crime or whatever. Now he's going to state in here that Luce Cannon and Wack 100 did not know about what he went to prison for. So it's not like they jumped him at No Jumper for this. However, I found it was interesting. Of course, YouTube's terms and services, I could never say that, a sex offender deserves that type of treatment. But, talk to me offline and I'll tell you a couple of things, child, about how I really feel. But let's continue.
Immediately, I started tripping. I ain't even going to front. I'm going to tell you off the drill. I was like, nigga, y'all got me fucked up. Straight up.
Then I noticed they were serious, and I was like, hold on. So what y'all talking about? I ain't got nothing to say. I was like, I know y'all tripping. Then I'm looking at this nigga that brought her over here. Like, nigga, I know you didn't bring this foul shit over here to me. I remember, I recall asking that nigga, like, man, what you want me to tell the police? Because, nigga, I don't know what you did, but, you know, that's that loyalty shit and that stuff we talk about being homies and all that. And
so hold on. He just stated that it was a house full of men. Now he's talking about one homeboy bringing a girl over there. So what happened to the other dudes that allegedly raped this woman as well? And I'm saying allegedly because I haven't seen his paperwork, but it interests me, right? In my opinion, I don't give a fuck if the woman was white, black, green, purple, yellow, brown. Child, rape is rape. And if he did this, that's fucked up. If he sees this video or whatever, just, you know, put your name in a video or whatever, something like that, so I can look it up, because I definitely want to look into your case. Let's listen to him continue to talk about it, though.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, that's one thing I wish I would have did. I wish I would have said, hell nah, nigga, I ain't gonna tell him that. Shit, nigga, matter of fact, why you even do that shit up over here? That's what I should have told the nigga. That's why I accepted my responsibility, because the shit prior to that, like, I didn't speak up. That's why I accepted my responsibility, because the shit prior to that, like, I didn't speak up.
So you were found guilty, because he's gonna say in a minute that he blew trial. He was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years. So at what point did you take accountability? At your parole hearing or what? You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Well, I accepted my responsibility, because the shit prior to that, like, I didn't speak up.
You know, living by that fake street code, like, come on, bruh. That shit got me locked up for a decade, bruh. That shit got me locked up for a decade, bruh.
That shit got me locked up for a decade, bro.
You know,
now we just heard him state that fake street code got him locked up for a decade, giving you the feeling that, you know, he rode with his friend and, you know, maybe lied, fabricated the story or whatever type of shit like that. But there's nobody that I would do that for. Like, that's crazy as hell. Not on no motherfucking rape shit like that, period, point blank. And in a minute, he's going to use the fact that he didn't have a lawyer type of shit or whatever, and didn't have no money for one. So, you know, he fought his case and he lost, right? He's going to claim there's no DNA. That don't mean shit, right? Of course, if allegedly, right, which he said, that this woman claims that she was raped by several men, including him in his house, then, you know, I would imagine that there was some condoms being used. Otherwise, not only is motherfuckers predatory as fuck, but also nasty as shit to be running behind each other like that. It's just disgusting. However, we've documented over here, like, where things like this happen. So, you know, I'm not throwing it out. You know, if he was sentenced for it, I'm inclined to believe that he is a predator.
I just wanted to see, you know, while y'all was sitting there bringing up that charge, like, did y'all ever notice that she wasn't even talking about me, about that putting her hands over her mouth and throwing it up in? That wasn't me, bro.
So he said, if y'all notice in the paperwork, right, which again, put your name out here, right, if you ain't got nothing to hide, but that it doesn't say that he put his hand over her mouth and something about her throwing up, right? But what about the actual rape, though?
To see, you know, while I was sitting there bringing up that charge, like, did y'all ever notice that she wasn't even talking about me, about that putting her hands over her mouth and throwing up in? That wasn't me, bro.
You know, I just wanted to see, you know, while y'all was sitting there bringing up that charge, like, did y'all ever notice that she wasn't even talking about me, about that putting her hands over her mouth and throwing up in? That wasn't me, bro.
Y'all better go read that paperwork again, because y'all, and I'm gonna holler at y'all, you know what I'm saying? I got something for all that. Y'all want to throw them little rumors? I got y'all, man. I'm gonna come holler at all y'all little pages, though, legally. Yeah. Because that's what we ain't gonna do.
I mean, you were found guilty for rape and sentenced to 10 years or any sexual offense, then it's not a rumor. You said it out of your own mouth.
Man, you know, I didn't work too hard for this, man. I got a right to go through some trials and tribulations to come out and make myself right. I got the right to do that. You know, I don't.
Right. As younger individuals, right, we do make mistakes, right? However, rape or molestation of any kind, this victim was allegedly an adult. However, just the same, no sexual offense should be something like, oops, I messed up. You know what I mean? Because it's in your mental that attracts you. It's not only a sexual thing, it's about power as well. Rape and molestation, which, you know, molestation is rape, right? But it's about power. period.
I worked too hard for this, man. I got a right to go through some trials and tribulations and come out and make myself right. I got the right to do that.
You know, I didn't work too hard
Hey, salute to you. Y'all make sure y'all hitting them like buttons.
for this, man.
Please.
I got a right to go through some trials and tribulations and come out and make myself right. I got the right to do that.
I want to know who gives y'all the authority to think y'all can just go ahead and slander my name, and that's what y'all doing. If y'all want to talk about legally, y'all think I ain't with the business, huh? I ain't gotta approach y'all with the negativity. I sure will approach y'all with the business. But leave that. So, you know, people getting on there telling fake lies. That's what we ain't gonna do. We ain't gonna do the P word. Nah, we ain't gonna do that. Nah. But you wanna have people on your page and, you know, saying I did this? Prove it. See, because when you talk about stuff, you gotta prove that, right? I got you. You can even use my courses. One thing I did, though, I went to trial. You know what that means? That means when my money get right, thank you, no jumper. My money get right, you better believe I'm gonna go take care of that business, bruh.
If you went to trial and you lost, there's nothing you can do about somebody stating something that's actually in your criminal record.
Only lost to my family that had no money. You better believe that. Only lost to my family that had no money. You better believe that.
Well, people that don't have, he said that like he only lost because he didn't have money. But people that don't have money win cases or get better plea deals than that. Like, there's a number of charges they could have charged you with other than rape if you did not rape that woman, but you were, you know, there at the scene of the crime type of shit or whatever. You had knowledge and shit like that, that something happened. You know, give it to him. He'll claim that he probably didn't know anything, and we don't know, right? I'm just saying it's interesting. When I hear certain shit like this, my ears perk up.
Only lost to my family that had no money. You better believe that.
I ain't never got to put my hands on no white woman, not like that, y'all. I'm just saying, no disrespect to the Caucasians, but man, come on, man, I don't never play like that. Y'all ain't gonna never play with me like that.
And then the fact that he's trying to minimize it, like, oh, because she was white, you know, you shouldn't really care. You should just believe my side. Now, true enough, in history, things like this have happened where a white woman lies on black men, and you know what I'm saying? They end up going to prison or whatever type of shit. But again, you know, we need that paperwork, child. And it's interesting that when I looked, I couldn't find shit.
I'm trying to figure out why y'all heard no more stories. Did I PC
But he's clearly in here, you know, mad about people putting his paperwork out. So it's interesting.
What, did y'all hear that story? I didn't think so. You ain't gonna hear that story either. So where all these tough guys out there talking about they'd do something to me on the yard? I ain't hoping nothing, but I'm just saying though, it don't work like that. I'm gonna tell you how.
So he just said something about, did I PC up too? You ain't never gonna hear nothing like that, right? But not everybody that goes to prison for rape PCs up, goes to protective custody, right? Sometimes, like this man just did, he states, oh, it's a white woman, she lied on me. And then people on, you know, in that module will be like, you know, he cool, whatever, you know, the white woman jammed him up, you know what I mean? But no.
It worked though. And you know, I'm gonna just be honest with you, you know, coming up into the system and stuff like that, man, been like that. Of course, niggas looked at the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I had to go through trials. But you know what I'm saying? When it came out, niggas like kind of like laughed at you for it. Like, you got caught up like this with the Caucasian? Yeah. I mean, my background.
Again, who cares what her race is? Rape is rape, bro.
Don't even show that, bro. I ain't never got caught up on nothing. I ain't never. Come on, man. My situation.
That's a fact, though. That's a fact. And then also it might come up in this Fed case because this situation was referenced in the paperwork too. We all know, you know, he might have to go on the stand, child. Now they could redact it or, you know, whatever type of shit. But you're right. Now, in my opinion, he should sue Adam for what happened there, as well as the man in the other man in the situation. Now, I hope he don't have no sexual offense in his background or nothing like that, right? And I hope that he pulls through because from the looks of it, especially we're talking about an older man or an older person, period, getting hit in the head with a damn gun because fake Luce Cannon over here wants to try to, you know, seem hard and prove himself to Wack 100 and all this and that. Just for that, that man could have lost his life. And again, it could have really been fucked up. And again, I think Sharice, the baby mama, would have been up here like, oh, he didn't do nothing. You know, remember, she had stated in the previous live stream to this that, you know, it was just a little fight. It was nothing. That man's face, the other man's face was swollen the fuck up. And that shit's fucked up, bro.
Situation is I could talk about it. When I got caught up in that situation, you know, it was valuable learning.
Damn, for real. MK said he heard that he was paralyzed on half of his body. Damn. See, that's crazy.
Lesson. Because, you know, I'm gonna tell you, I was naive. You know, I was one of those that just feel like could nothing like that possibly ever happen to me. You know, I just didn't think about things like that happening. You know, so I wasn't socially aware. I didn't care about the politics. I didn't care about the laws. I didn't care about how I was really moving. You know what I mean? I'm on the serious side of it. And a lot of times, you know, we can point the finger, but I'm gonna tell you like this: a lot of us, you know, that's how we grew up. I'm not making no excuses, but I still see y'all doing it today. And I'm saying that because I ran a lot of these after hours out here in LA after I got released out of prison. And I wasn't there to be, you know, looking at it. I'm trying to tell you, that's why even when the person called on the phone, you know, I ain't gonna give no credit to that, but, you know, when she talking about she saw me at the T Grizzly, I paid no attention. You know, a lot of us didn't grow up with a mother and father in the home. So, you know, and then we growing up with time in a day and age where, you know, mothers and fathers was in the system or on drugs. So, you know, who can you expect them to learn from? You know, so I don't fault nobody. I'm just,
bro, most people know that taking something from somebody, though, it shouldn't be done. You don't need a mother and a father to know that.
Saying some people need to tighten up. And what I'm saying is, I'm not amazed or I don't get captivated, you know, by the stripping and the sex workers and all that. I'm not turned on by that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I've been there, done that. If you know my history, man, come on, bruh. You know, so I'm just trying to figure out. I was waiting. I wanted to wait and see how long y'all was just gonna try to run the narrative. I was, you know, and I know better, right? You know, I'm gonna tell you how much I know better. That's all y'all got? Like, I know that's a serious situation, but I'm talking about, like, come on. You gotta have more.
He said that's all you got.
I can dig up in y'all background how bad y'all treat blacks. Y'all want to get on here and talk about y'all got peace. I ain't pointing the finger. I'm just saying we two totally different people. And yeah, we can clown and joke and all that, but come on, man. My life ain't a laughing matter, so I don't treat it as such. Unless you're a weirdo, or no disrespect, let me choose my words carefully because I don't want to disrespect nobody politics-wise. That's just unless you're a foul type of person. You know, I wouldn't want no type of people that was standing in the med line. And I ain't gonna tell you what we call those people on the yard. You might as well PC up. If you took meds on the yard, you should PC up. Basically.
Now, allegedly, when the fake Luce Cannon was in prison, he was taking psychotropic medicines and all of that.
That's how it works. If you took meds while you were in the penitentiary or county jail, you're PC'd up. Okay? That's rules and politics in the prison yard. Because most prisons are where? In the desert.
Now listen to this. So he said most prisons are where? In the desert, right? Now listen to the reason.
You take medication. Guess what you can't do? Come outside after it get a certain temperature, right?
What?
So prison is about numbers, right? So all you gang members weren't taking no prescription drugs on the street, but you want to come up in here and take some drugs. Now either you're scared or you're a drug addict. For a person like me, man, I'm only 5'8". See, when I was in the pen, I was 238 though. Don't get that twisted though. So it wasn't just like anybody could say something to me.
Now, it led to this video, and then we're done with this portion of today's show. But y'all look at this shit. After he talked all that shit, bro.
Hell, man, I can't get a break. That niggas talking about they gonna put hands on me now, man. Man, niggas already tried to kill me. I'm trying to figure it out. Niggas talking about, like, come on, man. Y'all trying to kill me behind this white woman? I'm trying to figure it out. Niggas talking about, like, come on, man. Y'all trying to kill me behind this white woman?
I'm trying to figure it out. Niggas talking about, like, come on, man. Y'all trying to kill me behind this white woman?
This grown white woman. A case with no DNA. This grown white woman. A case with no DNA.
This grown white woman. A case with no DNA.
No other shit on my background, man. I ain't, come on, bro. You gonna put hands on me, bro? I'm scared to death. Niggas already tried to kill me. Man, what more? Tyrese, at this point, what more y'all want from me? I done got out, changed my life. You know what I mean? Trying to be in the community. Next thing you know, I'm looking on. Man, I'm not involved with none of that, what y'all got going on, bro. You know what I mean? Niggas is sit up there and try to downplay me and all that, man. That's fine, bro. But come on, man, y'all gonna put hands on me? So you telling the world you want the world to put hands on me, huh? An African male behind a white woman. So you telling the world
again, playing on the race.
So you want the world to put hands on me, huh? An African male behind a white woman.
So you telling the world you want the world to put hands on me, huh? An African male behind a white woman.
That went to trial and fought with no DNA. You serious? This what my black folks gonna do to me? And you broadcasting it, man. This what y'all doing? I'm scared. I'm scared for my life. I ain't even gonna front. I don't know what to do. I'm trembling now. Like, don't hurt me, man. I don't want nobody to hurt me, man. I'm serious. Don't hurt me, bro. Please don't hurt me. I don't want nobody to hurt me, man. Look, man, I'll pay for my sins, man. I did my time, man. Hey, they said I did it. I say I didn't do it. They went to trial with no DNA. I lost trial, bro. Hey, they said I did it. I say I didn't do it. They went to trial with no DNA. I lost trial, bro.
Hey, they said I did it. I say I didn't do it. They went to trial with no DNA. I lost trial, bro.
Y'all want to put hands on me? It's a cold game, man. I stay out the streets, bro. And it's like, man, I'm just stuck, man. You know, it's like select politics. Y'all work for somebody that got allegations, bro. I'm just stuck, man. You know, it's like select politics. Y'all work for somebody that got allegations, bro.
I'm just stuck, man. You know, it's like select politics. Y'all work for somebody that got allegations, bruh.
Come on, man. Atlantic Records, the No Jumper record label. Come on, man. Atlantic Records, the No Jumper record label.
Come on, man. Atlantic Records, the No Jumper record label.
Come on. Are y'all serious or y'all just gonna just disregard that, right? And just get on me because y'all feel like I'm somebody y'all could get on. I'm really not the one, man. Come on, bruh. Like I said again, man, I look for my people at least to help a nigga. When I'm telling y'all, man, I fought, and it wasn't no minor at the time when I went to trial, bro. This is a grown person. Man, I went up in that courtroom, man, they convicted me with no DNA. What are we talking about? Y'all want to put hands on me? Come on, man. Y'all got my family scared. Y'all got me scared. What, y'all gonna put a hit out on me? I'm trying to figure it out. You already got me and my boy up in the hospital. Now I hear it is. Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm trembling, bro. Please don't hurt me. Bricc, baby, please don't hurt me, y'all. I see you over there with Luce. Please, y'all, don't hurt me, man. I don't want.
Now, in a recent phone call that Bricc Baby made, also, I did see this, I think, the other day. He had referenced Jay Reed, which was interesting.
Nobody to hurt me. I'm already been hurt enough, man. Y'all done put guns, all the stuff on me, man. Y'all done, you know, rob me and everything, man. Y'all done strip people, man. Come on, man. Man, I'm looking at that stuff like, man, y'all really tried to kill me behind what? Because it wasn't that. I don't want nobody to hurt me. I'm already been hurt enough, man. Y'all done put guns, all the stuff on me, man. Y'all done, you know, rob me and everything, man. Y'all done strip people, man. Come on, man. I'm looking at that stuff like, man, y'all really tried to kill me behind what? Because it wasn't that.
So he just said that they didn't know about this rape. So that's not the reason why they did what they did. So if they try to pull that, or it looked like they tried to pull that, and that got shot down, because in my opinion, I don't think that had anything to do with it. Again, I think that Luce Cannon, the fake Luce Cannon, wanted to show, you know, Daddy Wack, right? How he was built, allegedly.
I don't want nobody to hurt me. I'm already been hurt enough, man. Y'all done pull guns, all the stuff on me, man. Y'all done, you know, rob me and everything, man. Y'all done strip people, man. Come on, man. Man, I'm looking at that stuff like, man, y'all really tried to kill me behind what? Because it wasn't that.
Y'all didn't know about the case. Y'all didn't know about the case.
Y'all didn't know about the case.
And then I'm trying to think in my head, you know, while I walk like this, I know my folks gonna stand behind me when I tell you, bro, I done got lied up on. Went to court, went to trial and lost with no, who does that? Who get a case like mine and go to trial and lose with no DNA? No witnesses, no nothing. Went to court, went to trial and lost with no, who does that? Who get a case like mine and go to trial and lose with no DNA? No witnesses, no nothing.
Went to court, went to trial and lost with no, who does that? Who get a case like mine and go to trial and lose with no DNA? No witnesses, no nothing.
Come on, Bricc. You gonna put hands on me? You gonna be my fee? I deserve that? That's what you feel? Y'all feel I deserve that? That's what y'all feel? I walk the main line. Real talk. I felt like that at one time too. I get what I deserve. That's how you feel? But ain't nowhere in the world I deserve that, brother. Ain't nowhere in the world I deserve what I went through, brother. Yeah, I hear you talking, but that ain't it. That ain't it for me. Wrong person. Come on, man. I expect my people to do way better. But y'all thought I just went away? Y'all thought I wasn't gonna talk? Alright. I'm gonna hold 2 fingers up, man, because that's all I'm about is peace, brother. I hope you do the same.
Now, I don't know whether we could take him serious, really, if he's scared for his life or whatever, right? Because, hold on, I don't know. I sense some sarcasm or whatever, but at the end of the day, I'm interested in that whole case that he went to prison for. Like, I don't care if the woman was white. I want to see the case, you know what I'm saying? Like, period, because niggas always try to minimize their involvement. Now, I hope that that other man, you know, because MK had said that he heard that the other man was paralyzed on half of his body. That is crazy. I hope he pulled through. I hope he also ain't a alleged predator or whatever. I'm gonna say alleged because I ain't seen the paperwork, but I thought that it was wild that the paperwork was gone, right? It wasn't up on social media. I didn't find it. So, you know, but we will, you know, hopefully find out his name. Now, I want to get to this Bricc Baby paperwork. And of course, I seen that KB Goes Live had also reviewed the paperwork and shit like that, you know, narrated it. So shout out to KB Goes Live. Shout out to Compton, Rick Rock, and Point and Shoot so far today that, you know, we've used their content. This video is about 29 minutes, and the situations of this is crazy. Like what they saying in this paperwork is wild. Remember that Bricc Baby said that he would bring his child up to No Jumper. And also I want to state that I feel like it's crazy that Adam acts like he doesn't understand what's going on at No Jumper and things like that. And he kind of like, you know, acts like he's the victim, or, you know, he's just trying to get content when he knows good and well what he's doing. But at the same time, them people that are going up there and incriminating themselves, they are old enough to know what they're doing as well. So I'm just looking at the whole thing, like as some of this shit unfolds, like what the fuck? But anyway, we're going to get into this paperwork with Bricc Baby. Again, this is definitely some graphic, you know, commentary that we're about to head into. A lot of gun, you know what I'm saying, action far as on Bricc Baby's behalf, and mostly reckless around his own child. Okay, let's get into it.
So Bricc Baby's paperwork got released, and basically what this is a memorandum in opposition to
Leonard
request for review the reconsideration of order setting conditions of release detention. Basically, Bricc Baby filed some paperwork saying that he wanted to be let out on bond. They filed this basically saying no, and they lay out everything that they have against Bricc Baby in this paperwork. So right here, we've got the cover page. You can see that they got Bricc Baby listed here with all of his different nicknames. Defendant Zahir Mitchell asked this court to be released pending trial, arguing that a secure property bond is sufficient to reasonably assure his appearance and the safety of any other person or the community. To the contrary, defendant's criminal history shows a dedication to crime and recidivism, no matter what the consequences. Moreover, his conduct during the investigation in this case shows the same dedication to a life of crime and inability to comply with the rule of law. The indictment first alleges that defendant, in shooting at individuals, possessed ammunition expelled from a firearm on July 12, 2022. Then, on June 21st, 2023, defendant was captured on an intercepted call arguing with his significant other, in which she repeatedly recounted that defendant had pointed a gun at her while she was holding his infant child. Execution of a search warrant at the defendant's home followed, and 3 firearms, including an AK-47 style gun and over 125 rounds of ammunition, were found. After law enforcement seized those weapons and arrested the defendant, he continued undeterred. In March of 2024, defendant erupted at his place of employment, threatening individuals individuals in the room and online with death, fighting security, and later admitting to possessing a firearm during that incident. Throughout 2024, defendant made claims online of murdering people and threatening to do the same to others. Then on March 18, 2025, the day before his arrest in this case, defendant went on a live video podcast with someone who he had previously threatened to kill. During the podcast, sitting across from that person, defendant brandished a firearm in his waistband. When defendant was arrested the following day, an unsecured firearm with multiple magazines of live ammunition matching that seen in the defendant's waistband on the podcast were found where defendant was staying with his young child. Wow, so that was a crazy paragraph right there. Pretty much they're saying that they had a wiretap of Bricc Baby threatening to kill his baby mama. They're saying that Bricc Baby went on No Jumper and threatened to kill a bunch of people. This is when he went on No Jumper and had his infamous crash out and threatened to put a kill squad in the street if people kept playing with his name. Right, I'll go ahead and play that clip for y'all right now. It's not that long, just to add context.
Underlying conditions, nigga, on West Side Road to say that, nigga. On the dead homies, because y'all know what it is, nigga. And a nigga, boy, big reason I ain't come outside and kill one of you, nigga, because I was in front of these white niggas. Dead homies, nigga. And the homies would have crashed, nigga. On 6-0, give a fuck about none of that, nigga. Shout out Devil Donut, nigga, my real 40s, cuz. These niggas 68ers, though, nigga. On 6-0, and this my homeboy, nigga.
This dude is crashing the fuck out.
On the hood. And whatever me and my homeboy gotta go through to clear what we gotta clear, nigga, on 6-0, he gonna always be my homeboy, nigga. It don't matter whatever it is, nigga. But the energy that, nigga, now on. Nigga, keep on running content on my name, nigga. I'm putting Kill Squad in the street.
Right, so they referenced that specific moment on No Jumper where Bricc Baby was crashing out inside of this paperwork. Not only that, they mentioned that he got on the No Jumper podcast with somebody who he had quote unquote threatened to kill before in the past and brandished a firearm. And they're talking about this clip right here where Bricc Baby, Luce Cannon, Adam 22, and Lush were all on No Jumper, and Bricc Baby kind of did like a little stretch while him and Luce was kind of getting into it, and you can see the gun on his waistband. I think he did that so Luce could see that he was strapped, but apparently Luce ain't the only one that seen it. Apparently the feds also were watching and seeing that.
Now, really quick, if y'all remember earlier in the point and shoot video, he had referenced a time where Wack 100 had a gun on his hip, right? And he was about to pull it out. And in my opinion, you know, shoot Flacco, pistol whip Flacco, right? But he ain't in jail. But Bricc Baby is. That's interesting.
And this interview happened the day before Bricc Baby was arrested.
They definitely dictated the stream.
The gummies did their thingy thing. That's a fact.
Yeah.
We had some good fun, good clean fun.
Are y'all noticing the patterns, like the bricks and all this shit look a little different and all that?
You really feel like that?
Yeah.
You said Compton was the one that
So those are the two incidents that they referenced in that first paragraph. It continues. It says all of the above conduct occurred after years of violent crimes, firearm possession, evading charges, and troubling conduct disseminated throughout the internet. Defendants' lengthy periods of incarceration and supervision have not deterred him from continuing to commit dangerous crimes. There is no reason to believe this arrest will be any different, and the safety of the public demands that the defendant remain detained. It's got statement of facts. It says bullet point A, defendant is intercepted discussing criminal activities, including pointing a firearm at his partner and child. It says in the first several months.
That part right there is crazy as hell. Like, I get it. You mad at your girl or whatever, but not only was she holding your child, but this the mother of your child as well. So you could be mad or whatever, but pointing a gun at her and then also while she's holding your child is crazy as fuck.
Of 2023, defendant was intercepted.
And I wonder if, because recently on his channel, I guess his girl been posting his jail phone calls or whatever, the federal phone calls recently. And I'm wondering if that's the same girl in this paperwork. Like, all of a sudden, like, you finna ride or die for this nigga, and he put not only your life in danger, but your child. And then from what I'm seeing, Bricc Baby's on, you know, drugs and shit. I heard that he was on H and shit like that, or taking them damn blues and shit like that. So how dangerous the fuck is that? Not to mention if he was drunk or something like that, that trigger could have went off and somebody could have died up in there.
On multiple court-authorized Title III wiretaps, both on his phone and his associates' phones. On multiple calls, defendant discussed criminal activity. Throughout March 2023, defendant discussed how the mother of one of his children accused him of pointing a gun at her, and defendant claimed that it was a lie. But on June 20th, 2023,
wow, so that's the same girl? Wow.
Second person accused defendant of the same conduct. That day, defendant's significant other, KC, stated, "You pulled a gun out on me with your daughter. You pulled a gun out on me in front of your fucking daughter. You pointed a gun at me with your bitch ass." Defendant responded, "I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Ever since I've been with you." Wow, Bricc Baby is a real piece of shit. It says the following day, defendant argued with KC again about her picking up her daughter, ordering her to take the fucking baby outside, "You stupid bitch. You sit in the house all day, you dumb asshole." KC told defendant she could not walk or drive because defendant upped up her leg and then he was the one who hit on people. Defendant responded, "Man."
Hold on. Now, I hope that she's taking this time to reflect, right? As she may or may not have seen this paperwork or whatever, but if she did, that I hope that she relive it enough to remember why and how she felt in that moment. Because like living like this, bro, you deserve better, and so does your child.
And on 6-0, shut the F up, bitch. I just told you, you keep playing with me. You just want to see it. Defendant told KC to leave and said they were done. On the same day, KC again stated, "It's so effed up that you can't even apologize for the things you do. You've never."
Hey, Mimi 6. Yeah, this paperwork is crazy. We're looking at Bricc Baby's paperwork right now, and it is crazy. Just a reckless disregard for, you know, his baby mama's, you know, life or whatever. Like, damn, they could have argued, but did he have to have a gun? And then you just waving it around talking about you don't give a fuck and all this and that. And she's reminding you like, nigga, your daughter, I got your daughter right here, and you're putting, you know, your daughter in danger or whatever. And he didn't even click in. He's still talking about, I don't give a fuck, bitch. And I don't give a fuck, this, that, and the other on 6-0 Crip, nigga. On dead homies, nigga. Like,
Apologize for treating me bad. Pulling a gun out on me like this is cool for you, but you want me to go do stuff for you? You talking about you don't want me, shit you got going on, but you gonna pull a gun out on me and my child though, right? Defendant responded on 6-0.
Now, does anybody know if this is his child? Regardless, it's still, he pulled a gun on a child, but that's crazy.
Oh, yeah, you don't get it. I don't give a F. I don't. On 6-0 Crip. And remember, this is all on wiretap of phone call recordings. This is how he's talking to his baby mama. It's got bullet point B. It says firearms and ammunitions are recovered from defendant's home. It said following the above mentioned calls, law enforcement obtained search warrants for the defendant's home, car, and person. Inside his home, law enforcement found the 3 firearms and ammunition listed in count 2 of the indictment. They found a .380 caliber pistol, a 9mm caliber pistol, and a .556 45 caliber assault rifle style firearm with over 125 rounds of ammunition. Defendant tried to drop some of the firearms and ammunition from his balcony into the courtyard of his apartment complex. Just
now, really quick, imagine you chilling in an apartment complex, could be yours, you visiting or whatever, and all of a sudden a gun just comes down, you know, and hits you in the head or falls right in front of you or whatever. Ain't no telling if that gun gonna go off. Like, this shit is crazy as hell.
as he had previously stated that he would do on another intercepted call. It's got bullet point C. It says defendant is recorded on intercepted calls, making other admissions. Throughout the remaining period of the wiretaps, defendant made countless assertions or threats pertaining to violent conduct and weapon possession. For example, on February 20th, 2023, defendant stated that he did not respect the elders in the gang and would pop anyone that was on 6-0. On March 6, 2023, defendant was on the phone call with his mother and found the mother of his child outside of his house. He told his mom that the mother of his child was in gangland and wanted to expire early. Defendant asked the mother of his child if she wanted to die in front of her son on 6-0 as defendant's mother screamed at him to stop because he may be being recorded. Damn,
Now, that's crazy, right? I get it. You ride for your son, but your son is not only endangering his own safety, right? Because you don't know what the girl gonna do if she got brothers, a dad or uncles or whatever. And then also, like, did the mom know that he was waving around a gun previously, around his child and all this and that? Like, that's how she deal with it. She just have her son's back to the point to where she don't give a fuck about the woman, whether she knows it or not. She a victim of this crime. Like, this shit is ridiculous.
Even his mama knew he was on wiretap. On March 6, 2023, defendant told KC that the police were acting.
Because not only is, the gun charge, but also if the state wanted to or whatever, they could hit him for terroristic threats because they have the proof of him threatening her life.
Stupid, and that he was tired of doing what they told him to, and that he was ready to shoot the mother of his child. Later that day, defendant told another unidentified male that he can kill the mother of his child, and he put that on 6-0. There's some interesting wording right there. It says that Bricc Baby told his baby mama KC that the police were acting stupid and that he was tired of doing what they told him to do. I don't know what that means, man, but that kind of sounds like somebody might be working. Anyways, it goes.
So that is the word, right? Because if you look at it, it says that he tired of, fucking with the police type of shit. Now he trying to minimize it and act like, I was tired of listening to what the police were telling me to do about my child's mom. Now, yes, like, let's say an altercation happened and the police had responded, right? They could have told him to do this, this, and this, and we don't know how many altercations that was. However, like, besides that, if there was no altercations, then the police wouldn't have been telling you really to do shit. So that's interesting. In my opinion, he's working. I'm just saying.
On it says on March 28, 2023, defendant said that he would body slam the mother of his child on her neck and to stop playing with him. In the same call, defendant discussed how it felt to kill someone and have to go to school and play basketball the next day. Bullet point D, defendant continued.
So he told her that he had to kill somebody and then he had to go to school and play basketball the next day. Child, what the fuck?
Used to threaten violence and carry firearms. In addition to the intercepted calls online, defendant.
But it's crazy though, because when he came face to face with Luce Cannon, now they may have not been cellmates, but they were on the same module for at least a point in time or whatever, because he was getting on the phone. So I don't know if they came out for Ricc. I don't know how they shit is set up. Like, do they have phones out there by Ricc or is it just in the module? But anyway, he didn't fight the fake Luce Cannon in there or whatever. So it's just crazy as hell that he could talk all reckless to his girl, who's probably, if she a fiend, she probably skinny as hell, all doped out and shit like that. And he could possibly just, throw her around allegedly, right?
Continue to threaten violence, carry firearms, and discuss both. For example, in March 2024, defendant, quote unquote, crashed out at his place of employment, threatening to shoot people and eventually fighting a security guard. Defendant later admitted in separate interviews that he had a firearm on him during the altercation and that he brought his daughter with him to the studio that day. And they got this picture of Bricc Baby standing up, while he was.
So he actually brought his daughter to the no jumper.
Crashing out. It says in June 2024, defendant argued over the phone with an individual and claimed that he had killed more people,
not humping crackheads,
than the other had fought. Defendant stated that he swore it to be true on his 4 babies, which he repeated many times. In later attempting to downplay this claim, defendant stated that even if he had one murder, that would be more than the other person had fights. And right here, they're talking about when Bricc Baby told Luce Cannon, I got more murders in the hood than you got squabbles.
I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood, homies. Yeah, those that you got squabbles in the set on the hood. Hey, I got.
Can you give us like at least 2 names from your put on and what block? I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park, Horseman, or at 54th. When did you get put on?
When
did you get put on? I got put on in 2002. I got put out on 2002 Eileen Street at June House. What's up? Yeah, dead homie. So when you get put on?
No, you haven't, bro. You been in.
Man, cuz nobody was a part of my put on. They was a part of my put on. Oh, the dead homies. My first name was Baby Wild. He's an Izzy turned East Coast. That was the 3rd squabble. Who did you squabble, gang?
Yo, some of the names he was saying, like, I get it, KB censored it out, or this other person did, Jet Ski Skip, but The names that he was saying was crazy as hell. Devil Donut, cuz. He was saying
you didn't
weird
squabble.
shit.
Everybody, you would have went home fast.
Shut your
You didn't hey, you come up here with 30, none of them was from 60s.
I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood and homies, nigga.
All right,
and y'all remember in the last live stream how the fake Luce Cannon's baby mama was like, oh, he didn't say that. Bricc Baby said this. He said that. You know, he just said he got more skulls, you know, and tried to downplay a girl by it.
Bullet point E, it says defendant is charged with repeatedly possessing a firearm and ammunition despite numerous felony convictions. It says defendant is now charged with multiple counts of possessing firearms and ammunition, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. 922. The first charge stems from the defendant shooting 3 bullets into a business parking lot in July of 2022 to ward off would-be robbers. The second charge involves all the firearms and ammunition found at his home in June 2023. Both of these charges followed 5 felony convictions from 2010, 12, 14, 16, and 20, respectively. Damn, Bricc Baby is getting arrested and charged every 2 years for the last decade. It says, respectively, while the
after the first time, he would have been a felon with a firearm. So it's weird to me that, like, what happened after those cases? Like, did he think that? That's what I'm saying. I think he working with the police, but I think he was working with the police, but I think the feds was like, nah, fuck that shit.
Trial Services report includes a longer criminal history with out-of-state convictions. Bullet point F, the morning of defendant's instant arrest, he had an unsecured firearm and ammunition in reach of his young child. On March 19, 2025, law enforcement arrested the defendant on the felon in possession charges in the indictment at his residence in Gardena, California, with his significant other and young child. Agents found a Glock 26 firearm and a 17-round Glock magazine with 16 rounds of 9mm ammunition, as well as another magazine with 16 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Defendant kept all of that unsecured despite residing with his significant other and a child he had already threatened with a firearm before.
Now that's crazy as hell. Again, reckless disregard around a child, not to mention his baby mama. In my opinion, he doesn't really care about her. In my opinion, he's interested in her now because that's his lifeline, right? I'm sure that his mom probably rocks with him, and that's what I'm talking about, the toxicity, right? Maybe, we heard her natural reaction, right? Documentation of her natural reaction through the wiretap. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't concerned about that woman's life. She was concerned about her son's life, but was she telling him at any point in time, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, and really trying to, get through to him or whatever? Like, and then also the drugs played a part as well, because I heard them talking about how Bricc Baby was on heroin.
Being arrested with all of the firearms and ammunitions at his residence in June 2023, despite his many felony convictions prohibiting him from possessing firearms or ammunition, and despite California Penal Code 32310 prohibiting possession of large capacity magazines. Bullet point G, defendant's criminal history is full of violence and supervision violations. As shown in the pretrial services report and the indictment itself, defendant's multiple firearm and ammunition possession charges in this case are far from the defendant's first crimes. Number 1, in 2006, there was a narcotics and obstruction of law enforcement charge. Almost 20 years ago, defendant earned his first felony from a narcotics distribution conviction, while he also was charged with willful obstruction of law enforcement officers by use of threats or violence. He was sentenced to 10 years probation and given a second chance with community service and schooling conditions.
So he did all that and got 10 years probation? Girl, he telling.
Number 2, in 2010, reckless evading involving assault with a deadly weapon. In 2010, defendant's criminal charges escalated with the charge for assault with a deadly weapon with great bodily injury likely, and a conviction for evading a peace officer with disregard for safety. Defendant was sentenced to 365 days in jail and 3 years of probation, a violation of which resulted in 2 years of confinement. According to the certified conviction records and police reports for the original crime, police saw saw a S worker enter the defendant's car. A defendant then sped off upon seeing police. Defendant led police on a high-speed chase through stop signs and red lights. At some point, defendant pushed the female out of the moving vehicle. The victim landed on her face and defendant ran over her thigh with his car.
Now, really quick, they just stated that he picked up a sex worker. Now, was he trying to pimp, right? Which is not okay. Or was he trying to buy pussy?
Victim later stated that she asked.
Then he threw her out the car. Like, damn, bruh.
To be let out multiple times, but Bricc Baby refused until he later threw her out of the car. The victim also stated that the defendant said he had something he needed to get rid of during the chase and threw a handgun out of the window. The third incident, 2012 to 2014 narcotics convictions. Upon his release in 2012, defendant was arrested for transportation of a controlled substance and ultimately sentenced to 365 days in jail and another 3 years of probation. That probation was later revoked after the defendant admitted to violating it. 5 months after that arrest, but before that sentence, he was arrested for the same crime in Nevada and ultimately was sentenced to 4 years of probation.
You getting a lot of probation and a lot of 365 days or whatever.
2013, he was arrested for and by 2014 convicted of possession of a controlled substance.
Facts, for real. Where the fuck is John Walsh? This shit crazy as hell.
Defendant later received misdemeanor relief for that conviction, but he thereafter violated his probation again. Incident number 4, 2016, criminal threats conviction. On August 2nd, 2016, defendant was convicted of criminal threats and sentenced to 2 years in state prison, although he was given yet another opportunity with the suspension of the execution of that sentence and 3 years formal probation.
So the criminal threats, you know, in some states they call it that, but it could be terroristic threats as well, which is normally a felony. So he got 2 years for that.
He violated that probation multiple times, even receiving a no bail bench warrant for his failure to appear for a violation hearing. Incident number 5, 2020 robbery conviction. On October 7, 2020, defendant was convicted of robbery and sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. This arrest also led to a high-speed chase and barricade incident that defendant glamorized in his music. And
now, based off of them dates, he would have still been in prison, right?
got a screenshot of Bricc Baby's music video Behind the Gate where he included footage from the news. It says incident number 6, misdemeanor arrest and other conduct. It says as a juvenile, defendant was charged with carrying a concealed weapon, robbery, and minor in possession of a weapon. He has further arrest for narcotic sales, many failure to appear in multiple states, obstruction, multiple felony and possession charges, false statements, flight, assault with a deadly weapon, multiple fugitive from justice warrants, inflicting corporal injury on a spouse, criminal threats, and multiple robberies. Defendant also has misdemeanor convictions and an infraction involving arrest for taking a vehicle without consent, driving on a suspended license, and domestic violence. Number 7, defendant's fraud crimes. Defendant's crimes do not pertain only to violence and weapon possession, though. Defendant is currently under investigation for fraudulently applying for FEMA benefits by claiming to be a renter of a property in Pasadena, California, destroyed in the Eaton fire in January 2020. Moreover, in his digital devices seized during his previous arrest, defendant was in possession of multiple social security numbers, addresses, and other personal identifying information that he had bought on WhatsApp. Defendant even had a photograph of a driver's license with his photograph, but a different name, address, and state. My God, it says bullet point H, defendant was detained based on a risk of flight and danger. On March 19, 2025, this court ordered defendant to be detained pending trial based on risk of non-appearance and danger to the community. This court found detention to be appropriate based on 1, the defendant's history and characteristics, including his criminal record of fugitive arrest and violating probation and parole conditions, as well as insufficient bail resources, and 2, defendant's safety risk due to the nature and seriousness of the instant charges and his criminal history, which include numerous convictions, some of which were violent. Number 3, argument A, legal standards for pretrial detention. A defendant must be detained pending trial where no condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the appearance of the person as required and the safety of any other person in the community. The detention is thus appropriate for a defendant who is either a danger to the community or a flight risk. They then state this case, United States versus Matamidi. It says the Bail Reform Act mandates an individual evaluation guided by the factors articulated in 3142 United States versus Diaz Hernandez. Those factors are the nature and circumstances of the offense charged, including whether the offense is a crime of violence. 2, the weight of the evidence against the defendant. 3, the defendant's character, physical and mental condition, family and community ties, past conduct, history relating to drug or alcohol abuse, criminal history. And 4, the nature and seriousness of the danger to any person or the community that would be posed by the defendant's release. They cite another case, United States versus Windsor. It says defendant should remain detained. All of the 3142 factors justify ordering defendant to remain detained pending trial. It says 1, nature and circumstances of the offenses. The nature and circumstances of the defendant's offenses unequivocally weigh in favor of detention. Defendant's offenses, which are possessing multiple firearms on multiple occasions and over 125 rounds of ammunition, some of which he fired, are serious. The fact that defendant fired at would-be robbers in a business parking lot and less than a year later was found with firearms after purportedly pointing them at his partner and child only confirmed that the defendant should not be possessing firearms, not to mention his multiple prior felony convictions, each of which alone prohibit him from possessing firearms in the first place. His continued possession of another firearm and even more ammunition at home with his child during his latest arrest only further corroborates the need for his detention. Moreover, defendant faces a statutory maximum of 15 years for each count. As currently charged due to defendant's extensive criminal history and with enhancements for the type and number of firearms and obstruction of justice, defendant faces a likely guideline range of 92 to 115 months imprisonment based on a total offense level of 21. And for those who don't want to do the math, 92 months is 7.5 years, 115 months is 9.5 years. That's what he's looking at based on these charges that he got. They've got the charges listed: base level offense, 23 firearms plus 2 obstruction plus 2, making the total level of his offense a 24. The severity of the potential penalties involved augments defendant's risk of non-appearance. So they're saying because of what he's being charged with and the sentence that he's facing, and based on the fact that he has skipped out on court dates in the past, it's likely if they release him that he will skip out on this court date as well. It says, as courts have recognized, such a lengthy sentence provides significant incentive to flee, and given defendant's criminal history and category, he is facing a guideline sentence of nearly 10 years. They cite another case where somebody had done that exact thing, fled because they were facing a long sentence. It says defendant's previous evading and flight from law enforcement, as well as his repeated fugitive arrest, failures to appear, and parole violations confirm the same. In
that tell, baby,
some, the nature and circumstances of defendant's offenses demonstrate that he is a risk of both danger and non-appearance. Number 2, weight of the evidence. The evidence that defendant committed the charged offenses is overwhelming and cannot be ignored in assessing defendant's risk of danger and non-appearance in this case. Defendant was captured on audio recordings discussing firearms and other crimes for months. When his home was searched, those firearms were recovered. Defendant was previously captured on surveillance footage where shell casings were later recovered at the defendant's location in the video, showing that he fired them. Evidence of defendant's continued possession of firearms is likewise powerful, including the night before his arrest on the podcast video as found in his home during the arrest. All the evidence in this case conclusively shows defendant's continued possession of firearms and use of those prohibited firearms. Accordingly, the weight of the evidence, which this court shall consider under 18 U.S.C. 3142, favors defendant's continued detention. It's got number 3, history and characteristic of defendant. It says defendant's history and characteristics also favor detention. Indeed, defendant's involvement in multiple violent offenses renders him partially dangerous to the community. The evidence of his violence and threats of violence is all exacerbated by defendant's apparent continued access to firearms as detailed above. The recordings of defendant discussing uncharged conduct cast his already damning criminal history in an even more troubling light. Defendant's many convictions, along with his recent involvement in these firearm offenses, further establish the danger he possesses to the community if he is released. Additionally, defendant's headlong flight from law enforcement on multiple occasions and countless supervision violations only reinforces his dangerousness and his incompatibility with pretrial release, as does his attempt to rid himself of the firearms when law enforcement searched searched the location. For all of these reasons, defendant's history and characteristics support his continued detention. It's got number 4, nature and seriousness of danger posed by defendant's release. It says defendant's release would pose a serious danger to his own family and the community at large. Law enforcement risked exposing its investigation into a deadly criminal enterprise by executing the search warrant at the defendant's home in June 2023, all to protect the defendant's partner and child from defendant hurting them. In multiple intercepted calls, defendant's partner had discussed the defendant physically hurting her and pointing a gun at her and her child. Despite law enforcement seizing multiple guns and ammunition from his home, which unquestionably should have been a turning point for the defendant had another unsecured gun and many more rounds of ammunition in reach of his child when he was arrested 2 years later in March of 2025. Defendant's risk of danger to his family cannot be ignored. Additionally, defendant is not only a risk of danger to the community at large, but has acted on his dangerousness time and time again. Perhaps most concerning is defendant's continued criminal conduct after being caught with firearms, including illegally possessing another firearm, which weighs strongly in favor of continued detention. It's got bullet point C. Defendant's proposed property bond is insufficient, so they call him Bricc Baby broke. They said while defendant's support from family shown by his—
Remember in the last live stream when Lush said that Bricc Baby was rich?
His mother's willingness to serve as a surety and put up a property bond on his behalf is admirable. But there is no condition or combination of conditions to warrant his release pending trial. Even the proposed secured property bond would not mitigate defendant's danger to the community in light of the severity of his charged offenses and his serious, lengthy criminal history. Even if the defendant agreed to other conditions, those limitations, including electronic monitoring, would all suffer from the critical flaw in that they depend on the defendant's good faith compliance in order to be effective. In particular, electronic monitoring does not prevent a defendant from committing crimes within the monitoring radius, including his home, where he has been caught with unsecured firearms and ammunition more than once, and there is no reasonable way to assure that a defendant would not make impermissible stops or detours on his way to places permitted under the restrictions. Given defendant's repeated commission of crimes over the course of this investigation, as well as the litany of criminal convictions, warrants, violations, and continued criminal activity while on probation or parole, this court should be wary of the defendant's ability to obey his proposed restrictions. Because defendant's personal commitment to abide by release conditions is the key factor for determining his fitness for bail, his serial and flagrant criminality counsels against bail in this case. Conclusion: this court should therefore order the defendant's continued detention pending trial.
As we all know.
Now, even though I don't really like Sharp, right? I guess Sharp is supposed to be some pimp. Adam had hired him. I don't think he's working for Adam anymore. However, I thought what he was saying in his video was kind of interesting.
Bricc, you know what I'm saying? His bond got denied today. I talked to his baby mama for a second. Pretty much, if he is to get out, or, you know what I'm saying, even hits the streets, they don't want him on that podcast at all. They want him to resign from it, like be done with it. The feds do not want him on No Jumper no longer. I'm telling you facts. This isn't what I think. No, it's what I know. And then, to hear, when he was calling, Adam, he ain't answering, or whatever the case may be. He's calling people and they not picking up. Now they're avoiding him. Why is that? Boy, why ain't you answering Bricc calls? You ain't doing nothing right. Y'all been making content about them for the last 2 weeks. Why is it that he ain't received a paycheck? And motherfuckers is making money off of what he been doing. And I'm hearing that, from reliable sources, his people, that reached out about it. And, they're not getting no feedback on it, no response. I mean, they did have a life before he went to jail, homie. Like, that's what happens at jobs? Like, he don't get his money and missing out on some bands because he ain't there. Come on, brother. That ain't cool.
Now, if he had already worked, Adam should pay him his money. But I'd also seen in another situation where Sharp was saying that Adam didn't pay him the money that he was supposed to get far as like a verbal agreement. Now, Adam said that Sharp didn't actually sign the contract. However, they did make a verbal agreement and Sharp isn't getting his money either.
You're supposed to make sure that he got it. His baby mama or nobody like ain't received nothing. Like just even the money that he's owed legitimately for what, you know, the work that he's done. Because I know he got a salary. Why ain't that man received his bread? Like what's going on? Give him his bread. He at a point right now where he could use that for his family. He's still got, you know what I'm saying? He got kids in school. He got all types of going on. He can use his bread on it's a time where he probably need it the most. What I'm saying is very simple. I don't care what the case may be. He got kids. He's got going on. At least get in his last movement, his last hoorah for you say, him. But I knew that it was coming, homie. I knew that was coming. I seen it. I just shut up. Like, no, you know, let it rock. Just be careful. Man, now look. I made money off the man name. I ain't gonna say y'all, because that pinpoints too many people. But, you know, certain people have made money off of the likeliness of that whole situation for the last couple of weeks and ain't put $1 towards it. Man, I know the real people, man. His loved ones. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the people that's impacted, not just him and making content. To know that girl that reached out, you know, just on like some, hey, like what's going on? And she ain't getting no feedback. Like that tells me a lot. I'm only speaking on it because I would want to speak on it for me. I'm a solid homie. And when I hear certain like that and it's not being spoke on and like it's just playing just for content and like all y'all be playing them games and you suckers that be sitting there talking drag about it. Like you wouldn't even want it to happen to you. So shut up. Like all the trolls need to stop on people and all that extra y'all be doing to people thinking, oh, it's funny because it's in jail. These are the feds. I've said it, ain't no state case, ain't the state playing with nobody. You playing with a couple of Texans that think they know something. Nah. Them people watch like it ain't nobody's business. That's why they are who they are.
So that's what I have for that, y'all. That shit is crazy. I dropped my link if anybody wants to come up. I do have a little while that I could speak, but that shit is crazy. I think that you know, obviously Bricc baby did not get bail. I don't think that he should either. And I think that the baby mama, you know, again, let's go back to Sharice. You know, being the down ride or die chick and all this and that. I get it. You have a baby by him, but you gonna sit up here and wait for a nigga that's gonna only probably get out and do the same thing. It's not like he's really gonna get any good programming in there as far as, you know, how to finally respect you as his child's mother and to worry about the safety of his child. For him to be waving a gun around and all that, that shit is fucking crazy as hell in front of his child and then making those type of statements as well. I don't know how old the child is. Allegedly, he has a child that's about to graduate in a few months or next month or whatever. But the child that was talked about in the paperwork was an infant or younger. So that baby was internalizing what was going on in that moment. And we don't even know how many fights they've had, you know, that weren't on, you know, wiretap. But I'm pretty sure that Bricc baby is done for a while. You know what I'm saying? I definitely feel like he's working, in my opinion. The shit's just crazy. I don't know. Oh, girl better get the fuck away from dude, because that would be real unfortunate if she sat there and waited for him and all this and that or whatever. We don't know how long you gonna get, child. But and then for him to get out and do the same behavior and shit. You know what I mean? Shit's crazy. But at the end of the day, that is what I have. And I do also feel like, you know, no jumper, there could be a bigger incident that happens. Because clearly this one, you know, Adam probably was concerned, right? But at the end of the day, you know, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, right? Like I said, he came out, did a video saying that because of a lawsuit and because of, you know, their content's going down from what it was when the Rona was going on, and they bought a $4 million building and this, that, and the other, that no jumper is going broke as a company, not Adam 22. And we don't know if there's a lawsuit about this whole jumping at no jumper, right? There's two people that could file a lawsuit, and there's two people, you know, that could criminally press charges or whatever. It looks like something is coming out of this at the end of the day. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But I think the whole situation with Jay Reed is wild. Like, I really didn't expect to find that out, to, like, you know, hear that this man went to prison for rape. Now, I don't know what is in that paperwork, but the fact that he went away, you know, he went to prison for rape and shit like that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. You know, I don't support predators, period. And if he did it, that is, you know, what he would be. However, in history, we know that sometimes this happens regardless of the complexion. But if she was abused, I wouldn't care if she was white, black, or whatever, Chinese. At the end of the day, she's a survivor as well. But if she lied on him, that's fucked up. But I'm interested in, you know, finding out dude's name and shit and really seeing what's going on with that paperwork. Because like I said, I looked around, did not see it. So I kind of moved on. I do have other stuff in a playlist that I want to get to, but I also want to take the next live stream and we're going to talk about the conscious community, right? Recently, Sonetta did a live stream where he was interviewing the wives, you know, quote unquote, right? The concubines of Nature Boy. And I found it very interesting. And I actually was requested to do it after I'd already started editing it and shit like that. So we're going to look at both sides. And Sonetta did not disappoint. In true Sonetta nature, he definitely was on the side of the people that were riding with the predator instead of the victim. We will hear from the victim in that situation. Now, I do want to say it feels like Napa tried to get on the good side of this. You know, she was very vocal and stuff like that. So I'll weigh in on that. But how are you doing, Unseen? What is good?
Hey,
Uh-oh.
what's going on?
Yo, audio is messing up. Drop down and come right back up.
All right.
All right. Here, let me give him a new link. All right, let me give him a new link. All right. So, yeah. So I thought that was interesting. So that's already done. I already have that edited. That's almost like a 3-hour edit because it was a long whole situation. Of course, I cut some shit out. But some people from, you know, that support Nature Boy were there. Some people that speak against it. One dude that was in Carbonation was there. So it was really interesting. So we will double back for that. Like I said, I'm still covering the conscious community. However, like, I'm not going to cover every single thing that he do. Like, sometimes lately it's been boring. It seems like besides him trying to represent Shaka Amos, which, you know, there's that. He was up there supporting him and letting, you know, I don't know whether it was an interview or a video or pre-recorded what, but he was doing that. And we know that Shaka admitted that he slept with a few mothers and their daughters. So that's sick. So in true form, damn, what the hell? Every time he comes up here, it drops him down. So in true form, come back up. In true form, you know, he did that. I did see that. I didn't watch the video, but I was just like, this nigga just don't get it. And then, like I said, the Nature Boy situation. Yeah, so that's in the video as well. Allegedly, Nature Boy claims that he was stabbed 9 times and his lung collapsed and all this and that. And the GDs, okay, the GDs. He claims that the GDs in prison mistaked his identity and thought he was somebody else, got to jugging him up and all that. If you guys remember a while back, I want to say, I don't even know, probably about like 6 months now ago. Let me look for it. I did a live stream on, you know, Sonetta claiming that, where is that? Okay, so it was 8 months ago. It's called Sonetta HOK affiliate juked in the joint. So there's that. Let me share this. Hold on. Here I come, MK. All right. Is that you? You back? MK. What the fuck? StreamYards is really tripping, bro. What the fuck? I cannot hear him at all. What's good, 24? So yeah, there's that video. But recently he did a live, not a live stream. Sonetta claims that, which could be true, that he was chilling or whatever, and then his phone rang and Nature Boy called him And it just, you know, it was no like, you have a collect call from, or you have a call from, prepaid call from. It just went, you know, right to there. So Sonetta was like, you know, who is this and all that? And Nature Boy said his Nature Boy, and he said he was on a burner phone. Sonetta made, excuse me, a point to point out that he was on a burner phone when he called him or whatever. And, you know, recorded some of the phone call, and he was saying that the real niggas is in jail. And I thought that was crazy. So we already have the video is already edited. What I'm gonna do is probably come back Wednesday for that and shit like that. So I just want y'all to know that I'm not off of them. I'm keeping an eye on them. But some things, you know, I haven't looked in the last couple of days, but some things it just seemed like they trying to allegedly stay out of trouble. What's good, Unseen?
You hear me now?
It's still messing up. Where you at?
What in the world?
Like that shit's crazy as hell.
This is crazy. Hold on, let me see something.
Oh, let me see if I can fix it behind here. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you better now, I think. Go ahead.
What about now?
Yeah, I hear you good now.
Okay. Yeah, this whole situation.
Thank you.
Man, you got content creators. Like, I kind of knew or kind of thought it was going to happen, but I kind of thought it was going to happen a different way. Like, being in these sectors, you see, like, say, for instance, when people get into it with Sonetta, or Sonetta do something crazy, you see some people just jump out the woodwork trying to protect them and take up for them and stuff, just to get on his good side, clout chasing, you know. And that's what you see with this Wack thing. You see a lot of these content creators, bigger content creators, some of them putting out stuff or snatching stuff down or editing things just to get on his good side. It worked with that Hefe dude.
Oh
He did it
man, when
about
the Hefe went over there, I didn't expect him to do that. That was wow. Go ahead, my
he
bad.
did the about face, and it got him the no jumper. So you got a lot of these content creators doing that. Then you got some of them that came out pretending they was against the dude, and they probably were when they first came out, but one of them just got exposed big time. This GMT whatever, come to find out he was getting information from Wack, and he got exposed for that, and a lot of
Damn.
people were shocked. So yeah, this is craziness. So, but I kind of thought it would go on like this, but I didn't know it was gonna go on like how people getting called out. And I done called out a couple people for taking things down or editing. I seen a couple videos that was edited, like that. Luce Cannon was like, he said when he was talking, Wack told him when the two guys came up there, hey nephew, I think we're gonna have to set an example. And that's when he jumped on them. So a lot of people started pulling that down and taking that down. And just like I called out another guy, when Wack was like, he was in on the play when they extorted T.I. They set up a play where they pressed T.I. and they called Big U to come up there and be the savior. So they played good cop, bad cop. And that this one guy ran that so much. It was the same guy, the one who got caught. He ran that so much when I called in and I told him that, and I gave him the clip and he played and he ran that. So then he took that down. And then Whacking them came out with the whole, oh, I didn't have nothing to do with no extortion. Extortion, that ain't me. That's Big U, which leading to something else I want to talk about. But anyway, so yeah, it was a lot of that going on. I see a lot of that all over the internet now of people.
Did you see where they saying that he used SKG? That
Oh
SKG
yeah. Now see, and that right there, I don't know, because And I hate to, I'm one of the ones who I hear what you're saying, but I got to see both sides of it. But it's just something about her story that's kind of believable, like the click clack thing. But then on the other side, a lot of people were calling out a bunch of things, and I was rolling with her. But then when people started calling out, but after that, you still was working with Big U, and they brought up 2014, and I was like, ooh, that's not a good look. That's not a good. If he beat you while you was pregnant in what, '09 or whatever, locked you in, beat you while you was 4 months pregnant, all that. Why did you go back to him and working with him in 2014? So
Yeah, that's wild.
that put the sting on it.
That channel, Scandalous TV. I mean, LA TV 2 or Scandalous LA TV.
Yeah, it's
That
two of them.
channel be going
Scandalous Los
in.
Angeles.
Yeah, yeah.
It's two of them. I be
They be
fucking with
going in
him.
on his ass.
Yeah, and that's where another thing I found, but I'm speak on that in a second. But yeah, so that kind of, I don't know, with SKG or whatever her name is, that stands for Suge Knight's girl. And
What?
yeah, her name, that little SKG, Suge Knight's girl. She messed with Suge. She's a rapper. She was on with
Oh,
Death Row.
what?
Mm-hmm.
No, I knew that she was a rapper, but I didn't know that it stood for Suge Knight's girl.
Yeah, she was with Suge for a little bit, and
Wow.
yeah, that's what the name stands for.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, so this whole thing has been funny to see, but there's a couple things going on right now, and it's kind of all connected but not connected. Like so with the Big U situation, that's the Rolling 60s, the neighborhood Crips.
Right.
Well, there's another indictment out. Same, it's Crips, but it's the other side, it's the East Side Crips. So it's a different Crip organization, but
Didn't they
and
do
when you
that? Didn't they do that takedown like outside of a bar or something like that in LA?
no,
Because
no,
I
no,
think
I
I
don't think.
showed the if I'm thinking of the same thing, I think I showed the clip of it. I
No,
don't know.
this
Maybe I'm
one,
not talking about the same thing. Maybe it's something else.
yeah, this one, it's like it's a lot of similar things. Like there's a weed dispensary that was getting shook down. They got
Yeah.
one of the dudes who was pimping his granddaughter. Like
What?
what? Yeah, I was like, God damn, it's a lot of shit going on with that other indictment. I was like, oh shit, it's wild. So
What?
the feds is active out there in Los Angeles right now. But
Right.
yeah, but this whole Wack thing, I mean, you pointed it out too. What is Wack doing? Like Loose Cannon got exposed. I mean, not Loose Cannon, Bricc Baby. That was in the paperwork when they said, okay, yeah, this, that, whatever. And he had a gun on the no jumper, this, that, whatever. But Wack been, when he went after the Flacco dude, he been showed he had a gun and he's a felon. Then in the paperwork, they say when the wiretap with Big U, they talk about Wack pulling out his gun when remember in the parking garage when he started yelling out Big U's whole
Yep.
government name. So
Yep.
they say he had a gun. Wack get on no jumper and brag about the gun he had and all that. So it's just showing you, is just a continuation of showing you this dude is breaking the law. They're aware of it and they don't do anything at all. This dude, and what makes it so reckless and so dangerous is you pretty much can tell what he is, but he's allowed to plug in different areas. He's allowed to deal with people in Chicago. He's allowed to deal with people down south. I mean, to me, it's like we're seeing what was dude name? We're seeing a live, up-to-date William O'Neal, the dude who infiltrated the Black Panthers in Chicago. And you know what I'm saying? You know what he did. We're seeing that
Right.
with this Wack dude. It's like the hip hop police is alive and thriving. They never went away. And this dude, they know what this guy is doing. They're watching him break laws and all that. Now, from what I know and what I've heard, even if you're working, they will allow you to do whatever it is you're doing as long as you bring them back information.
Right.
But
True.
you can't be involved in any violence as far as harming someone. Now, the thing they've been pulling down is when Luce Cannon said, Wack 100 looked at him and said, we're going to have to set an example, nephew. And then they jumped on them dudes. So he's involved in violence. That would automatically break that rule for them. But they're still letting this dude do what he do.
Right.
And he's been doing it for quite some time. Now, remember,
It's crazy that they didn't step in. You know, they had talked about how they had stepped in June of 2023 because they were concerned about her safety. That's probably when they had got the wiretaps, though.
Yeah, but look, and you bring up a good point. Them being concerned about the safety. Now, the Wack guy said, and he recorded it and put it online about saying they called him, the FBI called him because they was concerned over the beef that was going on, what they heard over the internet between him and Jay Prince. Remember, he put the audio out of him talking to the woman on the phone, the white woman, saying it was the FBI that called him. And they was concerned because they thought he had got some threats from Jay Prince. And they wanted to know, was he okay if he wanted to press charges or whatever he wanted to do. This is online. Everybody knows about this. Wack been talking about it. He played the audio different places and he talks about it. Just off threats they perceived that he got from Jay Prince. But people forgetting Wack made threats to do something to what's the good Aaron the plumber, his mama, his wife, all that. Wack was threatening this man online, talking about what he was gonna do to his wife and his mama, all that stuff. Where I ain't heard nobody say nothing about that.
Is this what you're talking about right here? Really quick. Hold on.
Let's go to some breaking.
Hold on. Really quick. Is this what you're talking about? As far as the other shit?
Let's go to some breaking news. Several people detained in North Hollywood. KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk. Mike?
Yeah, Pat, lots of people detained. This is all on Lancashire Boulevard, the 6600 block. SkyCal live overhead right now. You can see all of the people lined up against the fence there. That is right outside of a car wash. Now, we are told this is a large operation happening by LAPD's Valley Bureau Vice units and LAPD Valley Bureau gang units that have all of those people in cuffs right there. We'll go to the right because there's got a processing table where they are processing all of these individuals who have been detained. Now, LAPD's North Hollywood watch commander, I just talked to her. She cannot definitively tell me exactly what the circumstances surrounding the operation are, if this is a warrant service, if there's something else going on here. But obviously, Vice gets involved when you have some of these types of things. Gang unit also involved. I want to pan to the left here because we also noticed a noticeable police presence right outside the Star Garden Strip Club. They have some other unmarked units down there. They also have the plainclothes officers that are down there as well, kind of on each corner of the building. The Star Garden Strip Club, Pat, you've heard us talk about that before because that is the strip club that unionized. Those strippers unionized. We've talked about it a lot here on KCAL News. So we're figuring out.
I don't know. Maybe
That's
no.
not it. I'm gonna
no.
send it to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
And when you start looking through that, you might do a whole nother series. Cause it's murder after murder after
For
murder
real?
after. Yeah, I mean.
So do you think that like them niggas, like somebody's in there snitching on this newer
Well,
like
yeah. You ain't no mystery. They start snitching on each other left and right. Man, when I saw this shit, cause they say the reason why Big U and them shit hit the news like it did is because of their area. They're west in the west part of LA, closer to Hollywood. But the east side, the Easties, they're not that close to Hollywood. So you don't really hear about them as much as you do or see them on TV as much as you do Big U and them. But when you get to going through that, they got the same thing. They was shaking down the dispensaries. They got a dude pimping his granddaughter. They got
not
murder
his
after murder.
granddaughter. Like, what the fuck? You know, we live in a fucked up ass world where somebody would pimp their grandchild.
Yeah. It's kind of the same with Big U. That's why they comparing it to the Big U thing, because it's one dude who they call the boss of all bosses over the East Side Crips, because the East Side, they got different Crip factions under that. Just like, say for instance, the People Nation or the Folks Nation, you got different factions under the umbrella. So, but there's one dude, they say he was the boss of all bosses over all the factions over there. And man, when you get to looking at that story, it's unbelievable how murders was taking place, and they just started. Some of them for no reason, it's bank robberies, all kind of shit. Some of the motherfuckers was just so tired of doing shit, they just called the FBI and said, "Look, man, I'm tired. I did this shit. Yeah.
Stop playing." Not called on themselves.
Yeah. They just got on the phone with the FBI. I was like, "Look, man, I'm tired. I did this shit. I did that too. I did that shit. I did that. Just come get me, man." Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, I'm not gonna give it all away, but it's interesting that the main guy, wait till you hear how he got away with a murder, but then it came back on him and had everybody fooled. It's tripped out. But
that's crazy. That's crazy as hell. Notice though that it's the Crips getting locked up, and what is Wack? He a blood, and the Bloods is safe right now.
Yeah. To me, how can I put this? Oh, let me point this out too. Remember when he got on the phone with I believe it was Hassan Campbell, he was bragging about when Big U and them get into it, because Crips fight each other. When Big U and them get into fights and stuff, they got to come to him to get guns. This is Wack, right? When Big U and them get into it with the other Crips and they get the fighting and stuff, they got to come to him to get their guns. They come to Wack to get their guns. So, and then remember when Luce Cannon was like, when Big U was passing out guns, he was writing down the serial numbers.
Yep.
So where did Big U get them guns from? And who was he writing down the serial numbers from? Well,
The
we know who
police.
he write down the serial numbers from.
And was any of them guns in Bricc Baby shit?
Did any of them guns come from Wack? That's
right.
the thing.
Ooh, true.
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah. But that whole thing, is just crazy. Like, I'm watching this dude just move around, and everywhere he go, people get took now. People just, and then you zoom in and then you zoom out and you see the bigger picture of who brought this dude into this whole game. Reggie Wright. I keep calling him White, but it's right. Reggie Wright brought this dude Wack around everybody. He's the one that introduced him to everybody. And when you go into Reggie Wright, this dude, people know, a lot of people know, but maybe people don't know, he was a Compton police officer. His father was like a captain or some shit. But they was from Grape Street. They both was Grape Street Crips who became police officers. He started working for Death Row. So I sent you the thing with the FBI. Now, I don't know if you went and saw the other one because it's on the
Yes.
same page. So
I
the
be watching those
FBI
videos,
guy
man. Yep. Go ahead.
came out and almost fully put him on blast, basically. And he said, this guy, Reggie Wright, was bound and determined to take over Death Row Records. He wanted to take Death Row from Suge. So when you start going on the allegations of this guy, because remember he got Reggie Wright ended up going to the feds. He got out. But
I didn't know that.
the guy who got murdered, there's a couple murders come back to him. A lot of murders come back to him. He took down he acted as an informant.
Wow. Hello? Unseen. Can you hear me? They didn't snatched him up out the frame. Mr. Lucien said they were not from Grape Street. I hope like StreamYards be tripping, bro. Let me drop this link again. I don't know what happened.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Okay, go ahead.
So he got rid of the Compton Police Department. And he said, this is the mayor, he said the reason why he got rid of the Compton Police Department is because while the Compton Police Department was patrolling the streets, you had like 137 murders. He said once he dismantled the Compton Police Department and brought the sheriffs in, the murder rate dropped from 137 to 27. And he said 1 year you had it where it was only 13 murders. He said the reason why it dropped like that once they got rid of the Compton, because the Compton Police Department was all black. He said the reason why it dropped, and it's a black mayor, the reason why it dropped because a lot of the murders were being committed by the police department themselves, i.e. Reggie and his father. So he got rid of them. And after that, Reggie went and worked as an informant for the feds to take him down. Now, this is what Reggie and the feds got into it, and the federal agent proved it just is what it is. That white man had Reggie looking stupid because Reggie tried to say the only one he worked for the feds was to take down the mayor, and he was mad at the mayor because he got rid of the Compton Police Department, which him and his dad worked for. But that FBI agent wasn't letting up. He was like, "Nah, Reggie, no, that ain't true." And Reggie was like, "I don't want to make it seem like I was an informant at Death Row." Dude bust him out again. Reggie was working to take down Suge. Reggie took Suge's baby mama to the feds so she can tell, well, whether it's true or not, I don't know. So she can tell the feds that Suge paid this dude, I guess he was from Mob Piru, or no, he was from Fruittown Piru, or Blood Piru, paid him to kill Biggie. Reggie was working to take down Suge so he can get control over Death Row Records. So when the rumor was out a while ago that Reggie and Suge's ex-wife, not the baby mama who went and gave that information, Suge's ex-wife who helped with Death Row, when the rumor came out that her and Reggie were working behind the scenes to take Death Row Records away from Suge, that FBI agent is showing that this indeed was happening. So, and then they go into the murders that happened. The dude Buntry, Tupac mentioned him in the song "To Live and Die in L.A." Buntry was Mob James' brother. The dude Buntry gets murdered. They find his body in Reggie's car. There's another guy who gets murdered who while Buntry got killed. Man, I don't know what's going on with this, but anyway,
I hear you.
The reason why Buntry gets killed is this other blood dude gets killed, and they say witnesses said the police came and arrested him and took him away, handcuffed him and took him away. They find his body handcuffed, dumped somewhere. So when they say the police came, took him away, handcuffed him, took him away, and it was black police officers, who are they gonna blame? Reggie. So the Bloods was mad, like, wait a minute, y'all killed this our guy, and that's why they came and killed Buntry, supposedly. But just so happens, Buntry's body gets found in Reggie's car.
And then what happened? Like by who though? Was it by like the police found him?
No, well,
dude found they found dude. Who found dude's body in the car?
The police found him dead in Reggie's car. So all these bodies is circling around this dude Reggie. Now you go into the whole Tupac thing. Who told them not to have guns that day? Reggie. So there's a whole thing going, and there's a thing about the missing check. Where did the check go? Supposed to have been $1 million check that was cut. They say, what's the guy's name? The guy from New York, the one who they said pocketed the money instead of giving it to the Southside Crips. He kept the money. The middleman, I forget his name. Either way it go, they say it didn't happen. Some people say, I don't know for sure, but some people are saying that no, he paid the money. He got the check from Puffy, but instead of keeping it like they said he did, instead of paying the Crips, Reggie and them intercepted that money. Dirty cops intercepted that money instead of giving it to the Crips. They the one got it. So it's a whole thing with that stuff, man. You can.
I didn't know that Reggie was out here. I mean, I did look at the some videos that was exposing him, but I didn't know like he had a dead body in his car. The police caught him. He didn't do 1 day in jail. Like,
this dude is the real Lonzo from Training Day. Look, the dude Frank Alexander, Tupac's personal bodyguard. Reggie was putting the squeeze on him. When Reggie started squeezing him after Tupac got killed, he was squeezing him so much that Frank Alexander, remember, Frank Alexander ended up dead. So he was squeezing Frank Alexander so much, Frank started recording the phone calls unbeknownst to Reggie. So they got one phone call where Reggie called him, and if you listen to it, and you listen to the way Reggie talking to this dude, he tell Frank, yeah, so if you can find a way not to get served that subpoena to testify, and you disappear and make it so you can't be found, I think you're gonna be all right.
what?
He basically telling this nigga, motherfucker, get ghost, because if they serve you and you testify, it's finna get real fucked up for you. And he be bragging about that. He was like, you don't want to, if you look on what is it, Bomb First, he be on the page.
Yeah.
He say, you don't want to mess with Reggie Wright. Asked about it. Nobody talks bad of Reggie Wright. Because this dude, he's the real live Lonzo from Training Day.
Hell
this dude
nah.
is a trip. And you don't, when you first see him, he a light-skinned dude, so you don't really think that at first.
Right.
But then when you start going through his background and what's connected to him, then you like, what the fuck? Damn. You start reading about his dad, you be like, oh, okay. This is what these motherfuckers was on.
Dude, StreamYards is tripping today, bro. Like everything about it is just not even going good. So if you see me coming down, that's why.
Yeah,
it's starting to mess up. That's crazy though. I would have never expected that Reggie was Lonzo from Training Day. That's crazy.
Yeah. So when he brings Wack into the picture, now, like I said, I do believe the whole thing with him bringing Wack in and having Wack around and doing what Wack does because Wack has some dirt on him already. Suge, not too long after that, got raided. There was a federal raid. When they raided him, they was looking because somebody had put the rumor that he was, moving something or whatever. But Death Row, I remember watching it on the news when it happened. Death Row got raided, and they went in there and they was pulling things out. And then all around that stuff, it was just like the paperwork with the CS2 back.
Yeah.
And Wack be ducking that. Now, just recently, and another thing I noticed, Wack and Reggie have something on each other that they don't bring out. They throw subliminal jabs towards each other, but either way it go, if one of them get pissed off, because Wack just punked Reggie, but Reggie bowed down to it. But if you listen to the argument, Reggie about to do something, because Reggie was like, yeah, okay, because it was something about the extortion. And
Right.
Reggie had said something to the fact that Wack was running around with Big U and Suge extorting people. And Wack got mad because he didn't want to be put in that because of what's going on now. So they called Reggie to the room, and Wack was getting on him like, you need to fix that. I ain't never did nothing. He was just talking, you know how Wack get talking shit to him and getting loud and stuff.
Right.
So Reggie tried to back out of it, like, okay, well, it was a misunderstanding, this, that, whatever. But Wack kept pushing the issue. And you hear Reggie, when Reggie was like, okay, I misspoke, this, that, whatever. But Wack kept on, and Reggie was like, yeah, all right, okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, yeah. So because before, when this happened, Reggie dropped the whole telling people that there was only two people's name changed in Greg Kading's movie, and those two people were the confidential informants. So the only two people's names was changed in the movie. When you read between the lines and you go look at it, is Stutterbox and Wack 100. So that was Reggie's way of saying that Stutterbox and Wack 100 is the informants, which the paperwork, the CS2 back paperwork confirms. So the last time they got into it like that, that's what Reggie did. So now this just happened. So I'm looking to see what Reggie do next, because Reggie's gonna throw something back at him. I'm just waiting to see it.
Should I play that video?
Which one?
That one that you had sent me about Reggie.
Yeah, but there's another one. There's a longer one where he goes into detail and he tells about him being an informant at Death Row as well. But you can play that one too.
Okay, let me pull it up. Hold on. It's because it's short. It's like 6 minutes and shit.
Yeah.
This shit is interesting though. Like, what the fuck? Shout out to hold on really quick. Shout out to them. I'm gonna share the link to this video and let's go.
Ain't he like somebody snitch or informant or police or something? Ain't he like somebody snitch or informant or police or something?
Russ Poole called it a false flag operation, and I don't see how you could call it anything else, especially if it's true that Reggie Wright Jr. was informing for the FBI and the LAPD. Was he also informing for Vegas? I mean, this is Knight's right-hand guy. 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 And he's straight up snitching to law enforcement.
Phil Carson, I'm a retired FBI agent, and I'm here today to talk about the Tupac Shakur murder and the investigation that followed. Let me speak a little bit about Reggie Wright Jr. Reggie's made it very clear in a lot of interviews that he went from never working for the FBI to working for Dan McMullen, for working for LJ Conley, who was my partner, and that he was an FBI foreman. He was an FBI foreman. He was an FBI foreman. So I'm not saying anything right now regarding Reggie Wright Jr. that he hasn't already said a million times over on a documentary or on a podcast or any type of interview. Yes, Reggie was working with the FBI. Yes, Reggie was working with the FBI. Yes, Reggie was working with the FBI. In this last interview that I did on his podcast, he stated that he only provided information regarding the corrupt mayor of Compton at that time, which is Omar Bradley. Okay, that's a flat out lie. And if anybody believes that that's all that Reggie provided, they're fools. And if anybody believes that that's all that Reggie provided, they're fools. Wake up, people, okay?
And you believe I was involved in
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that you were involved. I didn't say you were not involved.
Okay. I said, but if you do believe that, let me just ask you this.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead, Reg.
Why didn't you ever come knocking on my door and talk to me? You saw the 302s on me before, right? You know that I was an open book, cooperate. Why you never came? And this was ready. I want to talk to you about these things.
You want me to answer?
You know, I knew.
You want me to answer? Hold on. Oh, Reggie, if that's your question, do you want me to honestly answer it? I've done my best to try to help Reggie cover for himself, tell him when to keep his mouth shut, and Reggie just goes on and on and on.
Yes, sir.
You sure? Because I'm trying to protect you from yourself here.
No, go ahead.
Okay. We did talk to you, Reg, in its document, okay? Reggie provided a lot of information. He was in a very high-level position of death row records. He was very aware of what we were doing in terms of investigations, numerous investigations on death row records and Suge Knight. We executed search warrants. He helped provide information. Reggie had a game plan, and he made it very, very clear that he wanted to take over death row records. Make no mistake about that. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Yes. It's the policy of the FBI that we never openly discuss who our FBI informants are, and that's what allows us to have such a good relationship with our informants. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, Reggie. Whether you remember things or don't remember things, I don't have control over, okay? Many years ago, the FBI had two classifications of informants. One was called the 137 and one was called the 270. A 137 informant was an informant that was providing information, but they weren't doing it because they were trying to work off, say, a drug arrest or some type of fraud investigation. A 137 could be just a person that was just had a conscience, was trying to do some community, like a community service type thing, just trying to help out law enforcement. We would not provide that person's name. If a judge asked for that person's name, we were not obligated to give it, and we would not give it. And that helped the FBI build a real strong trust. So if somebody came in and said, hey, my neighbor's committing this crime and I've got young children and I need something done about it and I'll do whatever I can to help you guys. We're never going to ask that person to testify. We're never going to disclose who that person is, but we want people to feel comfortable coming to the FBI knowing that it's safe and secure and we're not going to divulge their identity or anything like that or where this information came from. That's a 137. That's what Russ Poole was with me. The other kind of informant is a 270. That somebody is, let's say they got caught robbing a bank and they know about 10 other bank robbers because they helped participate in other bank robberies as a drive-away or something like that, or help try to plan, say, a bank robbery. And so they wanted to cooperate. And for that cooperation, we wouldn't promise them anything, but we told them it's mandatory that you're willing to testify. And then based on the information that you provide, the truthfulness and the results from the information you provided, there's a strong likelihood that they're going to get some type of benefit from, whether a sentence get reduced or whatever the case may be. That's a 270. So it all depends on where you classify. If you're somebody that's trying to work a beef off, or you're just trying to provide information, to cut yourself a good deal, and you're not doing it out of the goodwill of your heart. You understand that? You understand the distinction between the two, right?
Okay, yeah, got you.
Okay.
I'm not the one who made the rules, my nigga. Y'all be act like y'all mad at me because the rules is looking bad on y'all. Y'all breaking the rules. That's the rules, bro. If you hanging with a rat, use a buster. I didn't make that up.
That's a kid before I was born, bro. That is what it is, homie. I'm just reading the rule book to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I stand on that. Dude's a buster, bro. He's a rat. He told already. So I don't understand why niggas think that something is different, bro. So once you jump out there like that, it is what it is, homie. You feel me? You chose your side, bro. You fuck with rats, bro. A nigga's a buster. He's a buster. He's a buster. You feel me? You speaking up for dude, bro. Fuck her, bro. And it's gonna be like that, nigga.
So I thought that was interesting. I really did.
Yeah, when you look at the more detailed one, it's that one, but it's more detailed and the music ain't behind it, and you get to hear it clearly. Man, that dude go in on Reggie. He tell about everything Reggie was telling about. He talk about certain situations where Reggie informed on with Death Row, how he was informing on Death Row, all that. His plan to take over Death Row, get Suge out the way, all that. So it's a lot of people, in my opinion, owe Suge an apology because he was made to be a monster when that really wasn't necessarily the case. Now, I'm not saying Suge was totally innocent in things he did, but a lot of stuff that got put on him didn't. Suge saved a lot of people, and he had no idea his right-hand man was a fed, was an informant.
Right.
So that was wild, man, to see that and to see how all this stuff is interconnected, and all of
Yeah,
it.
because it's looking like a lot of them over there is snitches. Because Bell had said that 600 is a snitch. He literally wears just police gear and the badge and all that.
Yeah.
Talking about
All this stuff
he
is
a
connected.
security guard. Now some security guards do get badges and shit like that, but he wears like police clothing.
No. He got his badge from the police. There's a video out where the police department called him and had him come down to the police department. He went down there and got an honorary badge chain from the police. I watched the video.
What? I didn't see
Yeah.
that one. Okay.
Yeah. So,
but that same channel, shout out to Scandalous LATV2. I'ma drop the link to their
Scandalous Los Angeles.
Yeah, they got the video up there also, because ever since you send me that, I been watching a channel, and they got the one it's called Wack 100 tried to help the FBI put extortion charges on Big U using SKG. I thought that one was interesting too. So you got me over there like watching this, like hell yeah. It's
and,
crazy.
I don't like to get into other people's politics, because I don't like it when people get in Chicago politics and they get it wrong.
Right.
But some of that stuff, when I seen you this stuff about the East Siders and what the indictment that came down on them, you're gonna be like, man.
I mean, at this
the big
point,
U stuff is big, but wait till you see the East Side Crips, they shit, you're gonna be like, man, what the I'm not laughing.
At this point, I mean, I'll talk about it. I don't care if they get in their feelings, because motherfuckers be talking about Chicago politics all the time. And then yeah, there's some crazy shit. Like, I don't know. I've been looking into or whatever, as far as this whole thing. But also Adam 22 had a wild interaction with Ruga, J.H.E. Ruga. And for number one, looking back, I didn't know, see some of the interviews with Duck's mom and him. I think some of that was inappropriate, right, between him and Adam. Adam and Duck's mama. But then also Ruga went up there and he, kind of checked Adam or whatever, right? And so he told Adam, let's box it out or whatever, right? Because he didn't like how he was politicking on the Chicago side or whatever, right? With the disrespect. And Adam was like, oh, it's like if I had told you let's go skiing and all this and that, and totally just instigating this whole thing. But whole time he's doing it because he know that his security guards is there. So they come in and they get Ruger out and they escort him out. I was going to say extorted, my bad. but escort him out and shit like that. And I think Fat A was there and Devo, JHE Devo. They continued the interview and stuff like that. But I thought that Ruger was real for that. You know what I'm saying? Period. Like at the
I
same
just think
time.
when you look at people like Wack, notice the people he come around. Like when he came around Takashi with the whole situation of Takashi taking down those 8 trays out of New York.
Yeah.
Now, look at how they came. The Chicago, one of the main ones from Chicago, they came around, and Wack had deep interaction with the FBG Butter dude.
Yes.
Now, look at
Butter
all the
ass.
stuff that's going on with Butter and the telling and all this stuff. It's just certain caliber people from wherever they from. It's just certain caliber people he come around and he work his way in, so that way he get a line into that city or whatever. Now Butter, people call him Italian beef and Pepsi. I'm pretty sure you know why.
Yeah.
But
All right. Aye.
but yeah, but and that's just only one many things with the dude. I think he in the feds now, but look at the certain caliber of people he work himself in with and get around. So it just
Not only that, no jumper, because okay, recently, I don't know if y'all know this dude. His name is 607 Unk, right? Unk, not the punk. That nigga is weird as hell. So at first, like his animation captivated me, right? I've been like amused by the stupidest shit lately, right? But like not in the way that you'll be like, oh, this guy's great and shit. You know what I mean? Like curiosity, right? So I'm watching him. Then my son's watching like some of the interactions. He's all on No Jumper and with DW Flame and all this and that, right? But lo and behold, another channel, I think it's Blake, a channel called Blake something, had exposed him for taking a white man hostage in Illinois, because allegedly he lives in St. Louis, but he's from Chicago. He's from Illinois. And
no, he's from St. Louis.
Really? Because the dude that did the video, yeah.
Well, I don't know where he's from,
yeah,
but
because he be claiming he a GD, a
from
BD,
St.
a Crip,
Louis.
a Vice Lord,
Yeah.
a Renegade, the Boogie, everything.
He claimed me from St. Louis. He said he wrote the Nelly song, Nelly's first song, you know that song, Shimmy Shimmy Cocoa Pop, whatever
Yeah,
that
Nelly
song was.
shit. Yeah, okay.
And he's suing Nelly. Nelly did acknowledge him because he was like, if you listen to the lyrics, it was a gangster song, but Nelly changed it kind of and made it like, more commercial. So at first people didn't know what to think, but when Nelly went on platform and acknowledged them, then people was like, oh, it might be something to that.
Country Grammar. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Country Grammar. Yeah.
And
So,
Mr. Lucien said 9 trays, not 8 trays.
oh yeah, my bad. 9 trays. But so I think he's from St. Louis, but that dude's so crazy. I don't know where the nigga from, but I know you talk about. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he I thought it was Blake that called him out, but somebody had recently called him out. They got his paperwork, and dude like allegedly, got arrested at a hotel or something for like kidnapping a white boy. And allegedly the rumor is that he was finna take that white boy's buns.
Man, listen. He was on, I believe it was Cam Capone or Street Stars. I forgot which one, with big homie CC. And somehow or another it got to the point where they was having an interview, and they had interviews before, so they were kind of familiar with each other. So they both sitting on the couch, and I think it was Cam Capone. So somehow it came to big homie CC, if he did something, he gonna go to jail. So big homie CC was like, yeah, and watch, if I go to jail, when I get out, my number's gonna be way up. And he was like, yeah, Unc was like, yeah, your number's gonna be up there. Your number's gonna be up there. He was like, yeah. And big homie CC was like, first thing I'm gonna do when I get to jail is take over the pod. This dude Unc gonna say, yeah, you got to do that. First thing you do is take the pod and take some booty. So big homie CC looked and was like, nigga, what? Now they sitting on the couch with each other. So big homie CC turned to him and was like, nigga, what? That motherfucker jumped like he was sitting, but I don't know. The nigga had springs in his ass, pause, and he just hopped and flew like way on the arm of the couch. Like, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm sorry, man. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
That dude
It's
is
so
crazy.
goddamn funny. Yeah, his I don't
You
know
know
what
who
the
he
fuck.
reminds me of? You remember in Professor Clump how David Chappelle was on the stage or whatever,
yeah,
and he was roasting motherfuckers? That's what
right,
captivated me. Like, what is to this nigga? Like, is he for real? Like, the
right,
hell?
yeah. He do kind of, yeah. Reggie
Yeah,
Warrington or something, whatever that dude named Chappelle's character was. But
yeah.
yeah,
The
you
video
right.
I was talking about was called 607 Unc Exposed. He tried to hold a white kid hostage in a hotel, but now it's been put on private. So I don't know what's up with that, but dude had the paperwork and everything. I thought that
like,
was interesting.
I'm GD, I'm BD, I'm Vice Lord.
He was like, on Crip, on Blood.
Right.
I was like, what the
Oh,
fuck?
everything. He is a character now.
He is,
I ain't
but
gonna
that
lie.
whole trying to rape a white man in the back in the hotel, child, or whatever color he was, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even
And his
use
kids
put me
were
up on
there.
something on that
His
one.
his daughter was there. The police ended up allegedly like finding a whole bunch of drugs and everything. Like, it was a gang of drugs that they had found, and his daughter was there, his son, and then like some other, I don't know if they was friends of the son or his other family members, but it was crazy. It was crazy. But that dude is wild. Like, he is really wild. And then he got the black fingernails. Like, what the hell? It's crazy.
When I
But
first started dealing with
characters
St.
like that,
Louis,
why would you think that they would raise those type of characters up though really quick? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
to me, I think people get into it, you know, characters like that come into it. Now, whether he's like that for real or not, I don't know. For the entertainment value, as far as create a outlandish personality, sort of like a Charleston White, but
Right.
he's more crazier with it. And those people get more exposure and get pushed because, well, let's just say in his situation, he's unpredictable. It's like a character that's funny and unpredictable, and people get drawn to that. I ain't even gonna lie. When I first came across him and really started paying attention, I was like, this nigga is bonkers. Like, I was really, I was drawn in too for a hot second.
Right. He's like hella like animated.
Right.
Like, what the
So
hell? And then the thing that got me about him is like he'll say some crazy shit or act all crazy, and then he'll say some deep shit. And then right after that, so you never know what to really take serious, kind of like Orlando Brown.
you know what
Ain't
he
that his
remind
name?
me of? Yeah, Orlando Brown. He remind me of somebody who done Sherm and it kind of fucked his brain up, kind of. Maybe
Right.
he's
Yeah,
acting,
he could have.
but I remember like when I first started dealing with St. Louis in the 90s, I noticed like there was a lot of young cats out there on that dog food. And it was like how motherfuckers smoke weed, everybody everywhere else, they did dog food like that. They only dealt with dog food. I was just like, damn, like this is what
He
y'all
do act
doing?
like he has a drug issue and shit, and he looks
And
real
he
different.
nods off. Yeah,
Yeah.
he nods off
Yep.
and all
At
that.
first,
That's
I thought
St.
that was
Louis.
part of his act, but he did talk about in one of the interviews. I think I watched like 3 or whatever of him, but he talked about how in St. Louis, like everybody on blues or whatever, So he like not on it no more. He got off it or whatever. But sometimes his behavior says otherwise. But I thought that was
Yeah.
interesting. Like, it's crazy how these drugs is just like out here. Like motherfuckers is doing perk 30s and shit. Like,
Right.
that's
Like,
fentanyl, bro.
and my thing is, when I see this, you know, in my time, like, it's not that long ago. People, I know this is a new era and all that, but it's not that long ago.
Right.
You could not be part of no street organization. Only thing you could get away with was weed. Now, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
you
it
can't,
was
you
people,
couldn't indulge in like these drugs like
the
you would
work
get a
and all
damn
that.
pumpkin head.
Pumpkin
Then you get
Head
fucked
City,
up. Hell
fucked
yeah.
up. So that's another thing, you know, when they took away the leadership, now you got all these people running around calling themselves kings and all that. And, you know, I just got to put it where it is. King Bond and King Yella and King all these motherfuckers dope fiends. Like, you could
Mm-hmm.
not do that. You could not get away with that shit.
Yella
Both
looked
of
like
them
he
would
on
have
drugs. He looked
broke
like he
your
on drugs.
motherfucking arms if they caught you
Hell
on that
yeah.
shit.
Ripped your ass in half. What the fuck?
Right. Then you would have got what was called eradicated, meaning you ain't this no more. If you kept getting caught doing that, man, you couldn't do that shit. So, but now, you know, you got these motherfuckers running around like it's the shit to do. So it just amazes me, like, and I can't tell them nothing. I try, but niggas, yeah, all right, man, all right, folks, yeah, all right, folks. Then go right around the corner and whatever. It's just crazy, man. It is crazy.
Bell said that he smoked gorilla piss. He said it himself. What is that? I've spoken on some green. I'm good. I don't need nothing else but some green. And I rarely even drink. Like, I've been talking about getting a bottle for the last couple of days. Just sip on some pink Moscato or something like that. But it's like, all I want is green, child.
But hey, you know,
To me, a lot of these dudes is looking like definitely like they working. I'm just saying,
yeah.
like, it's just,
But
oh,
it's so
shroom sticks. That's gorilla piss. He may be on shroom. Yeah. He could have something. He did something that like gave him a bad trip. I don't even know, bro. Like, he kind of remind me of like, I don't think he on crack, but you know how like crackheads used to act back in the day. You know,
right.
they'll think they'll put on a show for a motherfucker, make a motherfucker laugh, and then ask you for a couple of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he kind of give me that, but he ain't asking for money at the end of the day. Like,
It is so much stuff happening. It is unbelievable. Just some stuff I seen today, and this is like on a totally different topic. Kanye done came out the closet.
what?
Yeah, and he said he was doing
Oh,
stuff.
hold up. Before we get to that, did you see that fucking interview that academics did with Kanye?
Oh
Bro,
yeah,
where
with
he
the
was wearing
clan
that
suit.
KKK shit. I meant to come out and do a video, but life just been so busy. I was like, what the hell? And this nigga was a fan, like a stan, bro, over that shit.
Yeah.
Like, academics don't have no like morals, but go ahead, my bad.
He's another one. Like when people get to talking about cultural vultures, it took a while for people to start calling him out. And he don't get called out like the rest of them do because he's considered black.
Right.
But he's been a cultural vulture.
Yeah,
And you can
tether.
tell he don't really fully understand none of what he be reporting on. So
Right.
like
He
I
just
don't
be
see what
talking. He's like Flacco's, you know, like Flacco trying to follow in his footsteps, but
yeah,
academics, like when I heard in the Rico case that they were like citing what academics was saying, like as far as him explaining what something meant, I just grabbed my head like, no, they are not. Like this nigga barely even know what he talking about, period. It's just weird. To me,
right.
it's weird. It's weird. And both are clout chasing like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he
Like
clout
on everything.
Academics basically owe his whole platform to Chicago and clout chasing them with that
Yep.
war in Chirac shit, all that.
Facts.
He
That's
built
another
that
reason
shit
why I
off
don't like him.
Chicago
Yep.
niggas. And that shit, and you got to put a lot of blame on them dumb niggas who was looking at it and feeding into it too. So I don't hold him 100% responsible, but still, he saw what was happening and he played into it because his numbers was building.
Right.
But
He
yeah, it's
did. He a slimy motherfucker though. Like man, I'm just looking around like hell nah. Hell nah. Like it's just one crazy thing after another. But thank
so
you for that, Bell. I didn't know that was Sherm sticks. I'm like Gorilla Piss. Like that sounds like some fire ass green, but hell nah, no, we ain't doing that.
it's a
Sherm
lot of
sticks.
shit going on, man. The dude, the Shay dude, they filed a lawsuit, $50 million rape lawsuit on him, or lawsuit
What?
on him,
You can say
and
it. I don't care.
oh yeah,
Who?
and the
Yeah, you
same
can say it.
lawyer,
Mm-hmm.
on the Puffy going after Puffy is going after him. Then you got Kanye saying he molested his male cousin. And
Okay, yeah. Somebody shout out to Sabrina. She was saying that earlier, and then she said that it was voluntary, that's what they were saying, that it was voluntary. That
yeah,
he
they was.
volunteered. It is not like the cousin forced him to do it. What would make him come out right now with that?
I don't know, man. This dude, he been weird. Like I say, Kanye, he put out some good music early in his career. He put out one good pair of shoes, in my opinion. The Nike, the first Yeezys. The second on back was, to me, weird. And that's about it with Kanye. Like,
Now I feel like because I had a video a long time ago on a page that's not up, and Kanye struck my video, right? And gave me a copyright strike. But well, I think it was Kanye. Who else would have struck it, right? But I said that ever since the car accident, basically to sum it up, ever since the car accident, and then he sacrificed his mama, that he been acting weird. Because this was this was years ago, like I want to say 2016 when he was acting out. You know what I'm
no,
saying?
right.
Go ahead.
No disrespect to Atlanta motherfuckers, but remember, growing up in Atlanta because his father from Atlanta.
He did.
Yeah,
I thought Kanye was from Chicago.
he is.
But
His father was
he
from
was
Atlanta,
born.
and he
Okay.
he spent a lot of time down there. So maybe that, I
Oh,
don't know. But
damn.
he got some weird shit with him, man.
So what was his point of saying that though? Like
He just maybe
he just busted out and said it.
Come to Jesus moment. I don't know.
Wow.
He just came out and said it. He talked about finding his father's Playboy magazines and them looking at it together. And yeah. And he
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's
seeing
Kanye.
where it said that he had an incestuous relationship with his cousin. Also, it was crazy. I saw a body cam video last night where this woman, she had to be like in her 50s, right? And she had a son that was 19 and a son that was 27. Apparently, both her 27-year-old son and her got drunk and they started fucking. And then the 19-year-old walked in on it and he ran out of the house. And then I guess the stepfather was wondering like what was going on or whatever, because he heard moaning too. And the stepfather, the woman's husband, walked in and saw them literally fucking. And they had it like an interrogation of it. I was like, these motherfuckers are sick. Like, people are really sick. She was really fucking her son. Like, what the fuck, bro? That is sick. Like, I can't imagine ever being that fucking drunk to where you just fucking your child, bro. To me, that's a cop out. And he said that, like, oh, it never happened before or whatever. But I'm really wondering, like, did it? I don't know. Like, did it
That's
ever happen? I don't know. Like, how do you get to that point? You know
right.
what I'm
That
saying?
yeah, yeah. Then you got your man
Soldier
Soldier.
Boy. Oh my God.
When you go into, I didn't know the stuff he was doing to Teddy Riley daughter, like
Okay, so Kanye moved to Chicago when he was 3. Thank you.
raping her at gunpoint and
That is crazy. I watched a couple of videos on it and was like, what the fuck? It's a lot of shit going on,
weirdo
child.
motherfuckers, man.
Now, I didn't look into this yet because I really have. I swear to God, has anybody else been feeling like these days are just like going by so fucking fast, bro? But
Fast as hell.
yeah, uh, damn, it was another situation, and I ain't even looked into that yet. And like the shit is sick as fuck. Like another like celebrity. And the thing that I don't like about Soldier Boy really quick is like, I guess when he made it big, like he left his mom and she was like living in some rundown ass shack with piss on the mattress. Like it was a pissy ass mattress. And he was living it up. I'm talking about like when he around the time like when he first came out or whatever. That to
Right.
me is crazy. Like even if she had a drug addiction, did she deserve that? I don't
Right.
know if she did. I'm just saying. But oh, I forgot what I was gonna say, but there's a lot of shit, bro. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, just a lot of stuff. It's just left and right.
Uh,
Like, far as celebrity news. Oh, somebody had told me that Diddy, they ain't pressing charges on him far as the Rico or some shit.
yeah, well, they dropped the Rico rather,
For
but he
real?
still got the some criminal charges though, and he lost. He got Slim Thug, Young Thug's lawyer. But so he filed a motion to push it back a couple months so new lawyer can get caught up on the case, and they said nope. So his shit gonna go
Wow.
on as expected. And
Damn.
Kanye, right before Kanye said that what he said about him and his cousin, he came out and said that he was messing around with one of them Olsen twins. Remember them little girls from Full House? The baby?
Yes. The twins, yeah,
Yeah.
Mary Kate and Ashley or whatever.
Yeah, he said I guess he was cheating on Kim with one of them. He came out and said that right before, and then he came out and said the thing about his cousin. So a couple days ago, he let it be known that he was sleeping with one of them, I guess while he was married to Kim. And just today or yesterday when he came out with the cousin thing. So he been on a weird one lately.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Interesting. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. He
But
been
I'm
acting
gonna
out for a
send you
minute though. But yeah,
I'm gonna
go
send
ahead.
you that one thing about the East Side Crips. And when you
Yes.
start looking into that, you're just gonna be like, it's almost the same thing, but a whole lot of more murders.
But that's the crazy thing though. So they all get slammed, and then like a week or two later, motherfuckers is getting another indictment as far as the Crips. Like it's giving that niggas is just telling.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of telling in the other one.
Mhm.
So,
Wow. Yeah, I want to see
but
that.
yeah,
Send me that so I can start looking tonight and shit.
yeah, this is nigga. I'm gonna keep my eyes on this whack dude because he's like a dangerous character. Not meaning he tough, meaning that everywhere he go, you know, chaos meaning those people is right behind them and they get on the situations. And to me it's like he's a modern day William O'Neill. Now if you like and then it's a whole different thing. See, things become synonymous when they don't need to be. Like people need to get the real definition. And that's one thing I point out between ratting and snitching. They become synonymous when they're really not the same technically. Snitching is when you tell on somebody. Like a snitch, if he sees something that happens in the street, he tells the authorities, okay, he snitched. A rat is when you and say you're A and you go out with your best friend B and y'all decide to rob a bank. Y'all rob the bank. B gets away, but you get caught. And you tell the authorities B was the one that was with you. You ratted on your friend. Now, both telling. So, yes, but a rat, when you look up where the term rat comes from, it came from the mob. When if they found out one of their mobsters was cooperating with the feds, they would kill them and stuff a rat in their mouth to let people know this is why you got killed and as a warning to others. So it's a difference. A civilian can be a snitch, but a
Right.
rat, when you rat on somebody, that's worse than a snitch because you're going into this criminal thing with your friends and you get caught and you tell on your friends. Although it's both telling, a rat is worse because you participated in whatever y'all was doing and you got caught and you ratted on your friends. A
Right.
civilian is supposed to snitch if they're an upstanding civilian and they see a crime happen and the authorities ask them what happened and they tell. Now that's considered snitching if you're not a civilian, you're in whatever you're in and you're not a civilian, okay, he snitched. And then people wouldn't, and it goes into a whole different thing with what a gangster really is, because that's another thing that we got messed up now because it done became synonymous with gang banging and all. The terminology of a gangster is not the same thing as what we call a gangster today with gang banging and all that. Gangsters were not like that. Gangsters were upstanding. They protected their community. They did for their community. Only thing was they had different means. If you took them there, they had different means to get what they wanted to get accomplished.
Right.
They would go there with you. But that don't mean they didn't have character. That don't mean they wasn't upstanding. That don't mean they didn't take care of their community. All that. So now, today we look at this term gangster. Oh, I'm gangster. Is you gangster? And you see some of the most buffoonish shit ever, and people calling that gangster when that was not what gangster really was. Being a gangster was. So we get things. I don't know why I just went on that rant. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna send you that. Y'all be good. Y'all be safe. Well, I'm losing my mind. I'm gonna send you that. I'm gonna get off here and send you that right now. All right, y'all.
All
Y'all be good. Be safe. What am I doing?
right. Shout out to Unseen. Shout out to Unseen. So the shit is crazy or whatever. I'm about to research into this that he's gonna send me as well. Like I said, next live stream, I'm thinking that it will be Wednesday night around 9:30 Central. We'll be taking a look at something that went on in the conscious community, child, with Sonetta and them. This whole, trying to let nature boys, brainwashed concubines speak was just wild to me. And how Sonetta kind of had no regard for the actual victim in a rape case with Nature Boy and things like that. Now, I said that Napa tried to get on the right side with this or whatever, right? She was advocating for the victim of Nature Boys, but I just kind of like side-eye that sometimes when in other situations we've seen her handle it different. However, it was requested and I'm interested in it. I had already started editing the video before I just noticed that I got some requests for it. So that's what we'll be talking about next time. I'm still going to be looking into this whole situation with Big U, Bricc Baby, and Luce, the fake Luce Cannon. Like I said, I got a playlist. I've been going through a lot of videos and things like that. So as information comes out in that, we'll tap back into that. But yeah, we're not done with the conscious community. We finna be back on it as well. Just, you know, not as much as we used to. They've kind of chilled out a little bit. Like they're representing Shaka or promoting Shaka Amos, the guy that admitted, right, to violating a girl named Kelsey, who is now an adult. Crazy thing is he dated her mother. He had sexual relations with her mother, and he had sexual relations with Kelsey, as well as Shaka also admitted that he did that with other mother and daughters, as well as Sonetta had an interview with him and spoke about it. And after the interview, Sonetta removed it because he didn't feel right about it. Information was brought to him about it from another source, and he failed to bring that forward as well. As he's done with Polite, you know, he kind of shooks and jives a little bit. Crazy thing is, in this whole situation with Nature Boy, and the alleged, you know, fake wives of Nature Boy, Polite's name does come up. So it's interesting. I also want to show it to point out how Sonetta is going to be acting if and when Polite gets out of jail. You know, he's got about 5 years left, around about August or September. And he has to serve that before he can get out. But you know, I think it's just interesting to see how Sonetta responds to these things. And when he does these things, I'm going to call him out. But that other bullshit, the fake conscious shit, I'm going to let him get his rollout or whatever. But yeah, it's crazy. So next live stream, we'll be talking about that. What's good, Jay Snake? What is good? You off the clock, man. I feel you. I feel you. I got 2 days off now because it's after 12. And I'm going to get my rest in and research what Unseen had sent me. I do, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they was in there talking, far as, you know, in the Big U situation and got other niggas locked up. Again, I just want y'all to notice that this second situation with the Crips is the Crips, right? It ain't the Bloods or any type of other thing. So that's interesting, right? I don't know. I feel some type of way about the whole situation at No Jumper, whereas them men shouldn't have had to go through that. I don't like that Jay Reed has this whole, he served 10 years for the rape of a white woman, and he's just like downplaying it to she was a white woman. Like, nigga, did you do it or not? And if you claim you didn't do it or whatever, at least say your name so I could look up your paperwork and read it for myself. Because other than that, for that, the time being, you know, in my opinion, allegedly, I look at you as a predator. You know what I'm saying? Whether your victim was white or whatever. With that said, I do hope that nothing crazy happens at No Jumper where somebody is killed or whatever. We've already, you know, they've documented hella fights there and all type of crazy shit going on there. In my opinion, not to put salt on it, but it's only a matter of time before something more serious happens, since the most recent event, far as the jumping at No Jumper, really didn't, you know, I don't feel like hit home. I don't feel like we saw a lot of change out of Adam. But at the end of the day, we'll just have to see what is going on. With that said, y'all, I'm finna get up out of y'all hair. I'm not even gonna play a song to end with. I'm just finna get out of here. Like I said, I'll let y'all know what day I'm going live next. I'm aiming for Wednesday, so tomorrow night, but I'll let you guys know in the community board, you know, the community area, whatever. So make sure you check that, or set your notifications, hit the bell for always, so you can be notified when I go live or drop a video. Y'all, it's been real crazy. Like I said, one of if you don't know me, I have reptiles and shit like that. One of my snakes had passed away. So, you know, that was really sad for the kids and things like that. And even myself, like I said earlier. So I wanted to take some time or whatever. And then just life and kids, you know, be there. So with that said, I'll be back. I do not mean to be gone like I do sometimes or whatever, but you know I'm coming back. So much love to everybody. Shout out to the royal family. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see or hear my voice. You will see me or hear my voice in the upcoming edit or live stream. Much love, y'all, and I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.